In an age of endless information, the true advantage is not access, it is interpretation. Welcome to Aneke TV, where journalism goes beyond headlines, beyond reaction, beyond speculation. Here, stories are investigated, issues are analyzed, voices are challenged, because an informed society is a stronger society. A discerning audience is a powerful audience. We are live, daily broadcasting, relentless clarity. Aneke TV, where knowledge meets broadcast.
Nigeria, a land of striking contrast, where nature unfolds into dominant ecological identities. The lush southern forest and the vast northern savanna belts, stretching from the humid Atlantic coast to the dry fringes of the Sahara. Nigeria's vegetation is shaped by climate, rainfall and human activity. Broadly, it is divided into the southern forest zones and the northern savanna belts. In the south, abundant rainfall gives rise to tropical rainforest, thick, multi-layered ecosystems, rich in biodiversity, towering trees from a continuous canopy, sheltering countless plants and animal species. These forests are not only ecological treasures, but also economic lifelines supporting agriculture and livelihoods. Closer to the coast, fresh water and mangrove swamps dominate. Here, water and land intertwine, creating unique habitats adapted to flooding and salinity. The mangrove forests of the Niger Delta are among the largest in Africa, vital for coastal protection and marine life. Moving northward, forests gradually give way to the Guinea savanna, a mix of tall grasses and scattered trees. This region supports farming and livestock, forming Nigeria's agricultural heartland. Further north lies the Sudan savanna, where rainfall decreases and vegetation becomes sparser. Life here adapts to longer dry seasons and harsher conditions. At the northern edge, the Sahel savanna marks the transition to the desert. Vegetation is sparse, and survival depends on resilience of both people and nature. However, Nigeria's vegetation faces growing threats. Deforestation in the south and desertification in the north are reshaping the landscape. Population growth, agriculture, and climate change continue to exert pressure on these fragile ecosystems. Yet, hope remains. Across the country, conservation efforts are taking root, from reforestation projects to sustainable land management practices, from the dense forests of the south to the open savannas of the north. Nigeria's vegetation tells a story of diversity, resilience, and responsibility. A story that calls on all of us.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Many thanks and welcome to Aneke TV, broadcasting live from Enugu, and here is the Aneke TV market segment. We are opening the morning under a massive canopy of global macro volatility. On the international scene, a deep tech rout out of Asia has triggered cascading liquidation across European and Wall Street indices, further complicated by Brent crude volatility reclaiming a high-friction posture above $97 a barrel following fresh geopolitical escalation in the Middle East. Back home, local markets are displaying absolute resilience. The Nigerian exchange broke its multi-day bearish spell yesterday, clawing back to hold firm at 243,000 basis points. While the Naira defended its position smoothly, maintaining a highly disciplined 1,357 Naira baseline at the official window. This morning, we'll break down exactly how these international energy shocks will translate into local liquidity pipelines, analyze the stark region food price variation hitting Enugu markets hardest, and give you the tactical playbook to insulate your portfolios before the opening bell. And this is the Business Desk, where data meets destiny, and your word finds its voice. I am Uche Osai. Let's get down to business. Starting with the Nigerian equities markets, a marginal recovery on custom streets yesterday as the local pulse fights to break a heavy bearish spell after a tough first week of June that wiped out over 4.9 trillion naira in investor value due to aggressive profit taking and adjustments to the new T+1 settlement cycle. The Nigerian all-share index managed a modest rebound yesterday, closing up by 0.13% to settle at 243,379.63 basis points. Today, market capitalization crawled back to close at 155.6 trillion naira. And quickly taking us to take a look at the top 5 gainers. Yes, taking a look at the top 5 gainers where Ikeja Hotel led the pack, making a 10% bullish adjustment to close at 48 naira, and then followed by Link Assure, which closed at 1 naira 88 kobo, making a bullish adjustment of 9.94%. International Energies equally closed at 7 naira 98 kobo, followed by ABC Transport that closed at 6 naira 80 kobo, and Abbey Buildings making a positive adjustment, closing the trading at 10 naira 25 kobo in the bullish rim of 9.63% adjustment. And then facing equally followed immediately, towards the bearish pack, leading the bearish pack. Yes, we're talking about the top 5 losers here. We are facing closed in the dip of 10% adjustment to close trading at 122 naira 85 kobo. Academy Press yesterday closed at 7 naira 45 kobo in the dip of 9.70%. RT Briscoe closed yesterday equally bearish, making a negative adjustment of 9.43% to close its trading book at 13 naira 45 kobo. Yes, Sonu Assurance equally bearish, made a negative adjustment to close the trading book at 4 naira 6 kobo, closing at 8 naira 56 percent negative adjustment. Access Corp, yes, Access Corporation yesterday closed at 23 naira 50 kobo, making a dip, yes, leading the pack yesterday as well. And then quickly we'll go to market outlook for the day. And speaking to the market outlook for the day, we're looking ahead to today's opening bell, analysts expect the market to sustain a pattern of cautious stock-specific positioning rather than a broad-based rally. Then the T+1 adjustment is a factor that would shape today's market. Yes, institutional buyers are still pacing their entries as they adapt to the liquidity demand of the newly launched 24-hour transaction settlement cycle. Another factor is looking at fixed income attraction is a factor that would shape the market as well. Yes, high yields in the fixed income markets continue to compete heavily for domestic portfolio allocation. The emphasis here is that we expect savvy investors to cherry pick fundamentally sound counters, particularly in the banking and insurance sectors where recent price corrections has opened up attractive entry valuation. Fragmented bargain hunting will likely keep the index marginally positive, but sentiment remains fragile. And then quickly moving to take a look at the forex market. Yes, turning to the foreign exchange market, the Nigerian naira started the trading week on a front foot, posturing a resilient defense against the dollar at the former window. Riding on the waves of the steadier foreign portfolio inflows and calculated central bank liquidity management, the local currency managed to claw back some grounds yesterday afternoon, widening the narrow trading band that has characterized the market since the start of June. The spread between the official and alternative markets remains relatively contained, hovering around a narrow 3.1% premium, which reflects continuing structural convergence. At the official window, the market showed appreciation, indicating stronger liquidity support, closing at 1,357 naira 26 kobo, making a 3 naira 79 kobo appreciation. And then looking at the parallel market, yes, the black market, which closed at flat of 1,400 naira, indicating a steady low speculative retail demand. And quickly, here is our market projection for today. Yes, and we're viewing it to be range-bound stability. Heading into today's trading section, currency analysts project that the naira will maintain its current consolidation trajectory, trading within a tight psychological resistance bracket of 1,350 naira to 1,380 naira at the official window. Yes, the short-term direction will depend heavily on the volume of daily turnover on the Nigerian foreign exchange market, particularly from portfolio investments and crude oil receipts. Another factor here is that the central bank's persistent policy focus on eliminating arbitrage is successfully discouraging parallel market speculators. Expect the informal retail rate to stay flat at 1,400 naira psychological baseline. Keep any structural volatility tightly in check through the midweek. Yes, and then quickly, for want of time, let's run to the energy markets. Yes, speaking to the Brent crude, fears of a wider conflict in the Middle East came roaring back to the energy markets yesterday, triggering a massive knee-jerk rally in oil futures. International benchmark Brent crude surged by over 5% by afternoon, breaking past a 6-week high to flirt with the $98 mark. The sudden spike follows reports of fresh military exchange over the weekend, including a targeted strike on energy infrastructures in southwestern Iran, completely eclipsing recent demand concern and resettling the near-term floor for global crude pricing. Geopolitical premium took full control. Yes, it took full control of the spreadsheet yesterday as traders scrambled to price in heightened supply volatility. As at the close of market yesterday, the Brent crude, stood at $97.80 per barrel, indicating a positive daily gain of $4.71. That's about 5.06% positive adjustment. High, and it indicates a trajectory of a highly bullish geopolitical spike. And the West Texas Intermediate WTI closed at $94.85 per barrel, equally indicating a daily percentage adjustment of positive 4.76%, gaining $4 and above yesterday. looking at our market projection for today, we are looking and projecting at a market that will be, characterized with volatility and the headline risk. Heading into today's opening bell, expect the energy market to remain in high friction, headline-driven state, with Brent likely testing the psychological resistance line at $100 per barrel. Then, part of the factors that would shape the market is the geopolitical threat. Traders will be watching for any signs of further retaliation, with the Strait of Hormuz already experiencing prolonged structural disruptions. Any direct hit to Persian Gulf producing or processing assets will trigger immediate aggressive hedging. Then we are looking at another factor that would shape the market today is the supply side cushions. While OPEC members have, floating plans to gradually return some voluntary production costs, these volumes are secondary to immediate fiscal delivery fears. The bottom line here is that for Nigeria and other oil exporting sovereigns, the price surge guarantees a short-term boost in gross dollar revenue. However, today's session will belong entirely to risk managers and algorithm-driven desks, expect sharp, erratic price swings through this morning as the market balances structural oversupply forecasts for late Q3 against the very real immediate threat of an escalating regional conflict. And then quickly moving on to the Nigerian commodities market. Yes, the structural squeeze on household kitchen budgets remained intense this morning, even as fresh data shows a deeply fragmented food market across the Federation. According to the latest consumer price index from the National Bureau of Statistics, food inflation is hovering around 16.0%, but the real story is local. While transport haulage costs, spurred by volatile fuel prices, continue to penalize coastal cities like Lagos, Enugu State has emerged as high pressure zone, clocking the country's highest year-on-year food inflation rate at over 32%. Today, we trace the cost of a standard food basket through the markets of Lagos, Abuja, Enugu. Yes, the data, will reflect average retail spot prices monitored across major markets, like My 12 in Lagos, Otako in Abuja, and the new market in Enugu. Yes, and quickly taking a look at the price of local rice. Yes, the price of local rice in Lagos went for 78,000 naira, whereas Enugu paid a premium of 89,000 and Abuja got it for 82,000 naira. And then, in Lagos, it went between 78,000 to 89,000. Abuja from 82,000 to 95,000. And in Enugu, it went between 85,000 to 95,000 naira. And then the white beans, 50 kg bag of feed in Lagos, sold for as much as 85,500 naira. Abuja is always getting a bargain, paying 78,000 naira for it, and in Enugu is becoming a premium due to the 32% inflation rate. Enugu went for 88,000 naira. The paint rubber of white gari that in Lagos sold for 2,500 naira. In Abuja it went for 2,800 and Enugu it went for 2,300 naira. The yellow gari paint rubber went for 3,000 naira in Lagos. Abuja sold for 3,300 and Enugu 2,800 naira. The medium size yam tuber that we know went for 3,500 in Lagos. Abuja bought it for 2,500 naira and Enugu is paying a premium of 3,800 naira. Now here is the regional market analysis, starting with the Enugu premium. Enugu's position as the current inflation frontrunner is heavily driven by cross-border logistics and processing overheads. While local cassava harvests have kept gari prices slightly lower than in the north and Lagos at 2,300 naira per petermbah, grain inflows like rice and beans carry a steep logistical premium by the time they reach southeastern retail points. And then looking at the Lagos haulage factor, Lagos continues to grapple with the direct impact of high diesel and petrol prices on interstate haulage. Beans and perishable items arriving from northern farming belts see significant markups at My 12 and Oyimbo markets, though its proximity to maritime ports offers a slight cushion on imported alternatives. And here, taking a look at the Abuja dynamics. As a consumption-heavy administrative hub, Abuja sits squarely in the middle. Yam prices remain lowest here due to proximity to the Benue and Niger troughs, but grain staples suffer from capital city retail premiums. And then speaking to our market projection for today, we are looking at a market that is persistent farm gate pressures. Yes, looking ahead to today's market open, retail commodity prices are projected to remain, sticky at the elevated baseline, while with a little room for downward correction through the midweek. And then another factor here is the fuel variable. As long as transportation and haulage costs remain elevated, traders will continue to pass the logistical burden down to the urban consumers, neutralizing the benefits of early grain harvests. And then taking a look at grains, beans and local rice prices are expected to hold steady or lean slightly bullish. Supply pipelines from the northern agricultural belts are adjusting slowly to the commencement of the wet season, which traditionally tightens old stock availability. The bottom line here is that for households and market observers alike, the divergence between regions will widen. Expect aggregate food bills to place the highest pressure on eastern urban centers through June, requiring targeted state-level intervention to ease supply chain friction. And quickly moving to the international market, yes, an absolute bloodbath on global trading floors, yesterday as a three-pronged shockwave tore through international equity markets. Asia felt the brunt of the damage, enduring a massive multi-billion-dollar tech rout overnight that triggered emergency circuit breakers. The panic spilled directly into Europe and onto Wall Street this morning, with investors, furiously dumping high-growth equities. Driving the global sell-off is a harsh combination. We are looking at Broadcom's disappointing forward guidance as a Friday red-hot U.S. jobs reports, fueling fears of further Fed interest rate hikes, and fresh Iranian missiles and missile strikes over the weekend, pushing oil prices past $97 a barrel. The global trading matrix was painted deep red, led by extreme concentrated correction in tech-heavy indices. And quickly starting with the Asian market, where South Korea, Kospi benchmark was a negative 8.40%, indicating a market, that is crashing and activating the circuit breaker. And then Taiwan's benchmark lost about 5.50%, due to heavy semiconductor capitulation. And then in Japan, Nikkei 225, stood at 39,120 points, equally in the bearish rim, indicating a pullback and tech drag, losing 3.80%. And then China's Shanghai Composite, yesterday stood at 3,959 points, indicating a daily loss of 1.71%. This indicates a 2-month low, yes, due to broad sector sell-offs. And then moving on to Europe, where speaking to Euro Stocks 50, yes, regional core, is a negative 1.95%, indicating a risk of ahead of ECB rate decision. And then quickly moving to Wall Street, the US S&P 500 stood at 7,490 naira, yes, losing 1.45%. And then the Nasdaq Composite, which is tech heavy, equally lost a 2.65%, indicating a sharp tech correction and the yield pressure. Here is our market outlook. Yes, we're expecting a market that is high, with high volatility and macro defensive posturing heading into today's section. International financial desks are bracing for sustained erratic volatility with defensive assets reallocation dominating the order flows. The headline catalyst here is that global equity direction will remain completely hostage to two variables through the midweek: geopolitical dispatches out of the Middle East and defensive positioning ahead of Wednesday morning's critical consumer price index release. Then the bottom line here is that expect institutional fund managers to continue, harvesting profits from overextended tech and AI infrastructure buckets, shifting capital into defensive value plays, particularly energy counters and high-yielding sovereign bonds, until global inflation parameters cool down and regional geopolitical conflict de-escalates. The near-term global equity outlook remains heavily skewed to the downside. And quickly, before we go, here is our strategic market advice for Nigerian investors, and it is a 3-point tactical strategy for today to insulate portfolios from global volatility while optimizing local entry points. Asset managers should execute across 3 primary pillars. 1, on equities, transition from speculative counters to recapitalization winners. With market breadth remaining tightly contested, there are 2 gainers against our 3 losers. Today's market, today's market moves, 0.57% bump in the Asia index to 243,707.07 points should not be mistaken for a broad bull run. The move here is that we expect it to be aggressively rotate out of highly leveraged tier 2 consumer counters and pivot into tier 1 banking equities. The reason is that as the banking recapitalization deadline approaches, heavily capitalized institutions are leading localized market recoveries. These blue chips have experienced healthy price correction over the last 2 weeks, offering highly attractive entry valuation and strong downside protection. Secondly, on the fixed income, we are urging you to lock in short-term yield sweeps. The macro environment remains firmly anchored by the central bank's hawkish stance, keeping yields on short-term dated sovereign instruments highly competitive. The move here is to allocate idle corporate cash reserves into 102-day to 364-day treasury bills or AAA rated commercial papers. The reason is with the new tier 1 T+1 settlement cycle, accelerating transaction velocity and requiring tighter fund management, maintaining high yield liquidity is paramount. Fixed income instruments are currently outperforming the broader market historical 30-day average return, acting as a vital buffer against sticky headlines. And then thirdly, on the foreign exchange, neutralize parallel exposure. The official window, closed yesterday at 1,316 naira 8 tukubu, keeping the parallel market premium exceptionally tight at just over 3%. The move here is hot speculative dollar hoarding and structure all trade-backed obligation through formal channels. The reason is that the explosive 5% jump in Brent crude revenue guarantees a short-term boost to Nigerian foreign reserves. This gives the central bank significant operational firepower to aggressively defend the 1,350 naira to 1,380 naira zone at the official window this week, making parallel market speculation a high-risk, low-reward venture. And that's where we'll be drawing the curtains today on the market segment. We urge you to stay sharp, manage your entry points closely, and let the numbers guide your strategy through today's opening bell. Keep watching the Aneke TV market segment. To come your way same time tomorrow, I remain Uche Osai. Invest wisely.
Across Nigeria's dynamic economy, enterprise is on the move. From the resilience of small businesses to the expanding reach of indigenous industries, commerce thrives on innovation, determination, and vision. Finance is evolving, powered by technology and driven by a new generation of entrepreneurs. In a rapidly changing world, digital transformation is redefining how we save, invest, and grow wealth. From energy to agriculture, manufacturing to tech, Nigeria's economic landscape continues to diversify. Policies shift, markets respond, and opportunities emerge. Every figure tells a story. Every trend shapes the future. The question is, where is the next opportunity? On Aneke TV, we bring you clarity beyond the numbers. This is Business Outlook on Aneke TV, tracking the markets, analyzing the trends, and spotlighting the drivers of economic growth. Aneke TV, informing enterprise, shaping perspective.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to Aneke Sports. Today it's your one and only sports oracle. We're bringing you what's happening in the world of sports. Today we kick off with many stories, but we have to be on the streamline, getting you into the best of what's happening in the world of sports. Now the rounds are still making, talking about the Monaco GP issue. I mean, what happened in Monaco the other time, and then we're still here today. Yes, sir.
Of course, good morning. I'm still your humble host worldwide. You know, we have not gone past Monaco GP. We can't stop talking about those races there. But it's going to be a great Tuesday, so stick with us as we proceed.
Yeah. Now, this Monaco GP, it said that Lewis Hamilton now, he has had 8 podiums. He has had 8 Monaco podiums.
Yeah.
And it is that's why I'm telling you, the race is not about Kimi. The race is about Hamilton. It's not about Kimi.
But Kimi is taking the win right now.
Kimi took the win, but the thing that is happening that everyone is focusing on is on Hamilton, yes. Because when you look at Hamilton, you will see someone who is hungry. At 41, he's still hungry. He still wants to, get things done. And also talking about the city of Monaco, a lot of discoveries has been made. And also talking about the Formula One in Monaco, it used to be, I was saying, it used to be a competition that is not just for the poor. It's not for the poor, I will tell you.
No, you saw the,
the
view for Monaco. Of
yes.
course, Monaco is a very beautiful city. So for a competition to be held in that kind of I will call it a luxurious city. When you see the night view, we saw some pictures, some videos of Monaco at their night view. It's not something you say there are some places that are dark. You see the, kind of the yacht that are there, only the yacht, then the lights that is shining from some high towers in Monaco, is something that is very beautiful, and that's why we say it's an elite competition. It's something that people get to spend money. Monaco is a beautiful place to visit, so I believe it's something that is going to be spectacular.
Yes, I wonder the day you visit Monaco.
Well, maybe we'll go there for, let's say, honeymoon. We'll go there for honeymoon.
It's a beautiful city. Looking at the super yacht and how everyone lined up for this game.
And this where the cars are driven.
The truth about this yacht, none of the yachts here is less than 1.2.
Of course, now
$1 million.
To acquire a yacht is not going to be.
To acquire a yacht, there's up to, like, the least here could be $1.2 million. That's the smallest. Now you're talking about a yacht that you can acquire up to $32 million.
And look at how many yachts. In fact, you can't even count.
You can't even count.
I don't know how many I can count.
Guess
this
what?
Place.
Each is sorry. This update is scary and it's fearful.
It's financial update.
Yeah, I'm not giving
financial update.
We're not giving financial
update. We are going away from sports. This is more of financial update.
Fuel, a liter of fuel for super yacht is 3,000 euros.
Imagine 3,000 euros. If you convert it to naira, that's
a liter for yacht is 3,000 euros.
3,000. That's almost clocking 5 to 6 million in naira.
And then you have 2 billionaires who were racing yesterday.
Wow.
on the Monaco. You know, see,
it's an expensive competition. It's very expensive.
That's why
look at the view. Look at the view. You get the viewers. Look at the view they are getting.
Because Monaco, in Monaco, in the city, there could be trains. You can move from Nice to Monaco. There could be buses that move from Nice to Monaco.
Yeah.
But this one, because it's sea bound, you could just take a chopper, and taking a chopper is about 300 to 500 euros from Nice to Monaco. So actually, it is an expensive deal for the people who cannot. And then I told you, I was saying that, like what I saw yesterday, for you to have a place to keep your yacht is in thousands of euros. Of course, then secondly,
people are going to watch over for you.
People are going to, and people are going to work there.
Yeah,
like you will have crew members,
of course,
who are going to work in the yacht.
You owning a yacht is like owning also a private jet. These two things are very hard to maintain. You know, just the maintenance cost for a private yacht, a private jet is not. It's not easy. It's just better if you know you can't afford it, don't go for it. If you know you don't have the money to maintain that lifestyle, don't even bother going for it. Just go and buy a vehicle and be driving.
But well, now we're talking about Monaco and the guys who came to, see the game between Lewis Hamilton and Kimi.
Yeah.
And I mean, talking about the whole of F1.
Yeah.
And do you know how much it takes to, for F1, like the Formula One teams, to maintain the
sports cars?
It's not.
That's why they had to promote. You saw the promotion they put into this thing. Now you saw the crowd that came. You saw how that place is packed up. So definitely, the organizers of this Formula One, they are going to recover what they have spent. That's just the basis. That's the calculation. When you put in a lot of money to get that kind of competition hosted in that kind of city, you are expected to do a good promotion, so that people will come out to watch these things. People are going to spend money. People are going to lodge in the hotel. People are going to go for sightseeing and all those things. So you are going to get your money back, even ×2 at the end of the day. So that's why we always advocate to promote whatever you are doing, so that people, because you are not doing it for yourself. If you are doing it for yourself, then only you can go and watch it now. Only you can go there, then they will drive in your presence and you enjoy the show. So it's why promotion is very important. You have to promote something to gain advertisement, to gain sponsorship and every other thing that will come along with it.
Yes, we're talking about still talking about Formula One. We have Isaac Hadja. He came out to say that honestly, he was talking about sharing the same podium with Hamilton. He watched Hamilton when he was still a boy.
When he was still a boy.
He's just 21
Hamilton
years
is their will I say their
uncle.
Their uncle.
Hamilton said yesterday that he was shocked to see that these guys are younger, but he's not feeling it.
Of course,
he feels like they are in the same grade. I started suspecting that Hamilton was right when he started getting closer to Kimi.
That was when I started. The romance is there.
Yes, that was when I started to suspect him. He's closer to Kimi than Russell.
Yeah. No, so sometimes even when you are legend in the game, you can still have something to learn from this young lad. Forget that you have
who does not have something to learn from you?
So
that's young people that has the information.
That's why we say this other Kimi's partner that is being there crying or wailing that he's not doing well should see this person as a motivation. He's doing well, so you can go. This is a driving something that you can learn. It's not something that you cannot learn. So you stay close to him. He will teach you one or two things that he knows how to do better than you. That Hamilton has done this in over time does not mean he can also get something to learn from this young lad, even at his age, maybe at 41. So it's something that you should get close and learn one or two things from somebody. Yes,
it's very important. Now, while we have that displayed, let's take a look at what it takes to keep an F1 race in a year. That's what I'm gonna show you. F1 facts. That's Formula One facts you don't know. The Formula One facts that fans don't even know. We're talking about an F1 car can go from 0 to 300 km/h and back to 0 in under 10 seconds. That's what it now. Drivers lose up to 3 kilograms of body weight in sweat during a single race.
Wow.
That's number 2. Then number 3 is the steering wheel alone costs. That's the steering. Costs more than most road cars. The steering wheel of an F1 car.
Just the wheel.
Yes. Costs more than most road cars.
Wow.
Now, number 4, we have Formula 1 tires work best between 90 degrees Celsius and 110 degrees Celsius. Above 120 degrees Celsius, guess what will happen? They blister and fail.
Above 120 degrees
So
Celsius.
that means there's actually a particular degree Celsius, you must keep it, and they have temperatures all over it. Then you have the number 5. A pit stop crew can change all 4 tires in under 2 seconds.
Because because we used to see that in how fast they are before you know they will move. Like, they are very fast.
All of them, 2 people here, 2 people here, 2 people here, 2 people. Fume there, and the guy is gone. Now, talking about drivers, experience up to 6 G of force during heavy braking. So you know it's simulation. So they're kind of trying to the force to hold brake is massive and it's coming back on them. Then we have the car generates enough downforce to drive upside down on a ceiling. Do you get?
So it can.
Yes, that's what I'm telling you. That car, you can't own it. You can't own, like, you can't say, oh, I own an F1 car. You can't own it. It's more than powerful.
Yeah.
That it can climb, like it can be on a ceiling like this
and still be moving.
And still be moving.
You can drive it upside down.
That's why it's an F1 car. Now we're still talking about it. Number 7, the car generates enough downforce to drive, upside down. Then number 8, Formula 1 engines rev past 15,000 revving per minute.
Wow. Far
beyond any road car. So the revving, revving now, where you are trying to, accelerate the car while you're on neutral to, give to
that sound.
Yes, to give it that sound. It goes more past 15,000 revving per minute. Now you have number 9. A full race suit can withstand 600 to 800 degrees Celsius flames for at least 11 seconds. So that suit they're wearing, flames can burn on it for 11 seconds. It can't penetrate.
It cannot penetrate.
This is a massive,
protective
sport. Now, drivers train their necks specifically to handle extreme cornering forces. They corner a lot, so they turn around a lot. So drivers have to train themselves so that they don't, they don't.
While you are turning, before you twist your neck.
You twist your neck because the car is fast and they have to, hold it down. Now you will see that the carbon fiber chassis can survive massive crashes without cracking. That's the body.
Yeah.
Now, fuel is so precisely measured that cars often finish with near zero left. This particular fact is said to be, somehow, because some cars, some races they finish, while some other ones they don't finish. The fuel there finishes while some other ones. So it's kind of controversial fact. Then you have number 13. A single Formula 1 tire costs around $2,700 and lasts only 1 race weekend.
So after that weekend,
now
you can't use it again.
Yes, you can use it again because are they moving their cars? That's the question. How are they moving Formula 1 cars from location to location?
I believe it will not be driven.
No, now it's dismantled.
Yeah.
And rearranged. Then they move it back to for instance, there's another race coming up this weekend. It's going to be a double race. Now, how are they planning to move their cars? How are they planning to keep their things together? They are just doing it because they are trying to understand. Like you can't say, I'm going to drive the car back
from here. You are going to drive. You can't drive it, so you have to dismantle it.
Dismantle the car and then
you probably transport it with.
You really have to dismantle the car and then move it. That's Barcelona race is coming this weekend.
Wow.
That's the Barcelona race. So do you mean that if they're going to dismantle the car, that if they're going to drive it from Monaco, that you don't see. You don't see bus enter. You don't see train enter.
No, it's either they ship the car after they dismantle, they will ship or they will fly it. So they cannot drive from Monaco to Spain.
You can't drive
with that kind of car. It's
not possible to drive F1 car from Monaco to Spain. Okay, don't you know that's another race?
Yes, now of course it will be another race.
Let's go back to the fact. We have we're talking about the gearbox shift under 50. The gearbox shift under 50 milliseconds.
Wow.
Faster than an eye blink. That means
before you even blink one.
Before you blink, it has like you have moved, because they don't actually do gear in Formula 1. They are moving. It's what we call an automatic drive.
Should be automatic.
So everything is automatic, so that you can know how to position it. Imagine before you move, you don't have to put it back.
When you are driving,
and do like boss that is going to Ogwaji. you drive drag it back, and then you move.
No, that one will be too...
People that will pass you,
they will not,
you will be at the back.
Overtake you.
You'll be overtaken. Now, still talking about that. Teams spend over $400 million per season at the top level.
Wow.
So each team will spend up to $400 million. Now, we have cockpit temperatures can hit 50 degrees Celsius during a full race distance. So that's that board, that place where you have the buttons and the rest of them, even where you can match the brake, and it can hit up to 50. So it's quite hot. Do you still want to drive?
No, of course not. Definitely not an F1 car.
Yes, because these are the facts that most Formula 1 fans don't know. Because everyone thinks, okay, you enter there, you drive, you
drive. Something is like a normal drive.
Like
only the temperature that we are seeing here, 50 degrees Celsius.
50 degrees Celsius. Do you know what 50 degrees Celsius is?
Ordinary body temperature is within 25 to 27. They are going to be driving inside 50 degrees.
In a normal weather, you we've not had up to 50 degrees Celsius.
No,
like
not in
talking about the weather across Southeast, weather across our cities.
Even if it gets to 35, you'll
be sweating. Now the sun you are having is not up to 50 degrees Celsius. No. The heat from the sun is not even up to. It's not even up to 30. It's around 20 something, because it moves from. Okay, let's say it's up to 35. It moves from 15. That's the lowest. It doesn't go to 10. Now let me tell you another fact. Imagine that a weather is minus.
No, that one will be extremely cold now.
Do you get? It's minus 10.
Yeah.
That's minus 10 degrees. It's at the back.
Yeah.
So it's quite cold. So I don't know how we got here, but let's go back to the fact. Now we're also talking about that the Halo device can withstand the weight of a double-decker bus.
Wow.
The Halo device, that's the simulator, what you used to clip down to drive, can withstand, because it's going to be very, very heavy, so that they can be able. Now, the most important fact here, as we are going down, is you have an Formula 1 car produces more power per liter than almost any engine ever built. So radio communications between driver and pit wall are encrypted in real time. So as drivers are talking, it's not going to be hello, 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 are you there?
There cannot be anything network bridge or
There's
something.
no network, like it's real time. Like as they're moving, they are hearing themselves. Like you are talking, and
even with that speed there.
Like this morning now, I watched a race where the driver was, kind of getting back to those in the cockpit. Sorry, those are the beats. Okay, see, this guy, it looks like I was like a car run into me, something like that. Not like he wanted to run into me. The guys were like, oh, you have to drift off, you have to move very fast, and then don't say anything, just move, because they are communicating, they are having conversation. You have to move now. You have to. So, because you know how this thing happens. For instance, as we are here now, we are looking at the race. There's someone driving outside.
Yeah, of course.
Then me, I'm here. I'm seeing the map. I'm seeing how you should go. Turn left, turn right. Yes, because you can't see everything.
Yeah, you
turn
can
left.
easily direct him.
Yes, turn left, turn right. There's someone directing. Turn left, turn right. You in the next 2 minutes, because it's real time. 2 minutes, you're turning left. Next 4 seconds, you're going right.
That person has the map, so he can easily guide you as you're driving.
And also people at the back, you can't see them. So okay, we have someone approaching. You just have to speed off, and then you don't speed on safety lanes. You don't do that. What you do is you have to, as you're turning, as you're veering around, you have to now kick off. You must speed on the right lane. That's why they fouled Lewis Hamilton 5 seconds. Now, still talking about this radio. Okay, we're talking about radio communications. We've talked about that. Then the car weighs. The car weigh more, at least 798 kilograms. You know what it means to weigh 798 kilograms? Without fuel, heavier than people think.
798 kilograms. When an average human being should be within 80. In fact, if you get to 87, it's like you're even getting overweight. 80 kg, then something coming to weigh 700. Wow.
Just think about it.
I'm doing the calculation.
An average human being maybe could weigh up to
within 80, 60 to 80,
60 to
or
80.
highest 90.
No, if you are 90, you have to check. You have to see a doctor.
So then someone is coming to weigh 700, and we are talking about 60 to 90. Then you are 700.
So the car is heavier than we think. Like it's as heavy as we think? Because most times we are just looking at these cars and thinking, okay, they are just there. They are just, something you can just carry and run away, something you can just drive and move ahead. But they are heavy and they weigh a lot. So now, looking at this Formula One race and the fact that coming, seeing how Kimi and the rest of them are trying to get themselves together, you could see that even last night, even during the race, some footballers had to, go see the race.
Yes.
They had to see the likes of Ivan Toney, the likes of Hummels, Godzi, Hudenberg. They had to. They visited the scene, and talking about even Oliver Giroud and Pogba. They were there. And it was all smiles at the Monaco GP. And I will tell you, this is one of the race events that you have in Formula One that attracts this kind of
crowd,
the kind of crowd and the kind of the affluent.
That's why you have already said that it's an experience. So you can't not have money in your account that you say you want to go. Just stay somewhere, maybe watch it over your platform or whatever. But if you must go there, then you should be ready to spend some. Is either you're spending in dollar or you're spending in pounds. But you cannot be saying you are at the middle class and you want to go and watch such. Before you even get your flight ticket to fly over there, or let's assume you are already in that country, before you pay for a hotel, before you do this and do that, you spend a lot of money. So it's a competition for, will I say, the people that can afford it. So if you know you cannot afford it, just look for a platform. You also enjoy the races. And look for a platform. You also enjoy the races because nobody is forcing you to. Nobody forced you to. Except you want to go and you will not come back. Maybe the money you have will be enough for you to go. Do you even have the money that you will not come back? Maybe probably you can go there. At the end of the day, you are stuck. And then you look for something to be doing there. Do you think the guys have money to go and then not come back? Some people might go and they will never come back. And from there, they will look for one work to be doing now. Which work? Which work do you want? You'll be taking care of the yacht now. Do you think that yacht will be there forever? It will not be there, but for the meantime, if you work there for 2 to 3 months, you might recover your money and come back to your country. Yes. Now let's go over to the fight week. We are talking about in the world of WBA world, bat weight. That's the lesser weight than heavyweight title, where we have Bam versus Vegas. That's the fight week is around. And this fight week is something like we have always said, it's the week that you are getting ready, like people are going to exchange blows for money. People are going to exchange, so it's coming up this weekend. And you see, it's coming up on June 13th. That's the day that the fight will start. It's one of the times that you have been, you have to keep your eyes on the zone. Now, we have the fight week schedule. And the fight week schedule is something that I've also seen. And I'm wondering, you have Rodrigo Veras, and both of them are ready to, give out what they actually would want to see. Now, the fight week schedules are there for you to see. Now, for the first face-off, we have Bam versus Vargas. This is happening on Tuesday, 9 p.m. Yes. Then we also have a media day coverage, first race of which is against the Cardinals versus Martinez. This one is on Wednesday. We have a one by 3 p.m. We also have one by 9 p.m. On Thursday, 1 p.m., live media press conference. Then on Friday, 1 p.m., we have a live public weigh-in at a Desert Diamond Arena, Glendale. Then on Saturday, 5 p.m., there is going to be a live fight night between Bam and Vargas. What do you think about this fight? Well, these two people, I will not say I've watched them fight that much, but of course I'm expecting a lot. It's going to be a fight. It's not just about Bam and Vargas. There are also other people that are fighting in this place. So it's something that we are going to see a lot of, interesting exchange for blow. When you say you exchange, you go there, they give you blow, and at the end of the day, you are credited. So you are going to get enough. Let's go and collect some blows. Do your best not to faint in the ring. Then do your best when you come outside, you survive. You be credited. You be credited. You can use some of the money to go to the hospital and do some. Like Jake Paul. At the end of the day, you'll be credited. So, but just get into the ring. Let them know that even though it's one round you take and you are off the ring, that's a plus for you. But talking about the show and promotions, what do you think about how they are getting ready? No, definitely. This promotion can never be over. There's actually a fight, July 13th. We are not.
There's
We are
actually
not yet
another
on
fight, July 18th.
13th.
July 8th, like, sorry, August 18th.
Yeah.
So even in September, which the other day we showed our viewers, even till September there's a fight, and the flyers are
already, and we are still in June. This is the first week of June, and you know something fight that is happening at will I say September is already out. You know the flyers are everywhere, so you can't take away that fact of promoting what you want to do. We have said it over times that this thing is very important. Do your promotion right. Let people come and watch. Yeah, of course you are doing it for the people. You are doing it for people to come and view these things, because that's where you are going to get your revenue from. That's where you are going to make money from. Where people come and you get people to pay for tickets, you know, get to do other things, then you will make money. So we can never overemphasize on promotion. That's why we always say our Nigerian league, they should invest in promoting the league. Let people be aware of these matches, the time, the date, the stadium is going to be featured, the platform is going to be shown. If it's on TV, the TV is going to be the TV station where we are going to show these things. It's going to help the management to make their own money. I don't know why we don't want to invest in promotion and we want to make money out of it. At the end of the day, you keep spending from your pocket, and what you are spending will not be almost equivalent with what is coming back to you. So you cannot do without promotion at the end of the day. You
cannot do without promotion, but then we can also do without promotion. Because from this side of our world, we are seeing.
What are you gaining after you are hosting a league and you are not promoting it? Then where are you getting your revenue from? Are you having sponsors coming to sponsor the league? Are you having spectators coming to watch the match who are going to pay for seats? Are you not making your money? That's why the league per se is not growing to the extent it's supposed to be. Look at South Africa league. You always see it on Super Sport. When you tune in, you see South Africa league. South Africa, yeah, you watch their matches on Super Sport. Then why can't Nigeria league be, you know, viewed on Super Sport that people will get to see? Are they not promoting their league? If you watch South Africa match, the stadium is always full. It's always filled up. Even if the teams that are playing are in the relegation zone, you see people there. So you can't do without promotion.
The thing you can't do without promotion, but at the same time, you can also do without it.
Then what my own question is what is your gain?
No. What's your gain is not about what's your gain. What's your gain is that you are already not promoted.
You are not promoted. Nobody is seeing you. Then you are for me. You are just making loss. I don't know how you are making your income. But it's loss.
But it's going to be something you have to see, and then you have to carry on because here in our nation, here in Nigeria, we are looking at sports promotion. All we are seeing that is even the MPFL is not even coming our way. Like even the even the MPFL, like okay, imagine that we are trying to source out to
an app that you are going to watch MPFL,
where you watch football, where you watch the like
your in the country where you are, where you are supposed to be seeing it on TV live.
Now imagine other sports. Imagine other sports. That's actually what is keeping you, what could keep you awake and what could just make you not to understand. But for me, I know you have a wonderful way to tell these people to keep promoting the sports.
I've done my best.
No, because there's another sports we have that is coming up. That's it's coming up on Saturday, 8 August. Remember I told you about the William Samson. There's this fight is coming. That's the rematch. You will see it. Yeah. You just check. You will see it
on DAZN, of course.
Yes, on DAZN, and it's on Boxer, and also about Boxer renewing their contract with DAZN.
This fight is on August, though. Have you checked? This match is going to happen August, and we are in June. Can you now take a look at the promotion here? June, you have July, before you now get to August. 2 months after. They have already started. The flyers is everywhere. You are already seeing it. You already have where you are going to watch it. You know the time. You know the date. So how else are you supposed to promote this? This is a boxing match, not even football, that they are promoting 2 months before. Then you now want to tell me you are not going to promote football that is almost like the oracle of sports. Anywhere you are, you always see football fans. I don't know what else to say about promotion. I believe I've done my best.
We're talking about Boxer and DAZN. That's their new major chapter begins. You can see that as the Boxer and DAZN announced a new multi-fighter partnership. That's what they have announced, and it is something that we have been waiting for more partnerships for these guys, for them to come together. Yeah. And that's where they're going to have the right to broadcast to the fans around the world. And also, Night of Unforgettable Encounters sounds like a church meeting, but
no, of course the match is going to be unforgettable. For you know, this is a rematch. Of course, this is the rematch, and it's going to be something that people will want to see between Tory Williamson and Callum Simpson.
yes,
No, it's a Commonwealth super middleweight title, and it's going to be live exclusively on DAZN worldwide. It says here, it says no more respect. It's time to go to war. So they are taking away any no more respect.
He said let the grudge begin.
I'm not putting respect. So this match is going to be all out. They are going to go all out for it, and they don't have anything like I'm going to show you. You know, there was also a place I watched Anthony Joshua and his opponent where Anthony Joshua had to remove the glass that he was wearing, and the opponent said, I'm no more putting respect for you. When we get to the ring, I'm going to keep respect aside, and we are going to fight man to man. I'm going to give you that. And Joshua said, I was not expecting you to also show me respect on the inside the ring. Even you can show me respect outside now, that is almost like a show off. But when we get to the ring, I don't need that respect. Just give it to me, whatever you have. So it's a boxing match. It's a competition. It's a fight that you are wanting to win. I also have trained to win. So we are going to take away friendliness. We are going to take familiarities. We are going to take everything away and show what you can do in the ring. So that's what I'm expecting from
that's what I'm actually expecting. And then for me, I feel like we can do this together and then watch them and see.
No, maybe one day I will fix you. We need to fix you.
Please don't fix me.
You need to fix
I'm
me.
not the boss. I'm just here to announce.
No.
Interested
you have the stature, the physique. You can be trained. You
can't be trained.
No. I'm good in ref. I can be the ref of the match. Between you and I'm going to bring a worthy opponent like Mr. West for you. The two of you should get in the ring. Well, let's go for a short break. After the short break, we'll bring you other sports like football and the rest. Please, let's take a short break.
In a world where safety matters and vigilance saves lives,
information is power. Awareness is protection.
from our streets to our homes, from local communities to national security, Security Watch brings you timely reports, expert analysis, and trusted updates on security issues that matter to you.
Stay alert. Stay informed. Stay safe.
Security Watch, every week only on Aneke TV.
All right, welcome back, from the short break. And of course, the World Cup is on the way. Will I say 2 days to go now? This is already 9th, and we have the World Cup starting by 11. And we want to just give you some of the officials. The officials are already out. That's the referees for some of the matches that is going to take place in the World Cup. We have one of the matches that is going to be played is USA versus Paraguay, and the match officials for this match is Danny Markel, who is going to be the referee. Then the assistant is Harry Stegard. Then there is always two assistants. The assistant referee one by this side and the assistant referee two by the other side. We have a Jean De Vries. The fourth official is from Japan, Yusuke Afraki. Then the reserve assistant referee is going to be John Mihara. That's the person that is going to be, indicating the sideboard for substitution and the rest. Then the video assistant referee, the one we also know as VR, is going to be Carlos de Gero Grande from Spain. Then we have the assistant VRO who is going to be Dennis Higler. Then the support VRO is Kamis Almari. Then the match against Canada versus Bosnia-Herzegovina, we have a match official from Argentina, talking about Facundo Tello. We have the assistant referee Juan Pablo Belatti. We have also an assistant referee Gabriel Chad. Then we have an assistant referee from Saudi Arabia, Khalid Al-Turas. We have the reserve assistant referee Mohamed Al-Bakri. The video assistant referee is also from Argentina, Henam Mastrangelo. We have the assistant VRO Antonio Gasha, who is from Uruguay. Then the support VRO official is going to be Tatiana Guzman. Then the match between Korea Republic and Czechia, we have a referee from Egypt. Of course, this is an African ref, Amin Mohammed. His assistant is Mohamed Abdullagre. Then assistant referee too is Ahmed Osman Taha. I think all these officials, when they put an official, you have the referee, you have the two assistants, they are almost all from the same country.
Yes,
because
so that you don't go and officiate what you were not sent to officiate.
But I thought that they will have missed it when you have a ref officiating the two assistants will also be from both. Now,
the policy. Actually, the policy is changed because when you check through what is happening, and that these countries will officiate in matches that it's not their country. So why do you need to go and be traveling everywhere to pick the refs? So just speak from the same country.
The same country, the assistants.
Now, there's something funny that happened. There's going to happen in this World Cup.
Yeah.
There's no Nigerian.
Have we been able to officiate our own league?
There's no Nigerian.
There's no Nigerian official that is going to make it to that extent.
In fact, the only African official that was sent was rejected by US.
Wow.
So tell me how we can even, move forward as a football body.
It's not easy. It's not easy. But I think with this ref that I read out just now, they are from Egypt. That's
what I'm telling you. They are not going to be from the side of West Africa. Is that East Africa? Egypt, are they not in the World Cup?
they are in the World Cup, of course.
They're in the World Cup, so I mean, what do you expect? They should even have 10 refs from Egypt.
Well, the match officials for Mexico versus South Africa, they are from Brazil. Of course, the ref is Witton Samped. Then Bruno Perez, the assistant referee. Another assistant referee is Bruno Boschiala. I don't know if they are brothers. Then we have the fourth official, Juan Gabriel Benitez. We have the reserve assistant referee, who is Eduardo Cardozo. Then the
VR. Nicolas Gallo. Yes, that's him.
Assistant VR is Joan Aran.
He's from Colombia.
Yeah, that's the VR ref.
Yeah. Then we have assistant VR, Yuan Lara. Yuan Lara he's going to be supported by Jerome Brizard. That's the people who are going to. That's the match between Mexico and South Africa. It's going to be supported with Jerome Brizard, and then is the group stage A. That's 11th to 15th of June. That's where they're going to have the game. I would tell you for a fact that you would see these things, and you will now see there's no African. Except the Egyptian side, like those people who are almost having the same border with Europe, who are having the same border with,
And this ref, apart from that border issue, they're also doing well in their league.
Yes, you see the officiating when you watch their league. In fact, Uzbekistan.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, what they even call the league. That's the Uzbekis league.
Yeah.
They officiate well more than MPFL.
That's the problem.
You will see the officials doing well more than MPFL, having fair judgment on the pitch. That's what officiating means.
When we are ready to do the right thing, I believe we know it's not that they don't know the right thing to do here. We know the right thing to do, but we choose not to do because of, will I say, is it corruption or what? That you will know the right decision to take in the field, whether you are scared of the opponent or you are scared of the home-based team, that you don't want to go against them. We have gotten to that extent that we need to take things into order, put laws. If we say this thing is wrong, then it is wrong. Well, let's move on, going to the rumors in football or the transfers. Curtis Jones is being rumored to leave Liverpool. I don't know if you have seen that news.
Where is he going to?
Curtis Jones, yes, he wants to leave Liverpool. I believe he's either going to Inter Milan or somewhere in Italy. People are already asking for him. Inter Milan have asked for him. AC Milan are also asking for him, but at the end of the day, I don't know where he's going to end up. Then Origi. I don't know if you remember Origi.
Origi scored that awesome goal against
Champions League.
That goal that I think that's one of the best goals we've had in this
an
century.
Unexpected goal. I think it was Trent that crossed that ball from corner kick, and was it against Barcelona? They were not ready, they were not prepared, and he just slotted into the net, and I think they won that match 3-2 or something. But I think that's the last time I can remember Origi. Yeah, Origi does not feature in so many matches. He will just come in at the maybe tail end of the match, something. Origi does not start from zero. He does not start the match in the first half. He always comes in as a super sub and always likely to get a goal when he comes. And you know, it was someone that Liverpool fans always enjoy to see. Although they would not watch Origi much, you know, sometimes you just watch him for 10 minutes and the match has ended. Almost 38 matches in the season. He might feature for just 10 to 15 of them.
Same with Bakola.
Bakola, yeah.
Of PSG.
He's a great guy, but I don't know why they don't. Anyway, there are other people that are playing. That's where Due play. So for you to come in,
that's where Kelly.
That's where so it's going to be hard for you to get a spot. That's why sometimes players want to leave, you know, to get playing time. Hendrick left Madrid to go to Marseille to get playing time. Now he's having playing time. You are seeing he's scoring. So some other guys will want to get in Liverpool right now. There's a guy, I don't know if you remember, there is Chesa.
Federico Chiesa that came from Juventus.
From Juventus, that used to be a superstar in Juventus, but when he came to Liverpool, he has not had
and he's
time.
complaining.
He's complaining. He said if he's not going to get playing time this season, he wants to leave. You know, as a footballer, you want to play football. You are not there to come and sit on the bench and be watching others play. Where it's not like you have an injury, or it's not even that they are featuring in maybe second half, they will bring you in. Just last season, I cannot remember or I cannot recall if he was featured up to 5 times in Liverpool. There was a time when they brought him in second half, he got a goal. Liverpool were desperately in need of a goal, and he was the one that scored the goal. So after that match, I thought maybe next match we are going to see Chelsea starting. At the end of the day, he went back to the bench and he was there. In fact, he has been there till now. Rumors has it that he's still on the bench. Why people have gone no, he's still on the bench.
Now, also talking about transfers, where you have in the World Cup, there would not be Timber.
Yeah, I think he picked up an injury.
Yes, he picked up an injury, and that's a mess for him.
No.
Because he has prepared, he has given his best, and I don't know who they're going to pick next for.
They will always find someone to replace him immediately.
Find someone to replace him. Now, still talking about transfers, where we have Matheus Fernandes, who is said to be in the relegation spot with West Ham.
Yeah.
The price tag that West Ham, after having a discussion with this camp, is 85 million euros.
Wow. 85 million.
85 million euros.
That's quite big for me. I think that money is quite much.
Now, for someone
that is in fact, he's right now he's in championship, because the West Ham has gone to championship, and that price tag is West Ham trying to, but there are a lot of teams coming for him. That's one thing they also consider. A lot of teams that are coming for him. Manchester United have lined up Fernandes for their list. AC Milan are also lining him up.
Where AC Milan buy him now?
And that's the problem. That's why they are putting that big money. When club like Manchester United come for your player, and you see that they are in need of the player, you put money now. His business. You are the one that came for him. I did not tell you I wanted to say. You came for him. You are asking for. We have put at the end of the day we bargain. Maybe they bargain, but that price cannot drop to 60. The lowest that price will come down to might be 70 if they are going to bargain that low.
To buy him 70 million, don't you think it's too much?
Well, of course it's too much, but when you are showing interest,
if he delivers,
what did he deliver for West Ham?
And why are they in relegation?
What has he delivered for West Ham? But anyway, that does not mean he's not a fantastic player. He's a good player, but that price tag, of course, when people are coming for your player, you want to sell now to make more money so that you can go and get other people for the market. Look at Olise right now. Bayern Munich has put 225 million euros. If Real Madrid are interested, if you still want to come, because they are telling you it's not for sale. You said no, you want to put all your money there. They said okay, 225 million, go and bring it if you have. That's going to be the all-time record transfer fee for any player. Nobody has been bought that price before, but they have told you that's the price. If you want him, you will get him. Then another person in the transfer market that we don't know if he's leaving is Mkhitaryan. I don't know if you still remember Mkhitaryan. He plays for Manchester United.
Yes, I remember.
He has played for Arsenal. Now he's playing for Inter Milan. And they are likely, Inter Milan are trying to hold on to him, that they are not leaving. You still have at least maybe a year or two to play with us. But other clubs are also showing interest. We don't know if at the end of the day he's going to leave Inter Milan or he's still going to stay.
I feel at the end of the day he's going to stay because he's old. Yes, he's old.
He's old, but he's still performing.
It's old.
No, I know he's old, but he's still performing. He's not. Look at what's his name, Casemiro. Casemiro came to Manchester United. He was already at the tail end of his career now when he came to Manchester United. Mkhitaryan is not yet the age of Casemiro, so he can still come. Can still come to the Premier League and play. Maybe return to Manchester United. He might still serve 2 years for Manchester United, and he will still deliver. He still balls very well for Inter Milan.
Yeah.
Then there is a picture here that, okay, I don't know if you have picked your best midfielder from this picture.
Best midfielder.
Where they put somebody that is not supposed to be there.
That's the Caicedo.
I don't know why he's there, but of course he's there. I'm not the one that put it, so you are not going to blame me for him being there. But we have Bruno Fernandes, we have Vitinha, we have Declan Rice, we have Pedri, we have Valverde, and we have Caicedo. And you are being asked to choose your best midfielder. Who is your best right now? Not based on this season that we have just elapsed. Who will be your best midfielder from these 6 persons? Listing them in a particular order, maybe from top to bottom or from bottom to top. So I need you to give me your best midfielder with these 6 persons.
Remove Caicedo.
We just put him at the. You say that's the number
let's
6.
Say the last. That's the 6.
Okay.
The next should be. I'm thinking that 5th position is very critical.
This 5th position should be between Pedri and Valverde.
Pedri and Valverde, but you can give it to Valverde.
Okay.
And leave Pedri at 4th.
Okay.
Then number 3rd should be
Declan Rice.
Declan Rice, because he won the
Premier League.
Then number 2nd should be
Vitinha,
because he won the Champions League. Then number 1st should be
Bruno Fernandes. Because he won what?
Because he won Premier League best player now.
That's the only thing he won now. Look at people that Premier League best player he won, right? Okay, we agree. Vitinha won the Champions League. He won the league, French League 1. He also has some other cup, Super Cup in his name. He's still going for another cup, which is going to be played between PSG and Tottenham. It's not yet that one. They have not yet played it. Declan Rice won the Premier League. He's a silver medalist, if there's anything like silver medalist in the Champions League. And Pedri won his league. Okay, Valverde and Caicedo did not achieve anything, they did not win anything. So Bruno Fernandes only won the Premier League Footballer of the Year. And you are saying he's the best midfielder.
And then
right
when we
now.
go to the wing, talking about who is the best winger. And you know, yesterday Ulysses had to score a hat-trick.
Yes, in the
He
friendly
scored a
match.
hat in the friendly match. It was a good sight to see.
No.
It was a good sight to see. That's why he worth that 225 million.
Bayern Munich, for me, they are having Messi to even put 225 million.
They should do it.
Right now, I will exploit anybody that is coming for this. I will exploit this opportunity. See, it was like when what was his name? When they wanted to sign Mbappe, when PSG wanted to sign Mbappe from Monaco, you saw the exploitation. When PSG were so keen, they want this guy, Monaco said, okay, brings this amount, and PSG sent the money. So if Bayern are so keen, or Madrid are so keen to sign this player, bring this amount. 225 million for myself is not even the amount I will have put 300. Let them bring the money if they want him. Then look at these guys. They were asked who is your best midfielder right now in the Premier League. We have Szoboszlai, this Junior Krupi, Danny Welbeck, then Caicedo, and Jules Wilhock. All of them picked but just one person. The one person that you have said is the best midfielder in the world right now. I don't know if other fans will agree with you, other football fans. I don't know if Chelsea fans will agree with you. I don't know if Arsenal fans will agree with you. I don't know if Liverpool fans will agree with you. But
well,
there are players that are voting. We have players, best player of the season. This one is just exclusively for players, and about 5 to 6 of them from different clubs. This one is not even just Manchester. And I don't think there was any Manchester United player there.
There was
Groupies from Bournemouth, Caicedo is Chelsea.
And then guess what Manchester United fans and players would eventually vote?
No, definitely they will vote for.
Now still talking about football.
They will vote for him.
The women yesterday,
Yeah.
the women yesterday had their time where they defeated Senegal. You know that friendly.
Yeah.
We showed our viewers. They defeated Senegal 3-0.
Wow.
Where it was a goal scoring spree,
Of
and
course.
Ashisha Oshola and the rest of them had to register a both assist and a goal. And it was a moment that everyone was trying to put themselves to see. I will tell you for a fact that our Super Falcons, they are getting ready. They are really ready for the next competition. That's talking about. I really like this goal. Look at the goal. The goal was captured in real time.
Yeah.
It was captured in real time. How the goal was scored. And then still talking about that, we are talking about our men. Our men are really, summing up for the friendlies tomorrow. Talking about
Against Portugal.
Yes, against Portugal, the friendly against Portugal is going to be one of the games that would use to check and test how we have fared.
You know, I told you yesterday that I believe Nigeria will get a win for this match.
Yes, Nigeria will get a win, even while it will be the 100th cap
for Iwobi.
Yes, for Nigeria, for Iwobi. He was asked what actually it has been over the season, where he had to.
It's funny to know that Iwobi is already on 100 caps.
It's funny.
I used to look at Iwobi like a young guy.
It's funny to know Iwobi is.
He has got it to 100 cap right now.
It's funny to know, but I'm telling you that Iwobi is not somebody that, when he comes to play, he doesn't give his best.
No, of course.
From Fulham, you see how Fabio Silva has integrated him into his team. I'm not sure Fulham is ready to let Iwobi go.
No, not at this point.
Not at this point. You're still talking about the guys in the midfield. You're talking about someone who is a creator, who created most of the chances for the Super Eagles. You're talking about someone who can shoot from anywhere. When you watch Iwobi, you are watching kind of prime Okocha.
He has that long range pass.
Even when he doesn't dribble like Okocha, but he's more of a passing person.
Those short pass, long pass.
He has speed. So it will be, for me, if he has played for Nigeria, he deserves everything. He really deserves everything right now. Now we're still talking about that. Remember, the promotion for the match is not being the match is not being promoted.
Yeah, apart from we that we are now saying,
yes,
we are constantly reminded. How many people knows that Nigeria has match tomorrow? Even though it's a friendly match, we know it's a friendly match, but this match is supposed to be promoted against Portugal, the likes of Portugal, where you are going to get a star-studded match. Your country, this is our country. We don't have any other country. Nigeria versus Portugal. This thing is supposed to be shown almost every time. Look at the match that is coming up. Even though it's not taking place in Nigeria, but it's a friendly match that people would have loved to see. That the country, despite we did not qualify for World Cup, yes, but we are still a footballing nation. We also play football. We still have other opportunities to qualify for the World Cup. The CAF is coming on. The African Cup of Nations is coming up. We can still qualify for all these matches, but when we have a friendly match like this and it's not being promoted, we just tomorrow here that the match is coming up, some people might not. That's why we have said it. I think we have done our own part, our own bit to always remind our viewers that there is a friendly match coming up. We also said the one that came up against Poland, and now we have another match against Portugal tomorrow. That we have done our best. I believe these things should be more publicized so that people will get to tune in and view and show support for the nation.
But then, let's just take a look at the FIFA, who you think would really make it up in the FIFA World Cup that is coming, about the players, the likes of Kylian Mbappe and talking about Erling Haaland, Harry Kane,
Salah,
Vinicius,
Lewandowski. So who's going to be the highest goal scorer?
Highest goal scorer, best player, and then maybe best loser.
Well, for me, the highest goal scorer, I don't know if I'm going to
have Lionel Messi.
I'm going to be able to pick
Lionel Messi. Imagine this is the wrong graphics.
It's
because you have the golden boot.
Ronaldo
golden boot. You are putting Gyökeres beside Lionel Messi and the Cristiano Ronaldo.
Well, I don't know.
Golden boot.
I don't know who put there, who did the graphics.
And Isak. Alexander Isak.
There are 40 people that I'm even seeing here. I don't know how this person did this. I'm seeing Oyaziba is here. Pulisic is well, I don't know the motive behind this. Gakpo is here also.
Is here. Like what's Gyökeres doing there?
Well, he's a striker.
What's this striking?
He's a striker. He plays for Sweden, and he might get some goals. Sometimes you can get people winning, maybe winning 3-0, 4-0. He might be the only person that will score all the goals. But the funny thing is that him and Isak are in the same country, so it's going to be a competition for them to get to who is going to be scoring the goals, who is going to be starting. I'm not sure if both of them will just start at the same time, because both of them play almost the same position. They are both number 9. Outright strikers. They don't play. Isak does not play from the wing. Gyökeres does not play. They want to be at the middle, that's at the front, getting the goals. But for me, this highest goal scorer, I don't know if I'm going to tip, but I'm going to just tip just 3 of them in this list, and they are going to be the guys at the top. Okay. If you look at the top, we have Mbappe.
Okay, yes, I tip Mbappe.
We have Haaland, and we have Harry Kane. These are the 3 people I'm going to tip.
These are the 3 people.
But the funny thing is that they not put one more player here, which is Michael Olise.
Yes,
I don't know why they did not put him.
I don't know why they did not put him, but whatever happens, we're going to see. For me, I will still tip Mbappe and Lewandowski seems to.
Yeah, Lewandowski, but the
goals.
country that he's playing for now, Poland.
Should he change country?
It's going to be tough to get the highest goal scorer for.
We're going to see what happens.
Are you going to? Is Poland even going to get to the semi-final?
We're going to see what happens at the end of the day. That's all I know.
Well, Oliver Glasner, that's our last. I think our time is almost up, but we cannot stop without talking about Oliver Glasner, who have signed for AC Milan. You know, he left Crystal Palace to AC Milan. I don't know, how do you view this sign? Is it proper for him to leave Crystal Palace to AC Milan, or he should have stayed behind? Of course, he's part of the people that brought Crystal Palace to where they are right now.
He should move. He's a top team coach.
Yeah.
He's a top team coach. If you're a trophy coach, you're a top team, you are performing at your top level. For me, he should
But
go.
Is AC Milan the best place that
yes,
he could have gone?
Since it's AC Milan that came, it's the best place. You can't write off AC Milan.
I think that Fenerbahce also came.
AC Milan is better than Fenerbahce.
But is he going to win the trophies in AC Milan? Look at the way the AC Milan right now. Are they that trophy team that you are going to? If you come to the Serie A now, will AC Milan be able to lift the trophy this coming season against the likes of Inter Milan? Do they have those players?
Whatever happens, we're going to see. We're going to see that as the season starts to go. All right, this is where we're calling it a day. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you so much for staying through with us as we have been giving you the updates in the world of sports, starting from Formula 1 down to the welterweight, and also coming down to football, where we hanged our boots. We have not hanged our boots. We catch you up same time.
We just hang it for today.
For today, same time, same station here on Aneke TV, 8 a.m. We have started, and don't forget that the World Cup is around the corner. Get ready for the World Cup, and I am Good Hope Chukwuma, the sports oracle.
And I'm worldwide. You know, we will always be here to keep you updated with all the activities happening in the sports world. Stay blessed. Have a lovely morning. Bye.
Bye.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good morning and welcome to news around the globe on Aneke TV. I'm Princess Ken Ochoma. Glad to have you join us. On the headlines, abducted Oyo school principal appeals for help in viral video. President Tinubu begins FCT project commissioning to mark 3rd anniversary. On the foreign scene, Houthis ban Israeli shipping in Red Sea, raising global trade concerns. On business, power generation companies raise alarm over unpaid 3.3 trillion naira debt. Now the news in details. 3 persons have been confirmed dead following the derailment of a passenger train along the Abo axis of the Warri-Itakpe rail corridor in Delta State. Preliminary reports indicate that 4 coaches left the tracks. The National Emergency Management Agency, NEMA, has activated its emergency response plan. Director General of NEMA, Mrs. Zubaida Umar, said rescue teams have been deployed to the scene in collaboration with the Nigeria Railway Corporation and security agencies. According to railway officials, efforts are ongoing to evacuate stranded passengers, provide medical assistance to the injured, and secure the affected section of the rail line. Emergency responders have also commenced an assessment of the extent of damage to the infrastructure. Authorities say investigations have begun to determine the cause of the derailment. The incident comes months after operations of the corridor were disrupted following reports of suspected vandalism of railway facilities in the area. A peace initiative by residents of Maganmin Didi community in Maradun local government area of Zamfara state has ended in tragedy after bandits abducted dozens of elders involved in the mission. The elders had reportedly traveled into a forest hideout to negotiate safe access to farmlands ahead of the farming season. However, the armed group rejected the proposal and held members of the delegation captive. Chairman of Maradun local government area, Alhaji Bello Dosara, confirmed the incident and expressed concern that the community embarked on the mission without notifying government authorities. He reiterated the state government's position against direct negotiations with criminal groups. The council chairman noted that 11 of the abducted elders have regained freedom, while 39 others remain in captivity. Security agencies are monitoring development as efforts continue to secure the release of those being held. The principal of Community High School, Ahoro Esinle, in Oyo State, Mrs. Rachel Alamu, has appealed for urgent intervention following her abduction by gunmen. In a video circulating on social media, Mrs. Alamu called on authorities and members of the public to assist in securing the freedom of those still in captivity. According to the principal, the abductors are seeking the release of some of their associates currently in the custody of security agencies. She urged relevant authorities to carefully examine the demands in order to facilitate the release of the victims. The video has heightened public concern in Obomosho and surrounding communities, where residents have staged protests over the continued captivity of pupils, teachers, and school officials abducted during the attack. Community leaders are calling for intensified rescue efforts by security agencies. The Senate has commenced deliberations on a constitutional amendment bill seeking to establish state police across Nigeria. Leader of the Senate, Senator Opeyemi Bamidele, said the proposal is being treated as a priority measure due to growing concerns over insecurity and the need for more localized policing structures. Senator Bamidele announced that consultations had been held with key stakeholders, including the Attorney General of the Federation, the Chief of Staff to the President, and the Inspector General of Police, Mr. Tinju Disu. He noted that there is broad support among federal and state authorities for the initiative. If approved by the National Assembly, the bill will be transmitted to the 36 state houses of assembly for ratification. The proposed amendment requires the endorsement of at least 2/3 of state legislatures before it can be forwarded to President Bola Tinubu for assent. The Chief of Army Staff, Lieutenant General Wike Shaibu, has called on Nigeria's banking sector to strengthen efforts aimed at disrupting financial networks that support terrorism, banditry, and other criminal activities. Lieutenant General Shaibu made the call during a meeting at Army headquarters in Abuja with the Group Managing Director and Chief Executive Officer of United Bank for Africa, Mr. Oliver Alauba. The Army Chief said financial institutions play a critical role in national security through the monitoring of suspicious transactions and intelligence sharing. He urged the banking industry to enhance collaboration with security agencies to identify and block illicit financial flows. Mr. Lauba, who also serves as chairman of the body of bank chief executive officers, pledged continued support for national security initiatives. The federal government says it is reviewing its diplomatic options following renewed reports of attacks, harassments, and destruction of businesses belonging to Nigerians in South Africa. Minister of State for Foreign Affairs, Mrs. Bianca Dumegu-Ojukwu, expressed concern over the developments during a briefing in Abuja. She said Nigeria remains committed to protecting its citizens and maintaining cordial relations with South Africa, but stressed that continued attacks on law-abiding Nigerians are unacceptable. The minister recalled Nigeria's historic support for South Africa during the anti-apartheid struggle and called for stronger action by South African authorities to safeguard foreign nationals and their businesses. She also dismissed suggestions that affected Nigerians were involved in unlawful activities, insisting that many are legitimate residents and business owners. Meanwhile, President Bola Tinubu has approved measures to support Nigerians willing to return home. President Bola Tinubu is set to begin the commissioning of key infrastructure projects in the Federal Capital Territory as part of activities marking the 3rd anniversary of his administration. Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Mr. Wike, said the projects form part of efforts to improve transportation, ease traffic congestion, and accelerate economic development within Abuja and surrounding communities. The commissioning program begins with the 2nd phase of the Outer Southern Expressway. Other projects scheduled for inauguration include a Terra Road N5 in Life Camp and the newly dualized Airport Kuje Road. According to the minister, all projects have undergone final inspections and are ready for public use. Mr. Wike commended contractors for delivering the projects within approved timelines and attributed the progress to sustained support from President Tinubu. He also announced that additional projects in satellite towns and area councils will be commissioned in the coming days to expand and extend development beyond the city center. The Kebbi State government has approved the extension of the retirement age for medical and veterinary doctors from 60 to 65 years. The decision was announced after a meeting of the State Executive Council. Government officials say the measure is aimed at addressing manpower shortages in the health sector and retaining experienced professionals within public service. Commissioner for Establishment, Alhaji Awal Manu Dogondaji, explained that the policy also increases the maximum years of service from 35 to 40 years. He said the extension would help preserve valuable expertise and strengthen mentoring opportunities for younger healthcare workers. The commissioner noted that the policy takes effect from January 1st, 2026 and aligns with existing federal provisions. He added that doctors retained under the arrangement would be required to undergo annual medical fitness assessments and maintain satisfactory performance records. Wife of the Anambra State Governor, Dr. Nonye Soludo, has called on men across Nigeria to prioritize their mental health and seek support when faced with emotional or psychological challenges. In a message marking Men's Mental Health Awareness Month, Dr. Soludo said societal expectations often discourage men from expressing their emotion, leading many to suffer in silence. She stressed that seeking help should not be seen as a sign of weakness, but as an important step towards maintaining overall well-being. According to her, mental health is closely linked to physical health, family stability, and productivity. Dr. Soludo also urged families, communities, and institutions to create supportive environments where men can freely discuss their concerns without fear of judgment. She noted that increased awareness and early intervention remain critical in addressing mental health challenges. The Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, Anambra State Command, has warned residents against indiscriminate dumping of refuse in drainage channels and waterways. The warning was issued in Oka by the head of media and tactical operations of the Commission, Mr. Edwin Okadibo, on behalf of the state's commandant, Mr. Amaku Olatunde. Mr. Okadibo said blocked drainages contribute significantly to flooding, erosion, and environmental hazards, particularly during the rainy season. He noted that many flood-related incidents can be prevented through proper waste management and compliance with environmental regulations. Stay with us.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. Kenyan police have arrested at least 9 protesters, including former Chief Justice of Kenya, Mr. David Maraga, during a demonstration outside Nairobi National Park. The protesters, made up of environmental activists and civil society groups, gathered at the park's main entrance to oppose a proposed government development project within the protected wildlife reserve. Demonstrators carried placards and called for the preservation of the park's natural habitat. Activists argue that the proposed project, which reportedly includes a large parking facility, could threaten the ecosystem of Nairobi National Park, widely known as the only national park located within the capital city. The reserve is home to several wildlife species, including lions, rhinos, and leopards. The Kenyan Wildlife Service has defended the project, stating that it is intended to improve facilities around an existing animal orphanage. However, the arrest and use of tear gas have intensified public debate over environmental conservation and urban development in Kenya. Yemen's Houthi movement has announced a ban on Israeli-linked shipping in the Red Sea, raising concerns over the safety of one of the world's busiest maritime trade routes. The Iran-allied group said the measure forms part of its response to the ongoing conflict in the Middle East. The announcement has prompted renewed caution among international shipping companies and energy traders. Industry experts warn that increased threats to commercial vessels could force shipping firms to divert cargo through longer routes around southern Africa. Such diversions could increase transportation costs, delay deliveries, and place additional pressure on global supply chains. Maritime security analysts are advising shipping operators to maintain heightened vigilance in the region. The development comes at a time when disruptions to major shipping lanes continue to affect international trade and energy markets. The European Union has announced fresh sanctions against 2 Iranian individuals and a unit of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps Navy over activities affecting maritime navigation. European Union Foreign Policy Chief, Ms. Kaja Kallas, announced the measures following consultations among member states. She described these restrictions on international shipping routes as a threat to global trade and maritime security. The sanctions target officials linked to the Hormozgan Provincial Command of the Revolutionary Guard Corps, including Deputy Commander for Public and Political Affairs, Mohammed Akbazadeh, and petrochemical industry figure, Hamid Hosseini. The measures include asset freezes and travel restrictions within the European Union. Iran has condemned the sanctions, with Deputy Foreign Minister Kazem Garibabadi describing them as politically motivated. Iranian authorities maintain that their actions are consistent with national security interests and have indicated no change in policy. The federal government has directed civil servants performing human resource functions across ministries, departments, and agencies to obtain approved professional certifications within 1 year. The directive was issued through a circular from the Office of the Head of the Civil Service of the Federation. The measures form part of ongoing reforms aimed at professionalizing human resource management within the Federal Civil Service. Under the new policy, officers currently serving in human resource positions have been granted a 12-month transition period to acquire recognized certifications. Failure to comply could affect future deployment to key personnel management roles. Approved certifications include those offered by the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management of Nigeria, the Chartered Institute of Personnel and Development, the Society for Human Resource Management, the Human Resource Certification Institute, and Chartered Professionals in Human Resources. Government officials say the reform is designed to improve efficiency and professionalism in public sector workforce management. Power generation companies known as GENCOs have expressed concern over delays in the payment of debts owed to operators in Nigeria's electricity sector. The Association of Power Generation Companies says electricity producers are yet to receive payments under the 3.3 trillion naira debt settlement plan announced earlier by the federal government. Operators insist that liquidity challenges continue to affect power generation nationwide. Chief Executive Officer of the association, Mrs. Joy Ogaji, stated during an industry webinar that many generation companies remain under severe financial pressure. She noted that outstanding obligations to gas suppliers and other service providers continue to accumulate. Mrs. Ogaji argued that the total debt burden facing the sector exceeds current official estimates. Industry stakeholders warned that prolonged delays in debt resolution could affect investments, operational stability, and electricity supply across the country. Award-winning Somali referee Mr. Omar Artan has reportedly been denied entry into the United States ahead of the FIFA World Cup finals. Officials from Somalia's sports authorities confirmed that Mr. Artan was stopped by immigration authorities at Miami International Airport despite holding a valid visa. He was subsequently returned to Istanbul, where he had been based before traveling. Mr. Artan recently made history as the first Somali referee selected to officiate at the World Cup. He was among the elite group of match officials chosen by FIFA for the tournament. The development has drawn criticism from sports administrators in Somalia and across Africa. Officials say the decision could affect Mr. Artan's participation in the competition and has raised broader questions about access for international sporting officials. Nollywood actress Mrs. Aduni Ade has shared details of a private family celebration as she reflected on motherhood and personal growth. The actress recently revealed that she welcomed a daughter 2 years ago, a development she had largely kept away from public attention. She described the experience as a deeply personal journey marked by challenges, resilience, and gratitude. Photographs from a recent family gathering showed the actress celebrating with close relatives and spending time with her daughter. And now to end the news, the main point again. An abducted school principal in Oyo State, Mrs. Rachel Alamu, principal of Community High School Ahora Esinle, has appealed for help in a viral video released from captivity. President Bola Tinubu has commenced a series of project inaugurations in the Federal Capital Territory as part of activities marking the 3rd anniversary of his administration. Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Chief Wike, said the president will commission several completed road projects and other critical infrastructure aimed at improving transportation and economic activities within Abuja and surrounding area councils. On the foreign scene, Yemen's Iran-backed Houthi movement has announced a ban on Israeli-linked shipping in the Red Sea, escalating tensions in one of the world's most important maritime trade corridors. International shipping and energy experts warn that the development could disrupt global supply chains, increase freight costs, and place additional pressure on international oil markets. And on the business scene, power generation companies have expressed concern over delays in the payment of debts owed to them by the federal government. Chief Executive Officer of the Association of Power Generation Companies, Mrs. Joy Ogaji, said operators are yet to receive funds from the approved 3.3 trillion naira debt settlement plan and warned that the growing liabilities could affect the stability and sustainability of electricity generation across the country. And with that, it concludes news around the globe on Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking stories, follow us on all our social media platforms, Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Thank you for watching. I am Princess Ken Ochoma. Good morning.
Security is not just police on patrol. It is safety in homes, schools, markets, and mines. Without it, progress is impossible. Be alert, report danger, support community watch. True security is collective responsibility.
Good morning, viewers. Good morning, good morning, good morning. Welcome and thank you for joining us this morning on Aneke TV. This is the breakfast show Sunrise here on Aneke. It's a bright morning. It's quite a chill morning here in Enugu State. I mean, coming to work this morning, I felt chills and I feel a little bit cold. But then again, it's a bright morning and it's a good day to feel pumped and feel excited. I am Princess Ken Ochoma.
And I'm Uche Osai, saying good morning to you and to our global audience. Wherever you are, at home, in your office, or in transit, thank you for letting us into your space this brief morning. As always, we're here to refresh, inform, and motivate.
All right, Mr. Uche, as we are still preparing for, still in the week of democracy, is there something you would like to recount? Because for some of us that are younger, we really do not know what has happened. I think it was most recent that we started celebrating. I became aware of June 12th and the incident of June 12th. So can you before Friday, before we get to Friday, so maybe every of these mornings you just share one little detail of Nigeria's democracy transition.
Erroneously, I was quite younger myself. It was through voracious reading and keen interest on the political history of Nigeria that made me very much aware of things I witnessed but didn't take cognizance of. Then I became very much aware, and then I remember that as a kid I only followed a little bit of the trajectories. Then, it was a child's perspective of things, but I have a better understanding of what was happening around me at that time. I remember the sentiments towards the 1993 election, the SDP and NRC. I remember quite well as a kid, and then you see, one thing that stands out for me is that what we are witnessing today has been there. This issue of dichotomy between the religious divides. You talk about the Christians and the Muslims. And the sentiment then, I remember as a kid playing around, and then some adults, with the branded vehicle, then it's a Peugeot 504, thereabouts, branded. Then we are making us to, it should be SDP. Or NRC, I can't place it in particular. But they gave us this, the caps then was not these sophisticated caps you have now. Parties used to carve this face cap with paper, paper back, pull rubber, with the logo of the party. It was very much about the party then, than the individual. They did campaign about the individual, but it was very more about the party. And I did remember that they gave us this cap. Yes, it's SDP, because it has the stallion, on it. Yes, it has the stallion as a symbol. And then we were like, no, this is a Muslim party. We are not supporting a Muslim party, you understand? They were now, we were kids. Not of voting age, but I remember particularly that this individual took time to lecture us. Do you understand? And then much later, when I have gone into some operations, I now realize what is called PSYOPs. We are not the target. Our parents were the target. The things they told us, definitely we will report back to our parents. Our parents will see us with this cap, the regalias. So it was a mind shift. However, the point remains that election, I watched as a kid. I watched my father, I watched my mother going to vote. Even though they say children are not allowed, we were peeping, because my house happens to be close to a polling unit. And that is when I didn't know what it was. I thought that the reason for election is that you have to queue. I saw posters, standing posters of your candidate and party. So you go and queue at the back of it, the direct option, what, I later understood to be option A4, right? So I saw them queuing at the back. Then at the end, there's a stipulated time, a starting time and a closing time. So within that time, everybody comes to, they will first of all go get accredited, then come back. At the stipulated time, you go and queue. Then they wait till that hour. Then the electoral officer will take a count. They will start, when they count, they put an ink, they kept counting. So at that instant, we knew who he was winning at the polling booth. Your polling booth, this is the winner. The other person at the upload knew who was the winner. So overall, I wasn't, like I did tell you, I wasn't understanding what was happening, but a lot of the information started filtering in about a certain Abiola winning the election and then not wanting to give him, Babangida wanting to stay on, these were the child view of what was going on. What I later understood, Babangida had to, forcefully step aside and then instituted Shanikan, and overall, that result wasn't announced. The INEC chairman then Humphrey it wasn't announced. We didn't understand. Then it orchestrated the crisis. What was Christian or Sabiola? Do you understand?
Yeah.
Those from the north were coming back. Those from the west were coming back. And the Igbos coming back from the north, coming back from the west. At the end of the day, it snowballed into crisis. People, lives were lost eventually, and that election are judged to be the best, credible, free and fairest election in Nigerian history. Conducted by late Professor Humphrey Nwosu, what today is known as the option A4, was now truncated. And somehow, posthumously, he was now declared the winner. The result was never announced. From Shanika, Abacha had to take over. There were a whole lot of crises, that made June 12th remarkable. And then, still in contention, a lot of people don't agree that the democracy there should be on June 12th. You remember, it was the last administration that now moved away from May 29, which was significantly a very historic moment in Nigerian history when the military handed back power to civilians. It was very, very, historical that the military willingly handed over power. Abdul Salam handing over to Obasanjo, and then in the life of the last administration, Buhari's administration, they thought it wise. It was an APC government. A lot of the Nadeko, faithfuls, were part of the movement that brought about the APC. Okay. So they thought it wise to posthumously recognize the acclaimed winner of June 12th, then by moving Democracy Day celebration to June 12th. And that's why I told you there has been contention. I won't be surprised tomorrow a successive government tomorrow would move it away from June 12th to May 29th, and there's been contention. And the question remains that even those who are celebrating June 12th, to recognize Abiola, when the university in Lagos was turned to Moshood Abiola University, that's Unilag, they vehemently rejected the name as the name of that institution. So making you, want to ask what is really involved in this politicking and politics. However, let's leave it there for today.
Now, but that's one very honest question I want to ask. Seeing that we've once experienced a free, fair, and credible election, do you somewhere in the deepest of your heart think that, at some point we would live to have Nigeria experience such again during our elections?
Well, part of my advocacy and why I do what I do is because I hope that one day my children will be able to come back to this nation, fall in love with this nation, say that they have, that this is their fatherland. So for me, it should be a work in progress that we'll be able to hand over, a nation, irrespective of where my children are at the moment, that it could be said that they are citizens, but I do not, and I know there's this thing about a place you call your homeland. This is your own. And I want one day that my children should be able to stand in this nation, proudly to say, I am Nigerian, and not to say, I am this Nigerian or I am that Nigerian. They should be proud wherever they are. So speaking to an election that is free, fair, compared to that of June 12th, in 1993, the honest answer is, hopefully we may get there, but the crop of politicians we have today, I tell you, is no. Because what we have is men who don't have the interest of the nation, but they are interest. And in realizing this interest, politics, they tell you power is not given. You have to take power. And what we have in Africa are leaders who want to perpetuate and sustain themselves in power. And in that instance, you see that the Nigerian constitution is defective in this regard. That the process from the constitutional perspective has become rigged, such that you may not be able to have a free, fair, credible election if you do not start from altering the constitution. And over time, that's why I am so angry at the what we call the opposition, who have I'm sorry, I don't know what to use, a wrong word, but the opposition we have today are no opposition at all. They are people who are festered with how to take over power. A lot of disgruntled politicians who found themselves out of the corridors of power, wanting to get back, to sit at the table, to be part of the balkanization of the people's resources. So I have issues with them that if they offer what should be termed opposition, then we'll begin to have the conversation about how do we get to have a free, fair, credible election, which is why when a certain individual called peterobi speaks, I tend to listen. When he said, for him, it is the process. So the challenge here is that the process is flawed. And with a flawed process, you cannot have a free and fair election.
All right, I'm sure you're learning a couple of things this morning, even as you are celebrating a democracy week prior to the Monday on Friday. And, coincidentally, or, by some sheer providence, our quote for the day is a quote from the 1993 campaign speech of MKO Abiola. And it says, "No one can give you power. It is yours. Take it. From this day, show the world that anyone who takes the people of Nigeria for fools is deceiving himself and will have the people to answer to." I mean, you can imagine, picture 1993 and picture a man giving this profound speech. It just gives some pump in your blood when you hear that no one can give you power. It is yours. Take it. From this day, show the world that anyone who takes the people of Nigeria for fools is deceiving himself and will have the people to answer to. I think we are already getting to the point where people, the politicians and the leaders, are being held accountable for their actions by citizens.
All right. I wish we were at that point, that the citizenry are in that realization that they have that power. One thing that is known that the politicians, the leaders know that the power flows from the people, and they do everything to curtail that power because you have a population that is not aware about the powers they possess. The Nigerian Constitution, let me speak to the 1999 Constitution, as amended, it starts with the power, we the people of Nigeria. All right? Even though one is in contention that it wasn't the people of Nigeria that sat together, it was a military document handed over. But the Constitution, over time, the documents you inherited from the colonial masters from 1960 and the subsequent various constitutions that we've had accumulating to the 1999 Constitution will always tell you that the Constitution derives its power from the people, which is why it always says, we the people of Nigeria. Yes. And I pray that a day comes when the Nigerian people would, listen, to the words of MKO Abiola and realize that the power is indeed theirs. It's not for the asking. It is for the taking. It is for them to exert that authority, which is why the politicians are so scared of the people. So when MKO Abiola tells you that no one can give you power, it is yours. Yes, nobody gives you what is yours. Presence. No one would have to tell you that this is your father's estate, yes, or this is your father's house. You don't make a call when you're coming back. You just take your bag from wherever you are headed home, because it's your father's home. You know that you have a right to it. So until Nigerian people realize that, yes, Nigeria is theirs, I tell you, a lot of things will begin to be better.
All right, we'll take a short break. We'll be back with more updates. Stay with us.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly, with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
You're still watching Sunrise. Next, we'll take a look at the weather across major cities in the southeast today.
Good morning, Oka, Anambra State. The morning temperatures will start around 25 to 27 degrees Celsius before rising to 34 to 35 degrees Celsius in the afternoon. And residents should expect intense heat and humidity during the day, followed by thick cloud cover, evening thunderstorms, heavy rainfall, and possible localized flooding in low-lying areas.
Good morning, Enugu, and welcome to the core city. Enugu wakes up to a calm temperature ranging between 23 to 25 degrees Celsius before climbing to 30 to 31 degrees Celsius. By afternoon, the residents should expect a relatively calm and pleasant day with moderate warmth, increasing cloudiness later in the afternoon, and light to moderate evening showers accompanied by occasional thunderstorms.
Abakaliki begins warm around 24 to 26 degrees Celsius and soars to 34 to 35 degrees Celsius in the afternoon, making Ebonyi the hottest state in the southeast today. And residents should expect intense sunshine and heat stress during the afternoon, followed by strong thunderstorms, gusty winds, and heavy evening rainfall.
And welcome to Imo State, my favorite city of Owerri. Owerri starts cool around 24 to 26 degrees Celsius and rises to 32 to 30 degrees Celsius by afternoon. Residents should expect humid and muggy conditions throughout the day, followed by cloud buildup, evening thunderstorms, and moderate rainfall that could temporarily affect movement.
Good morning, Umuahia, Abia State. Abia starts cooler this morning between 24 to 26 degrees Celsius before reaching 31 to 32 degrees Celsius in the afternoon. Residents are to expect warm and humid conditions, increasing cloud cover as the day progresses, and thunderstorms with evening rainfall that may reduce visibility and slow traffic.
So, wherever you are in the southeast today, stay safe, stay cool, dress light, and do keep an umbrella handy. But remember, either rain or shine, we've got you covered. And this is your weather report here on Sunrise. We'll take a short break and we'll return with more updates. Stay with us, please.
Every day, your health shapes your life, your strength, your choices, your future. Because knowledge is the first step towards well-being.
This is Health Matters, only on Aneke TV.
You're welcome back. This is still Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now we're moving straight into our newspaper headlines and analysis for this morning. And on the papers to be reviewed this morning are from The Guardian, The Nation, Daily Trust, Daily Sun, The Punch, and Vanguard.
And joining us for in-depth analysis on these issues is Aneke TV's in-house analyst, Res Arum. Mr. Res, a pleasure to have you this morning.
Thank you for having me, Chair. We're here to do what we know to do best.
Yes, what we know to do best. But Mr. Res, has anything changed in the way Nigeria is treating you? I suppose you're enjoying 24-hour power supply, consistent energy, and then a good road network. Of course, you enjoy good road network because you're in Enugu, but how has anything changed in the way Nigeria treats you?
You're just overrating the government in place and trying to give them all the kudos. Where are all these things? Well, a few of it are in place. When you talk about roads in Enugu, a few are in place. If you go down into the Independence layout area, you'll find out that a lot of roads have not been touched at all. But at the same time, I believe the government in place is really doing some work. For power supply, it is still mini-epileptic.
Mini-epileptic. All right, but there is hope that things evens out and gets better.
Of course, that is the promise of the president, that he is going to give power. And if he says, if he doesn't give power, don't vote for him. So I think he's on it presently. You cannot say there's no power until during the elections. Then you find out whether the power is there or not. And then you'll be able to say whether you vote
or not
for him.
All right, there's no place like home. Soldier go, soldier come. Barrack remains. This is Nigeria and is our home. Government after government will come and go, but there's no place like home.
Certainly.
Okay, there is no place like home. And on The Guardian this morning on insecurity, Labour protests as Senate expedites state police. The Nigerian Labour Congress and the Trade Union Congress have threatened to direct workers nationwide to stay away from their workplace if the federal government fails to stem the worsening wave of insecurity. This was issued by the NLC President Joe Ajero. Meanwhile, the legislature has said they are working towards passing the bill this week to 36 houses, State House of Assembly, before it can get to the table of the president for approval.
All right, Mr. S.
For state police.
All right, Mr. S. First of all, do we take labor serious in this nation? They are talking about protests at this hour. Where have they been all this while?
Well, it is unfortunate that there's this kind of situation in Nigeria. You see, we are talking about Nigerians. We are not talking about people from the moon. We are not talking about aliens. We are not talking about angels. We are talking about Nigerians with the inherent factors in the way Nigerians behave. Nigerians naturally, given the circumstances they found themselves, are docile. That is why there hasn't been so much of a demand on the system. But what are they even coming out to do? They are coming out to actually dwindle the economy the more. Because the moment you ask the workers to stay out of work, Nigeria is losing. The people are losing and all that. And it is not just by asking the government to speed up action on the problems in Nigeria, which ranges from insecurity to the rest. It is not just by abstaining from work, by calling on strike, by down-tooling, by protest and all that, that the government, it's not the only way the government will be spurred into action. There are other ways that government could be spurred into action, but by the way of down-tooling, we are going to lose money, and it is not good for Nigerians, because there are Nigerians that earn on daily basis. It is only from what they earn daily that they used to take care of their family. So the moment they don't come out every day or every other day, then it means the children and the family will starve. So that is the thing. The truck pusher, there are truck pushers that are married, some are even married to 2 wives and, children. So when they don't come to push truck on the streets and the markets, they don't get anything. And that is the situation. So calling or down-tooling or protesting and all that, we can think out of the box and think about other pressure, ways to, make the government to act. The civil society organizations are there. There are other ways that could make government to act. There are ways some civil society organizations have gone to court against the government and giving them ultimatum to do this or that, and we have seen sometimes the results. So if the labor is going on strike or protesting, of course, remember, sometimes you're unable to control such protests. Whenever you say you are coming out to stay, you're unable to control it. Because hoodlums sometimes, most often, are looking out for this, to cash in on such protests and begin to, unleash mayhem on the public and unleash mayhem on the public infrastructures and all that. So it is not advisable. I don't actually stand with Labour on this particular situation. We all know that our security situation is terrible. We all know that government has been overwhelmed. Everybody, about 80% or 90% of Nigerians should believe that they have been overwhelmed by the security problems in Nigeria. The insurgency in the north has spilled over the entire Nigeria because it has come down to the south as well. So there's always stories of kidnap, killing, unleashing mayhem on agro settlements and all that. In Benue, in the Middle Belt, in Benue, in Plateau, in Kwara, within the northeast and northwest are the behalf of terrorism activities. So, and now we have such activities down in the south, in Oyo and the rest of them. Of course, you hear about killings in Ondo, kidnappings. You talk about even kidnappings, even in the southeast. It's only that some states in the southeast, like Enugu, have been able to, try as much as possible to put certain things in place to check the excesses of terrorists, kidnappers, and the likes of them. So, I think the Labour should allow the Nigerian economy to flow, because the economy will nosediving, more and more as they go into such things, because these are delicate situations. The economy is fragile. Nigeria is sitting on a keg of gunpowder in all aspects of their national life. So you find out that it will not work if we actually should put into consideration the economic effect, the effect on peace and conflict resolution, the effect on the growth of the country, the effect on development, and so on. So if we put that into consideration, you find out that such position may not occur well for Nigeria.
All right. While we may not side Labour entirely, for wanting to down tools in this hour, because it's a very delicate situation, and given that the economy is fragile. But the question is, should the government wait to be spurred into action before, knowing what to do or doing the needful to arrest this seemingly interactable situation in Nigeria? And again, what's your position on the issue of state police, given the lack of urgency with which the Senate or the National Assembly is moving to, make an enable legislation that will bring about state police, which everybody assume will help in stemming the tide of insecurity in Nigeria at the moment? And especially, we ask this question when compared with the urgency with which the Electoral Act was amended and signed into law, compared to the urgency of the moment.
When you talk about the Electoral Act, there was an act existing. It was just an amendment. So whether the urgency or not, there was an act, and the amendment is different from enacting a brand new act. Remember that the process of actually getting the state police working in Nigeria, we have to go from the amendment of the Constitution. After amending the Constitution, then you now begin to think about the act itself, the Police Act, in relationship to the existing Police Act, maybe a different or, build into the act, and that becomes the Police Act. That's where you now include the workings of the state police and how it will be effective, how the actions or inactions are going to be viewed from the perspective of government, from the perspective of the people of Nigeria. And you know, you think about a whole lot of issues. Putting an act together, a bill, sponsoring a bill to make an act for the state police is the second part of it. Remember that after the amendment of the Constitution, it has to go to the states. And it goes to the states to come back to the National Assembly, where the Constitutional Amendment will be done. And when the Constitutional Amendment will be done, they now go back to work. They go back to work to do the law itself, because the other one is a ground norm, that is upon which the law will derive its powers from. So they will now begin to do that act. So, and remember that in the course of all these things, there's going to be public hearings, there are going to be inputs and all that. It is not going to be shrouded in secrecy. It's not going to be done exclusively. The National Assembly will exclusively do it within the National Assembly. People will have to make input. So whether it is urgent or otherwise, it is even better that it is not done ragtag and it is late. It is better it's not done ragtag. It will be holistically and well done, so that at the end of the day you don't have cause to begin to complain that if it had been done this way, then something else would have happened. So for Nigerians to truly enjoy, if you are stemming the tide of insecurity, then you'll be sure that you have a police that will have everything it takes to stem the tide of insecurity. You have a state police that will be funded. You have a state police that will be truly armed, you know, given equipment to do what they ought to do. You have a state police that has a number to overwhelm the criminals. And there are many things that has to be considered in the course of ensuring that the police, the state police comes. So it's not about closing your eyes and opening your eyes and you say there's a state police. You see, the other day the president said you should recruit 1,000 forest guards. The recruitment has not been done. And after recruitment, they have to be trained. So it is even after the training that now the forest guard, and remember, because of the urgency, the training might be very short. Just like when people are being recruited into the army in a war situation. In a war situation, you recruit people into the army, you train them shortly and push them to the front. But that is not the ideal thing to be done. So we are expecting that we will have a good police. Let the forest guards be shortly trained and pushed in so that they will continue to do it until the state police comes into field. And let there be a holistic framework to set up the state police.
Okay, let's moving on to the next story from The Nation. It says, this is on xenophobic attacks. Nigeria's mourns retaliation against South Africa. The federal government yesterday said retaliatory measures against South Africa are being considered as fresh xenophobic attacks on Nigerians continue to escalate. This situation has forced plans for the evacuation of more than 1,000 affected citizens. And the Minister for Foreign Affairs, Mrs. Bianca Odumegwu, said all options are on table to retaliate and to repatriate everybody that is in South Africa that is willing to come back.
What is retaliation in the present circumstance? Are you saying there's going to be xenophobic attack on South African establishment and South African persons that are resident in Nigeria? So what do you intend to retaliate? You see, Nigeria has to deepen diplomatic relations with South Africa. And that is the way forward. It's not about retaliating. And sometimes NAS even wanted to come out to begin to attack South African establishments in Nigeria. How many of them? DSTV, MTN, and a few others. So, where is ShopRite? Most of the ShopRites have been closed down. Most of them. So, it's just a few places in Nigeria that ShopRite are flourishing. So, you find out that it will be counterproductive. One thing is sit down on the table and iron out certain things with the South African government. Then the government will now move into action to stop the South Africans from attacking Nigerians. But if they do want diplomatic relations between South Africa and Nigeria to fail, fine. Then the Nigerian government will advise Nigerians to stop going to South Africa, stop living in South Africa. In fact, there are plans to evacuate Nigerians who are willing to come back. And many Nigerians have lost money, through their investments destroyed. And some of these people do not have any other place to go, any other, investment. Well, if you take them back to Nigeria, what will they be doing? Are they going to be thieves? More so when Nigeria economy is not very stable. So the places that have found succor and they are, legitimate residents of South Africa and doing their trade and taking care of their families, those things have been destroyed by the South Africans. So you find out that the South Africans, the orientation of the South Africans is poor. Why do they begin to nurse such things, such orientation in them, to now begin to hate their own brothers? They should have been their brother's keeper, because we were the big brother's keeper. Nigeria did everything for South Africa to get independence. Then they put in money, put in diplomatic actions, and so many things. Musicians continued to do anti-Colobar songs with South Africa, and so on. And then the thing reached on until the world got to take certain positive actions, and South Africa gained their independence. And now, they are now growing wings. Nigerians are now bad people, when Nigerians actually help them to come out from, intimidation that they have been into since the 14th century. When von Bismarck, settled at the Good Hope, they have been under their control since then till this last century, when they got their independence. So it's unfortunate that situations like these are happening. And Nigeria should be able to take actions that are positive, not retaliatory, positive actions. Try, like I said earlier, serious diplomatic discussions. If it fails, then it means there's going to be a strained diplomatic relationship between Nigeria and South Africa. Already the presidential jet is on the plan to evacuate Nigerians, and the finishing touches are being done, according to the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Bianco Juku. She said that they are dotting the I's and crossing the T's to get as many Nigerians as who would want to come back to their fatherland. And they also promise to rehabilitate them and, of course, make sure they are finally resettled.
Right, that was quite in-depth, and I think you captured appropriately every part of it. It's obviously, you see that history has shown that most slaves would rather cling to the chains of their slave masters than realign with people who worked to set them free. And the case in South Africa continues to buttress that point. They seem to continue to want to, cling to servitude to the very people that orchestrated and necessitated the apartheid policy in South Africa, upon which Nigeria, like you rightly pointed out, played a very, very significant role in freeing them from their shackles, necessitating the visits. Immediately, Nelson Mandela was released from prison. The first point of call was Nigeria, where he came to thank Nigerians profusely. I remember very well as a student of history that most Nigerian children, were contributing 1 naira in schools for the cause of freedom of South Africans. Nigerians supported them heavily, and it's quite unfortunate that it has turned out this way. And this is not the first time. However, when we take a deep look into the conversation that Nigeria, is yesterday we read they're making arrangements. In fact, they've commissioned APs, and they're on the standby to go and evacuate Nigerians while they continue to facilitate other Nigerians that are interested in coming back. Truth remains that there are many Nigerians who would prefer to die in South Africa than to come back to Nigeria with no hope. That's the situation. A number of times we interrogate this situation. However, I want to look at the part of positive action by the government, and it leads me to begin to question what our policies are, Mr. Reyes. We've made a cumulative mistake over time in policy direction, which is where I think that a number of times we are going wrong as a people, and it comes back to hurt us deeply. I say this to say that when we look at our foreign policy, you will see that is that of non-alignment, with any national, however, with a African-centric look on issues, and we'll continue to play a big brother role. But why we do that? We opened our doors without seemingly putting bombs for anybody who is coming in. Nigeria became a place that any person from all looks and crannies of the world can come in, site business without encumbrances, which is why I'm talking about policy direction. Now, the minister is talking about, taking decisive action, and you did rightly ask, what can we do? Are we going to retaliate with xenophobic attacks? I know Nigerians better than that. They wouldn't do that. Then, when you talk about closing of businesses, which businesses are you going to target? A number of times, people would cite ShopRite is no longer in existence. They quietly left because the Nigerian environment is interactable for businesses. They've left. But, people mention other businesses like MTN and the likes of it, the DSTV. Unfortunately, why the concern is still in Nigeria is no longer a DSTV, a South African hold. They've divested. As we speak, the French have more stake in DSTV than the South Africans. When you look at MTN, I will tell you that today is MTN Nigeria. And who are the bigger shareholders there? Nigerians. So if you target these businesses, you are targeting Nigerian businesses that employ Nigerians as well. In other words, you are going to create a chain reaction that would somehow have a repercussion on the economy that we are struggling to consolidate. While we are consolidating the macroeconomic level on data, the Nigerian person continue to suffer, and then you begin to work to put people out of jobs and engagement. It has repercussions, which is why I said that our policy formulation seems to be the issue here. I remember quite well Nduka Obebena, the owner of This Day newspaper. There was a time he went to South Africa and he couldn't. He had to come back to Nigeria. He couldn't set up business because of the conditions. When I remember quite well, at a point in time when it was very difficult for Nigerian businesses to set up in Ghana, our neighbors here in Ghana, it was very difficult. But we have a lot of Ghanaian business in Nigeria. So the issue is that we have to begin to rethink. And a number of times we make these policies without having futuristic, tendencies and impulse in them. We are always short-sighted when we engage and do things. Yes, I will continue to encourage engagement with the South African businesses, but I will continue to applaud them that whoever wants to come back should come back to Nigeria. They should bring them back to Nigeria. But in all, I continue to see what's happening in South Africa, though our nationals may have a role to play to the seemingly hatred. Is not just about jollof rice. It's not just about their women preferring our men because we'll give transport and all that. But beyond those who are engaged in some nefarious activities, I feel, and this I'm strong about it, that if the leadership had done better for Nigeria, we won't be at the mercy of these other nations. By South Africa that we spoon-fed, to maturity, turning out to, want to mess our nationals up. If we do the right things here, people will be so scared to touch a Nigerians wherever they find them. But we've made the Nigerian the butt of jokes, the butt of laughter all over the world. And I tell you, South Africa may not be the last if our government doesn't sit up and do the right things. And like I did say, Mr. Rice, there are Nigerians who would prefer to die in South Africa than to come back to hopelessness in Nigeria.
Certainly there are.
All right, moving on is to the Daily Trust. This is regarding the 2027 election. It says, NDC strips Kwankwaso camp of tickets. NDC strips Kwankwaso camp of tickets. The National Democratic Coalition has reportedly withdrawn or revoked electoral tickets previously associated with the camp of Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso ahead of the 2027 elections. The development signals deepening internal disagreements and could reshape political alignments as parties and coalitions prepare for the next electoral process. In view of this, when Kwankwaso joined the party, there was an agreement to split position 60-40, with Kwankwaso taking 60. Now, when he became the running mate of peterobi, the old members of the party were aggrieved, saying that he has taken, they've been there, and then he comes and takes majority of the seats. And then recently they withdraw about 5 from the Senate and 7 from House of Assembly for the old members of the party, from his own members that joined him when he came into NDC.
Well, you see, NDC is a very new party. And when you come to, you see, when Nigeria was younger, or when immediately after 1999 elections, every other person that wants to talk about Nigerian democracy will say it is fledgling. That is learning to fly, still a very young bird that is fledgling. And today, NDC came into being February this year. So it is one of the youngest party we have in Nigeria. Majority of these other parties have been there for many decades. And you will not expect that a fledgling young political party will not have challenges. These are some of the challenges they are having presently. Remember that the leader of the Kwankwasia movement, Rabiu Musa Kwankwaso, was a presidential candidate, just like peterobi was a presidential candidate, all in 2023. Kwankwaso was a presidential candidate of NNPP. And when this alliance came into being from coming together in ADC, then moving over to NDC. Well, if they had agreed that he was going to take 60, it was a beautiful arrangement. But you see, equity does not help the indolent. When you are sleeping, you won't expect that equity will continue to support you while you were asleep and your own things were taken. Power is not given. Power, it is taken. So people come out to take power. And when you want to take power, you must struggle to take power. You must make some inputs to take power. You just don't take power because it is there for you to take. You work hard to take power. So those who were in NDC before Kwankwaso and his group entered, of course they were doing the thing, but of course the NDC was not as big, was not as known until the Obi Kwankwaso group entered. And that was exactly why they overwhelmingly asked them, they overwhelmingly agreed with them to split and take 60%. Of course, they did not take their 60% in the course of the congresses and the course of the primaries. They did not. Why did they not? Because they were sleeping. That is why I said equity does not help them. They were sleeping. So even during the primaries, and most of the primaries were done under consensus. Remember that the movement of the Kwankwasia is a movement that believe they do things the most peaceful way. So they did not even think about the option of A4, the option A4. They did a consensus arrangement. And when they did the consensus arrangement, people were sleeping and they all agreed. So until, you know, just most recently, people started raising, you know, as if they're waking up from sleep, raising the idea that, well, no, and now you have taken all. Where were you when he was taking all? You have to put in your own demand for it right on the table where it is being shared. And that's exactly what they should have done. But the chairman of the party, who was there before the entrance of Kwankwaso and his group, kept mute until most recently when he saw that the Nigerian way, they say water don't pass Gary. That's a pidgin English. So when they saw water don't pass Gary, they started agitating. So this agitation has brought about the present situation, which are being hyped. You know, the Nigerian situation, the Obi Kwankwaso that's been seen by Nigerians as a vehicle that would drive the major opposition political party in come 2027 elections. You know, they will hype it. Social media will boost and so on and so forth. And they're making a mountain out of a molehill. A young political party must have challenges, but these challenges will be resolved. The party is supreme. They will still come together and forge ahead and become stronger, even when they have. We have had problems in all the political parties in Nigeria. There's no political party that has not evolved through such situation. So that the fact that NDC is evolving through a situation of some little internal, you know, intra-party crisis should not be made. People should not make a mountain out of a molehill. It should not be made a very serious issue that will be bloated out of proportion. It is not well. So what I'm trying to say is that they will still resolve whatever differences. These are party faithfuls. There's no end to dialogue, and you cannot achieve peace force, but by understanding. It is one of the most popular maxims about peace building. So we are expecting that the party will come smoking after the resolution of these little problems across board.
All right. You know, that analysis was quite in-depth, that one may want to concede that yes, it will come good that they are party faithfuls, but I do remember that Nafi Gombe was equally a party faithful in ADC, and he has kept ADC in a place of that is almost sinking into the outer periphery of the circle. Kachuku is a party faithful as well. So I hope that this, you know, aggrieved individual will be so faithful to the party not to go the way of Nafi Gombe. However, I will concede to you that it is a new political party that is learning to fly, and then is a fledgling young political party. But the truth remains that what we are witnessing is not unexpected. It tells you that they are lacking in ideology. It is breath of ideological starvation that is beginning to show in the political parties. One would think that by the coming of NDC, they will do away with the shenanigans of the older political parties. We understand that every party, you know, have had their challenges. But I tell you one thing, why I am not surprised with what is happening. Because these are individuals with selfish ambition that just want to win election. They see peterobi and Kwankwaso as a vehicle for them to realize their self-ambition. And leading me to, what is the ideology of the political party? Are they standing on the ideology of the political party? They are not. And I'm quite strong about it. When you look at the situation in Kano, it's not just Kano. Look at the charade that is happening in Enugu. And we are talking about a party that is telling us that they want to wrestle power with the ruling APC that do not want to agree with their own system or ideology. But the truth remains that there is no ideology here. What we have is individuals who are hell-bent on realizing their ambitions of getting to have access to power. When we come to Enugu State, you will see the situation is getting incommunicable, that as we speak, the party is here to release the result of their primaries because of the situation of individuals who have come to congregate in this party, not wanting to push the party forward or not wanting to work towards, wrestling power from the ruling government, but each looking for where it will be easy for it. When we talk about the situation in Kano, yes, there was an agreement, and Mr. Reyes put it rightly. Power is not given, it's taken. You had an agreement with the Kwankwasia movement, when at the very moment where they were moving in, you will know that you have to concede to a greater force, and Kwankwaso represent that greater force. So by the time they were coming in, you knew that this would happen, which is why they went into an agreement. And then you got into an agreement, and then you started sleeping, and you said that the Kwankwasia movement or Kwankwaso himself will not put his men in place. Initially in that conversation, they wanted to take over the leadership of the party in Kano. Then after much negotiation, they considered party chairman, and then elected to have other people put in place. And then when you talk about 60-40 arrangements, and then you went to sleep, and they brought in their men, Kwankwaso would want to win an election. The party in this instance, and I beg them, they should find a way, to settle this situation, because he may begin to derail the ambition. I know Kwankwaso very well. He is not a man that is not. He's a man that is not scared of fights. He lives for it. He stands for it. So when you've taken his men out in the arrangement of 60-40 that you were sleeping when they will now position their people, I am for equity, but in this instance, the party should be careful. They should be careful, because Kwankwaso is not someone you toy with as well. While they find a way to resolve, and then palliate the situation in such a way that they would accept, but wanting to make a forceful change or forceful argument in the communication that Hussein Issa has put forward, the chairman of the party in Kano State, you may begin to cause serious issues among the Kwankwasia and the people that call themselves the older members of NDC. And I tell you, the Kwankwasia will not back down. In this instance, the 5 for House of Representatives that you're substituting and 7 for State Assembly may not be too much asked. But my point here is that they should find a way, to settle this thing so that it doesn't go to derail their wider ambition, which is having a go at the presidency. The NDC as it's set up, I tell you, may not be contending to win so many other subnational seats. Their target is the presidency, and when you look at the situation in other subnationals, and I started in Enugu State for example, you understand that NDC like ADC, ADC like Labour, Labour like PDP, PDP like APC, they are bereft of ideology. There is no ideological leaning. It's all a vehicle, a vehicle to get to power.
We all know that ideology is lacking in Nigerian politics. And remember, these people are Nigerians. This is the way we do things in Nigeria. You see, Nigeria has so framed up certain things, just suiting Nigerians. There's no ideology here. They don't believe in it. If there was ideology during the First Republic, that was when you had the regions. And of course, the regional governments were all doing their own thing based on an ideological leaning. Of course, during the Second Republic, there was also ideology, because we know that the Shekari administration was working based on ideology, and one of the best things they did was housing and agriculture. So housing for all. And what they did in housing is staring at all of us on the face in Nigeria today, at the various states. And of course, they promoted agriculture very well. So these were when we had ideology. In the recent time, politics has been so bastardized that we don't have a... So the issue of ideology coming in, and the issue of not releasing results of primaries. APC has not released results. ADC has not released results. Even the PDP and NDC. Do you know why? They are all waiting for the other, who will release theirs, so that they will not begin to substitute, because they all want to substitute for persons that they think will win election. That's why they are withholding back. It is not because of the problems associated with these things there's problem everywhere. In APC there are problems. People are agitated. The former vice president of the Senate is now in NDC. This is because of the problem in APC. Senator Amagege. And so on and so forth. So when you talk about ideology and then result not coming, look at what is happening in Enugu. You should have said what is happening in Sokoto. You should have said what is happening in River State. See, there are problems everywhere. In River State, APC is having a problem. There's the Rainbow Coalition Super General. I don't know. There's a way they call him. So he's there. There are problems everywhere. So when you talk about these little problems that are confronting a party like NDC that is very, very young, all these other parties evolved. All these other parties went through that evolution, evolved to become how powerful. I mean, with time, we will see exactly what NDC will evolve to.
But my concern is, you say that these are things that fall on political parties that are new. But in a time when we are looking for some sort of savior when it comes to a political party with structure, and for some Nigeria it was first ADC, and then we've moved to NDC. Don't you think this is not the time to start having little challenges, or what you consider little cases that parties encounter?
So far as human beings have daily interactions, they are bound
they should know what they are up against.
They are bound to be infractions and frictions amongst human beings in every country of the world, in every situation, in offices. Even right here in Aneke TV, sometimes our guy will just tell us do this, and sometimes some people will be disenchanted about that, and so on. So there are bound to be infractions, there are bound to be frictions, there are bound to be misunderstandings, and people who agree and people who will be disenchanted and all that. So it is part of politics.
All right, Mr. Reyes,
yes.
Agreeing but not conceding.
Okay.
You understand? This is simply old wine in new wineskin.
Yeah.
Yes. In this instance, these are all politicians.
Yeah.
Which the fact remains that there is a lack of ideology, and one expects that a party like the NDC that is coming to the rescue would, begin to blaze a new trend. In this instance, they should, that APC has not released its list. When we are all speaking against what is the mechanism of the APC, the oligarch, workings of the APC, then you want to now just oppose that and equate it with a party like NDC that we want to believe is coming to, blaze a new trail in this instance, or the ADC or the PDP that's now comatose, because I do not see them waking up from their slumber in this instance. So we cannot equate it that they have not released their own. If NDC have done things right, and they should, and believe in the process, because the issue here is the process. And I so much agree with your presidential candidate that he is so much about the process, of anything. And NDC should be much about the process. And if the process is right, by now, you should be, celebrating the candidates that has emerged from your primaries. You should release your list before every other person, meaning that whoever comes out through this fortuitous process should be strong enough to stand against whoever the ruling party or the other parties present going forward. But I still continue to advise, although advice is cheap, that the NDC should be careful in how it handles the issue in Kano State, in Enugu State, and other places. If not, it may begin to see itself derailed from the journey ahead.
All right, our next paper is The Sun. But before we get into it, let's take a short break. We'll be right back.
Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV.
You're welcome back. This is the Sunrise on Aneke TV. Now, moving on to our next paper this morning. Topic or headline is from the Daily Sun. And on insecurity says, Tinubu calls for whistleblowing against terrorists. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has urged Nigerians to provide timely information to security agencies by reporting the activities and movement of terrorists and other criminal elements. In a post he made on his X-verified handle yesterday, he described counter-terrorism as a national responsibility and solicited public cooperation with security concerns. And in a quote he said, when you see something, say something. When you know something, report it. That's on the Daily Sun.
Mr. Rez,
Yeah.
This is your president speaking. He said, when you see something, say something.
Of course, it is a position Mr. President has taken, and of course, most people would want to take that position. But it is easier said than done. You know why I said it is easier said than done? Now, when you want to involve whistleblowing in terms of corruption, it was part of a policy that Nigeria took, and it has not worked. It has not actually achieved anything. Now you are talking about whistleblowing to achieve the stemming of tide of insecurity in Nigeria. How? It cannot, because whistleblowing, that is where such person, the whistleblower, whenever you are saying something, whenever you are reporting something, whenever you are giving some certain information, of course, you are signing your death warrant. This is because the terrorists will come after you. Because the security agencies are also collaborators, collaborators in crime, they are devil in crime with the terrorists. There are chances they could leak where the information came from. And if they leak where the information came from, there are chances that the terrorists will come after you. So it's not about saying it. It's a mere rhetoric, saying, you see something, say something. Yes, Nigerians are supposed to join hands with the government to ensure that insecurity is reduced to the barest minimum. But it is not easy to be said. It is when you see the will, if the government of the day has a will to actually make people support them in their mission to ensure that there is effective security of lives and property in Nigeria. So, if it is not so, then the Nigerian people will be stiff scared to the marrow to get themselves involved in saying, giving information, direct super information on the activities of terrorists. we know some traditional rulers in the Middle Belt that once did phone calls telling the agencies, government security agencies about the presence of insurgent men, headsmen, and other bandits around the enclave. Some of them were killed, some of them were taken, and so on and so forth. So it is delicate to get involved in this, unless one is sure that when you get involved, your life is secured, that you'll be put to stay as safe as in heaven.
Yes, quite apt. Mr. President said, if you see something, say something. Don't keep quiet. And those who have seen something are indeed saying something. And I wish that the leadership would listen and do something about that. Those who have seen it are telling you about forced teenage recruitment into swell the rank of the insurgents. Those who've seen something are telling you about the starvation that is meted out to those who are kidnapped in the den. So I wish the leadership is listening and can do something about this, not to go, drop food for the terrorists, supply, increase their food so that those in starvation may. No, I hope they do something about it. Those who have been kidnapped, who have seen these things, have, come out to tell you their modus operandi. And those who have seen things are telling you that at times the information that we are giving is not correct. See the case in Oyo State. Yes, beginning to, the government says one thing and the bandits are projecting a different thing. So these are people who have seen something, and we suppose that governments should be doing something about what they've said. When we talk about those who see something should say something in this instance, the point remains that those in government who see more than the rest of us should do something about it. If they are looking for someone to talk, those at the office of the NSA should talk more, do more about it. So in this instance, telling ordinary Nigerians who have no handle, who doesn't know where and when next they will strike again to say something, begins to beg the question.
On the Punch newspaper, it says Nigerians spend 50 billion naira on US visa applications. Nigeria spent more than 50 billion naira United States visa applications between 2023 and 2024, despite a sharp decline in approvals as Washington tightened immigration controls and increased scrutiny of applicants. However, visa issuance declined by about 23%, falling to 87,300 in 2024 from 113,900 in 2026, a reduction of 26,600 visas. This is based off of economic situations and, of course, the restrictions, the major restrictions countries have given on Nigeria, particularly the United States.
Well, you see, the U.S., the Trump administration, immediately he came on board. He tightened the immigration laws in the United States. It is not just about Nigeria, it's about so many countries specially identified as countries. You see, Nigeria has been actually made a country of concern. And of course, Nigeria is seen as a terrorism-infested country. So the U.S. is always very proactive about their security. And as such, it will not be easy before you pass through the corridors, before you be able to get a visa to travel to the States. And that is exactly the situation. So the visa you have talked about is the money payable for visa application. It is not refundable. So the moment it's part of the revenue, of course it's part of the revenue accruable to the United States. They make a lot of money from visa. Israel too make a lot of money from tourism. Egypt too make a lot of money from tourism. These are countries that make so much money from tourism. So it is not an issue that they don't grant people to come to their country. They don't want so many people to come to their country. More so when you don't have anything to offer, because America would want you to offer something to their country instead.
And then lastly, on the Vanguard, it says how high prices are degrading quality of food Nigerians eat. Rising food prices are forcing many households in Nigeria to cut back on nutritious foods and opt for cheaper, less balanced alternatives. Experts warn that the trend could lead to poorer diets, increased malnutrition, and long-term health challenges as families struggle to cope. And as the federal government has raised a red flag over the growing food safety crisis in Nigeria, revealing that unsafe food was responsible for nearly 50 million illnesses and more than 53,000 deaths annually, with children under 5 accounting for the overwhelming majority of this burden.
Yeah, malnutrition is already prevailing in Nigeria. When we say malnutrition, we don't know much of dieting. You remember that the agri sector is not flourishing owing to insecurity in Nigeria. You see, the children of this country find it very difficult to be provided with their necessaries. When you say necessaries for children, these are things they need to survive with. So the government is having problem with managing the system. The agri sector is not working, and of course the economy is bad. Of course the workers are poorly paid. Of course income problems, even those who are working in the public sector, in the non-government sector, are poorly paid. So it's unaffordable. And the scarce food, because farmers are not going to farm, we don't have enough, the scarce food, is not affordable. The inflation rate is high. So people cannot afford to buy certain things they need to eat and be healthy. That's why the difference between our economy and the economy of all the other Western world. In America, the beggar on the street eats anything because the beggar on the street gets enough. Food is the cheapest thing in the Western world. The cheapest thing. You go to Europe, you go to some developed Asian countries, you have food. You take egg, chicken, everything you think about, meat, on any form, cheaply. That is not a problem. But here in Nigeria, food is a problem. That's why we talk about food security. And there's no security about food. And of course, the federal government has already raised the rate. You know what the implication is, that they are sure. And the World Health Organization also have said, the United Nations have said there's going to be a problem about food in Nigeria. It's a warning. So there's been several warnings showing that Nigerians are going to starve. And of course, they have started starving. And that starvation, it has taken over 53,000 deaths, a majority of who are children. You see, you find out that children food, when you have children that are taking milk, these are nutritional, items that could make them grow up and develop. Then you find out that they have malnutrition. If you go into the hinterlands, you see children that are looking like they have kwashiorkor. This is because of lack of nutritious meals.
All right. You know why I'm laughing? We speak a lot of Turenchi where there are no need for Turenchi. What is our problem? Is it the malnutrition that is our problem, or the availability of the food? You're speaking to a nation where the food is not even available. People are struggling on how to find out what their next meal will be. You are talking about nutrition. Most Nigerians don't care about nutrition. What they care about is availability of food. Can they get the garri to drink? A lot of Nigerians cannot afford the next meal. They can't even afford the garri, which seems to be the cheapest staple food that we have available in this nation. They can't afford it. And you're talking about nutrition. Who talks about nutrition when you've not filled your stomach? These are the issues. And why is it in this getting attention? Because of unavailability. the government, talking about nutrition and malnutrition is taking attention away from the issue. The point remains that we can't produce. Yes, we can't. How do you produce when you can't go to the farms? When your farmlands are now inhabited by bandits who, take it as their own barracks to ask for ransom. The point here is not about malnutrition. It's about availability of food. Mr. Reyes, let's call a spade without being scared of whose us is God. The point is that we failed the Nigerian people. That when we talk about malnutrition, what we are simply talking about is that the food is not available. And if nothing is done, the 50 million illness, the 53 million deaths will be child's play. Yes, and it's worrisome that in this instance that you may not ask to be paid, it will not ask for ransom. In this instance, you pay the instant repercussion. Why are people having ulcers? I keep speaking to ulcers a lot because there are many people in Nigeria who are suffering from the ulcer orchestrated by hunger. And then you have the other people at the other divide who equally are having ulcer, but is orchestrated by overfill. And the point remains that until we begin to, have a hand on the security situation in Nigeria, we may continue to speak to food security. When we talk about food security, what we are talking about? One is about availability. Two is accessibility. Then the other one is it nutritious? And you must have access, you must have availability before you talk about it being nutritious. And unfortunately, our situation is so dicey that we are, without wanting to agree, in the situation people in Somalia find themselves in, where you have wars, is quite unfortunate. And we must say it, that a nation that is said not to be at war, receives food aid from a country that's bedeviled by war. Ukraine has crisis. It's been fighting with Russia. And they help this country with wheat. Is it not a sorry situation? Shouldn't we be ashamed of ourselves? And here we're talking about nutrition. And I say, nobody talks about nutrition. Even the scientists and others will tell you that first of all, there has to be availability of what to eat. He mentioned it, Bruce has a way of, analyzing and then piecing these situations. When a lot of our people that travel, the first problem they have is how to curtail obesity because food is available. The first thing they see in lobsters is protein. They have access to chicken, egg. The cheapest thing you can afford is chicken. For how much cents you go and get chicken? So you see themselves, they begin to work to curtail themselves from bloating up. Whereas here, when you manage to, I know there are children who have not seen a piece of meat in years, and you're talking about malnutrition. The point remains that until you make this nation habitable, and it's becoming more inhabitable every day, you have children who are in the bandits den, and you're talking about malnutrition. The point is not malnutrition. The point is that we are going to face a much, much bigger issue, which is hunger, if nothing is done about it. So this issue of see something, say something, and then the other time we're talking about, is it US generating 50 billion from, it's too small from what I expect. There's no Nigerian who doesn't want to leave Nigeria, except those who are the hem of affairs in this instance, who are sharing in the if there's any cake, who are partaking in the sharing of the cake in this instance. These are people who don't want to read. I was thinking that the US government should be raking in more than 50 billion. The only issue I have with them, and I don't have issue with any Nigerian who wants to live. Of course, we always say that Nigerians will be built by Nigerians, but you have to be alive to build Nigeria. So when the only issue I have with the US government and other embassies in Nigeria is that when people apply, not some of us who are lucky, when people apply, they don't, if they are denied, they don't refund them. And these are the issues the government should be looking into, because there is a whole lot of foreign exchange moving away from this nation. And let me tell you the fact is that the US will never, the figure you have is not accurate. I will argue that from where I come from and from what I know, the US will not give you the accurate data of what they are making from your country from visas. They won't. So this number you're seeing, why it is wrong, the government should begin to interact with embassies. If you deny somebody's visa Ask him, tell me why you're denying him. Take your processive fee, return the rest. Nigerians will continue to sell landed properties and everything to run away from this nation for multiple reasons. You have insecurity, you have food shortage. There are a whole lot of things going on in Nigeria that one has to interact. So when we talk about malnutrition, yes, Mr. Ray said it properly. The children in Nigeria, they will continue to be malnourished because a lot of families cannot. Let me ask, go and ask the Gen Zs what is naan. Go and ask them what is naan. Many of them don't know what is naan. Many of them don't know what the full nutrients is required. You have ogi, pap for children. Many people cannot afford the SME and SMA gold that you have. So these are the issues.
Now it has become more of quantity than quality.
Survival.
Whatever your money can buy in a larger
survival. So people talk about survival. You know, when I interact and read about the Nigerian Civil War, which is a whole lot of issues I have with Nigerian situation, that we can't handle the insurgency in Nigeria. When Awolowo did propose that hunger is a very tool in war, and the Biafran children were starved. The number of persons that were lost to starvation in Nigeria in the Biafran divide were more than those who were killed at the other divide. These are issues, but let's leave it for some other day.
All right, we'll leave it for some other day. We are Nigerians, and of course, as always, the concerns of Nigeria will be forefront in our hearts. That's much we can take this morning on the show Sunrise here on Aneke TV. Till I come your way again tomorrow, I'll leave you once again with this quote for today, and it's from MKO Abiola. It says, "No one can give you power. It is yours. Take it. From this day, show the world that anyone who takes the people of Nigeria for fools is deceiving himself and will have the people to answer to." I am Princess Ken Ochomma.
And Mr. Resarum, thank you for those incisive, in-depth news analysis. Though we always continue to, disagree on opposition politics in Nigeria. But thank you very much.
Thank you for having me, and thank you, viewer, for being there for us. Keep on watching Aneke TV until we meet again.
And I'm Uche Osai. Remember, you're not here to be average. Be unique. Keep watching Aneke TV. It will come your way same time tomorrow. Bye-bye.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world.
As political activities continue ahead of the 2027 general elections, concerns are again mounting over the increasing use of inflammatory language, ethnic profiling, religious intolerance, and misinformation during political campaigns. Political scientists and democracy advocates warn that hate speech remains one of the greatest threats to peaceful elections and national unity in Nigeria. Studies show that divisive political messaging has repeatedly contributed to tension, voter intimidation, and violence during election cycles.
The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has repeatedly cautioned political parties and supporters against the use of abusive, provocative, and discriminatory campaign language. Ahead of the 2023 elections, INEC warned politicians to avoid what it described as bullying, cyber abuse, and hate speeches, capable of undermining peaceful campaigns and democratic stability. The United Nations also raised concerns over Nigeria's political climate before the 2023 elections. The UN resident and humanitarian coordinator in Nigeria, Matthias Schimel, warned that election violence starts with divisive statements and hate speech, urging politicians and supporters to focus on issue-based campaigns instead of inflammatory rhetoric. Political observers say Nigeria has witnessed several dangerous examples over the years. Following the 2011 presidential election, post-election violence erupted in parts of northern Nigeria after months of heated political rhetoric. Resulting in deaths, destruction of property, and mass displacement. Researchers studying the elections of 2011 2015 and 2019 concluded that hate speech had become a major driver of election violence in Nigeria's democratic process. During the 2015 and 2023 election cycles, several campaign messages on television, radio, and social media openly portrayed opponents as enemies of particular ethnic, regional, or religious groups. The National Broadcasting Commission, NBC, repeatedly sanctioned media organizations for airing inflammatory political content capable of inciting hatred and public disorder. In February 2023, the NBC fined a television station over what it described as hate speech and inflammatory comments linked to election coverage. Experts say the rise of digital media has significantly expanded the spread of political hate speech in Nigeria. According to a recent academic study published by the University
University of Just Journal of Political Science, Facebook, WhatsApp, X, formerly Twitter, and other platforms were widely used during the 2023 presidential election campaigns to spread divisive narratives, misinformation, and hostile political propaganda. Another research project titled Eco-Hate found increasing levels of abusive and hate-filled political conversations online, particularly during elections in Lagos and other politically sensitive states. Political communication experts say hate speech often succeeds because it manipulates fear, identity, and historical grievances. Instead of discussing policies on the economy, education, insecurity, healthcare, and infrastructure, some politicians and supporters resort to ethnic stereotypes, religious sentiments, and personal attacks to influence voters. Analysts warn that such rhetoric weakens democratic institutions, deepens social divisions, and distracts citizens from issue-based political engagement. The National Peace Committee, civil society organizations, religious leaders, and traditional rulers have repeatedly appealed to political actors to embrace peaceful campaigns and responsible communication. INEC said Section 92 of the Electoral Act prohibits abusive language and campaign messages capable of provoking ethnic, tribal, or religious hatred. Media professionals are also being urged to strengthen fact-checking and avoid amplifying inflammatory political narratives. Communication scholars maintain that journalists, broadcasters, and social media influencers have a major responsibility to promote accuracy, fairness, and national cohesion during elections. Observers further note that ordinary citizens also play a crucial role. They say voters must avoid sharing unverified political content online, especially emotionally charged messages designed to provoke anger, hatred, or violence. As Nigeria prepares for another electoral cycle, democracy advocates insist that political competition must focus on ideas, competence, accountability, and national development, rather than division and intolerance. They warn that when hate speech replaces constructive debate, democracy itself becomes endangered.
Thanks for joining us and welcome to The Insight. I am Uche Osai. Remember, The Insight is the program where we bring to you a bit of issues, politics, policies, personalities shaping our nation. And today on The Insight, the political chessboard is shifting and the early move towards 2027 are already exposing the battle lines. Peterobi's emergence as a serious contender, the unsettled alliance questions and around Kwankwaso, the rising tension between the obedient and Kwankwasia movements, and the collapse of broader opposition coalition all point to one hard truth: the race has begun. The victory is far from guaranteed. What does Peterobi's new political position really mean for Nigeria's opposition? Can a movement built on passion, loyalty, and public frustration transform into a structure strong enough to challenge the incumbent power bloc in 2027? Or are we watching the familiar story of hope, momentum, and fragmentation play out once again? These are not just political questions. They go to the heart of leadership, strategy, and the future of Nigeria's democracy. And to help us examine this unfolding story, we are joined by an obedient general, Mr. Ajudichukwu Edechina, the spokesperson, Enugu State Obedient Movement, who will bring insight, perspective, and perhaps the hard truths to this moment that this moment demands. Mr. Ajudichukwu, it's a pleasure to have you on the Insight.
Thank you for having me.
It's been a long time or so. That should be last year.
Yes.
And here we are now. All right, let's get into this whole situation. It's a build up to 2027. In fact, with your principal now in NDC, the dynamics have so much changed. But let's start first of all with a congratulations on his passing the screening of the new political party NDC. Where does that leave you, the Obedient Movement?
Thank you for having me, and to the viewers out there, thank you for watching. After the 2023 election, our principal, Mr. Peterobi, said that he's going to be here with us till the end, and he promised us that he's going to be on the ballot come what may. And he stood with us, not just the obedient, but when he says he's going to be with us, he's talking about the people of Nigeria. He stood with us. He spoke to the issues as they are happening, the issues as being projected. He spoke to various things since 2023. He has been consistent, So imagine now in this, our new party, the Nigerian Democratic Congress, it's part of the strategy for putting Nigeria in the trajectory for development. When we say a new Nigeria is possible, it's not just a mantra, right? It's a conscious effort that we're making to see that we do everything possible to rescue our people from their current oppressors.
All right, before we talk about rescuing the people from their current oppressors, as you would want us to believe, let's look at this movement to NDC. Why did you really move to NDC? Is it based on the fact that he must be on the ballot?
Yes, our principal have said that he's not desperate to be president.
But he shows some sort of desperation for him to move.
No, it is not an act of desperation, but it's a strategic positioning.
Strategic positioning.
Yes. If you remember, in 2023, many of us obedient weren't partisan. Weren't partisan per se. We were in PDP with Obi. Some of us were in PDP doing the partisan politics with Obi. And we started agitating for him to be given the ticket because, as at that time, he was the best candidate on the table. PDP refused to do that, and then they said we were 4 people
tweeting in a room,
and those 4 persons tweeting in a room produced 6 million votes as announced by INEC. We know we had more than that. So after that, we decided first to form our political party. We made moves to register our own political party, built from the ground up. Those moves were thwarted by the powers that be, and we started to talk. Everybody know what happened with the Labour Party, how Labour Party was divided and practically was killed, and we started looking for a consolidated opposition. But when this whole coalition conversation started, Mr. Peterobi was also very straightforward that he's not going to be in a coalition that does not serve the interests of the Nigerian people. And he gave up his position with the Labour Party, and on the 31st of December last year, we moved into the ADC, the African Democratic Congress. When I mean we, he enjoyed all obedient movement, that we are not going to stay on the sideline this time around, but since we failed to register a political party, that every political party that we are going to run under, we are going to be part of those political parties. So we moved into the NDC. And moving into the NDC, you could see what happened when we moved. You remember when other politicians moved into the ADC, and when we moved, ADC practically became the opposition party in the country, right? The momentum moved with them. Everybody was talking about ADC and all that. And our request was still the same, that looking at the calibers of people that is, gunning for the presidency in the ADC, our principal, Mr. Peterobi, is still the best ahead of all of them. And we wanted to, for them, he asked for specific things. First, zone this ticket to the south, right? With the spirit of zoning that is, within the political system of Nigeria. But that was not done. The second one is that we're going to do primaries, right? Let's go out there, test our popularity, and let the people vote for who they want to lead. But that was also not being very straightforward.
Being in fairness to the ADC, they've always come out publicly to speak that the OB and the obedient movement wanted a consensus that would be Mr. Peterobi at the focal point in this instance.
No, that we wanted a consensus. It's a different question whether we also wanted to go through the process. We wanted to.
Was Peterobi willing to go through the primaries?
Primaries. First, zone this in the spirit of fairness. Zone this to the south.
Okay. What you're telling us is that Peterobi would have wanted to go into the primaries if he zoned to the south.
Zone this to the south.
Was he scared of Atiku Abubakar in the primaries?
It's not being scared about Atiku Abubakar, right? It's not, in the words of Mr. Amechi, Atiku Abubakar have been a serial loser, from 1999. So it's not Atiku in his person.
Sorry, Mr. Ajidishku. Let's put it in the right perspective. He's been losing at the national election, but he's been winning primaries. On record, he just lost one primaries.
No, well, he lost to
Muhammadu Buhari, and that's the only primaries he has lost.
Kwankwaso came second. He came third in that. And then if you listen to wike and what happened in the PDP, that PDP is now dead, it was still the Atiku factor, right? It was still the Atiku factor. So, and now look at what is happening. Mr. Amechi had to go on TV to say a couple of things a few days back, just 2 days ago, to say that the cracks is already, coming up within the ADC. But that's aside. We've maintained on the process that selects a leader, and we were willing to go through that process, in fairness, equity, and that's what we asked. And that was not being provided within the ADC. It was a toxic environment for us to be in, right? But we came in, we promoted ADC. We asked. I was on radio. I was everywhere. We're asking people to join. One, why we're asking people to join, not to just become a political party card carrying member, no, but to also be involved in the process, because we now know that before leaders can emerge, they have to go through the process. They have to go through the screening. They have to come to the people, to present themselves to the people, and the people will have to vote. If consensus is not agreed, the people will come to vote for their preferred candidates. So that's what we were expecting in ADC, but it didn't happen. And by the time we went for the national convention in ADC, you could see where the ticket was going. The OK movements already kicked off. You could see the momentum. You could see the hope that it's now coming back again. People that have lost interest, is this going to happen, started showing up interest again, just by the mention of Obi Kwankwaso merger. And we are thinking that with this new hope, with this new interest that the ADC will do the right thing, just like we asked the PDP to do the right thing, that the ADC will do the right thing and zone these tickets to the south. Zone the ticket to the south, let us now go into the field, go through the process and produce a candidate. But they didn't do that. Up till now, the ADC have not even decided where they are going to be. But unfortunately for them, they are no longer a conversation. I don't think anybody comes down to discuss ADC.
Because you've moved and then you have a ticket in your hands. But let me, before I let go that issue, let me ask this question. You know, when always people talk about the interests of the Nigerian people, and your principle always, you know, is hinged on the interests of the Nigerian people. And I'm asking, this interest, is it the interest of the people where he is at the helm of things, of affairs, that represent the interests of the people?
No, of course not. Of course not. Last year, Mr. Peterobi spent on the healthcare sector double what the Nigerian government spent, the Ministry of Health, what they could be able, around 30 million or so, 32 million, what they could be able to access from the budget of 2025. It's on record, right? So it is not if he is sitting on the on any government head or not. He has been consistent. It's not just about 2022 when, you know, the fire started, you know, going viral and all that. Go back to 2018. Go back to after he left office in 2013. The person of Peterobi has been very consistent. He has stood for the people. He has been there for the people. You know, those critical sector he wants to improve. He's been out of government. He's been showing consistency in them. Education, for instance, healthcare, pulling people out of poverty. These key sectors of the economy, he has invested in it, even without being in government. So whether he's there, that's why he keeps saying he is not desperate to be president. He's desperate to see a Nigeria that works. So if, and that's why the obedient movement is so critical in this day and age. And if you know where the obedient movement started from, we did the NSAS movement of 2020, right? If you play back here in Enugu, if you play back those clip of NSAS, definitely you will see many of us at the forefront. So it's been for us millennials, right, and then the generation that is coming after us, the Gen Z, we've been dealt a heavy blow. You cannot, there is no millennial now who can come out, you know, that is legitimately working and can say that things has been fair to us. A bashed economy was handed over to us. We are buying fuel for almost 1,000. The dollar to naira is almost 104. So it's, for us, we are coming from, I think the anger has even stopped. We're no longer angry. We're now, many of us have been conquered. You know, it's just few of us, right, that are persistent and we keep putting our voice that we can't let these people. And the problem is that the people who ruined this country have persisted to say that they want to keep, you know, keep oppressing us, people have asked you, you're not leading well. Step aside so that we can give other people a chance to change the trajectory of this country. But they have insisted.
So what you're telling us is that your frustration, the millennials, the Gen Zs, you know, has found hope in the candidacy of Peterobi.
When you look at, you know why other politicians are scared of Peterobi? He's cut from a different breed of politicians. It's somebody with, you know, it's a man that when you look at him, he's a servant. A common councillor, you will not see him whenever he becomes. I remember those days when they were giving them cars. Now they don't give them cars again, so they still trek around. You know, but those days when they were giving, once you become a councillor, you know, you become a god, a common councillor, right? Everything. Well, let me not use common, but you know, because holding a public office is not that common. You've been entrusted with public service, so you should serve. Our politicians, people occupying public office, are they serving us really? But you could see that Peterobi is a different man, And we are saying that if politicians can behave and act like peterobi, half of our politicians can look at this man and emulate how he handles things, I think that Nigeria will become a better place. It's hope. Things are built on hope, right? You have to elicit some kind of hope in people that they will look forward to. It's just like Christians. Many Christians believe that they are going to heaven. That's why they keep doing the good things that they are doing on earth so that they can guarantee them that place in heaven. So if there is a Nigerian dream that you could look forward to and say, okay, in 10 years time, in 20 years time, this is where I would be, this is where this country would be. So you look, there is hope to do that. And when you look at the person of peterobi, when you look at his life trajectory, when you look at the things he has been saying, you will see that this politician is different from so many. So when we said last time that we are running through an OB, we meant it in every, because this is the kind of politicians we want to see. A politician that will come in here, sit down with you and have a conversation.
Mr. Ajilokuchu, yes, when you speak, I want to believe everything you're saying, but the reality on ground is this. You have a ticket in your hand. The race begins. And last election, part of the, audits in terms of what led to the failure, apart from other issues, was the issue of collaboration. So the question is, with the coalition, collapsing, how are you able to, go into collaboration with other politicians for you to be able to make an inroad in the north, secure the votes in the west, and move on to challenge the incumbent into winning the race in 2027?
Well, let's put this on the table. What cost us the last election was INEC, please. Nobody have explained what the glitch is till this moment. There has not been an independent audit to tell us why the glitch happened, right? So INEC cost us the election because we know that we got more than 6 million votes. INEC said there was a glitch. Till today, nobody has come out to say there is this, what this glitch is.
Unfortunately, the court believed them.
But they have not. It's on record. They have not come out to say this is why, this is what, and this is where this glitch happened. Nobody have answered that question. So that is on record. That's one aside. Now, in that last election, we defiled all odds. They talked about structure. The people said they are the structure. And we came out and we voted, and we counted our votes. Because do you know why you should know that our vote counts? Let's take Enugu for instance. Chimaroke Ndamani, the former governor of the state, lost his ticket. He lost on the ballot. He lost in his own constituency. Even in Aban, he lost in his own community. So when people say election doesn't count, it counts when people come out, So, if there was no glitch in the senatorial race, but there was glitch in the presidential race. So, our votes count, right? That was why we were able to produce more than 7 federal representatives from Enugu. Our votes count. We were able to produce 14 here, 14 House of Assembly members here in Enugu. So, people came out and people voted. So now, some of those issues that was raised in the last election, that there were no party agents, now obedience have moved into all various parties. We are crisscrossing around the country. Now we have a merger with the Kwankwasia movement from the north, and we are going to make sure that in every polling unit of this country, there is a member of the NDC in that polling unit. We are tackling it from polling unit to ward to local government to make sure. Now I'm a card-carrying member of the NDC, and so many of us have moved into the NDC. Registration has been very easy. You just go online and you register yourself. So nobody will now tell us now we do not have structure. Now we have structure. Nobody will now tell us that there is no handshake across the north. Now there is a big handshake across the north.
All right.
Kwankwaso came forth.
I was coming to the issue of Kwankwaso here, but the point I'm trying to make, do you believe that the obedient movement would still make inroads like they did in 2023?
Of course, you are seeing what is happening. People are moving where we moved to. We moved to NDC.
But a lot of people have left your fold as well.
No, a lot. Who are these lots? When one person leaves, see, one thing people need to understand is that the obedient movement is not a person, like one person or so. This is an aggregation of different frustrated Nigerians.
Different frustrated Nigerians.
Different from different backgrounds, Muslims, Christians, atheists, Igbo, Hausa, Yoruba. There are core obedient. The headquarters, we keep saying that the headquarters of the obedient movement is in Edo State. That is where they will tell you.
Why the choice of Edo State?
That's where we have a ground force of whether Obi is on the ballot or not. They keep a system. You can't go to Edo and not find and walk the street 2 miles and not see more than 10 obedient who prophesy that they are obedient.
But it seems that the governor there is not favorably disposed and have conquered your people, those.
No, they have not. They said we should not come to Edo. We went to Edo back to back. We are going back to Edo.
We saw one of the effects.
No, we still. It's not about the. They did that, but we still came back, and we are still going to go back. And you could see obedience coming obedient from Edo telling you that nothing will happen, that this is our country. So the obedient movement, it's not one person. You can't. If I step down, if I resign today from, there are thousands of other Nigerians who are in this your studio. If you people are not, because of your neutrality, we will see so many obedience here. There are so many. Once you believe that this current system is no longer favorable, you're an obedient. It's just that you don't want to say it out.
Anyway, you've already summed it. My job doesn't allow me to be partisan or belong to any of such movements. However, the point is this: you mentioned the Kwankwasia, and let's talk about that marriage. That marriage, would you say, is a marriage of convenience, or is it hinged on ideas? Because we understand that when we look into 2023 election, you people don't see eye to eye. The Kwankwasias and the obedience never saw eye to eye in 2023. So, is it in desperation for the numbers that made you go into such an alliance?
No. If you look at what the Kwankwasia stands for, look at what they have built over years. They have invested massively in education of their people. You see Kwankwaso reading out the numbers of how many people they have trained, sent abroad and all that. So education is key, right? So take education on our own side, what our principal has stood for. Take health, what they have also done within the health sector, and take what we are doing within the health sector. So you look at the principles that are guiding these two movements, right? And they have played a very strong opposition in Kano. They stood against the APC in the last election, right? We saw how it almost turned violent. Even Kwankwaso himself had to go to INEC office and say that our election must stand. The choice of the people must stand. So it's not a marriage of convenience. It's a strategic move, right? And in the last election, Kwankwaso said that that he has so many credentials that can beat Obi. That he's a PhD holder, while Obi is just a
trader.
Not just a trader, but also an MSc holder, right? And he plotted the graph and said that that he's convinced that he's more experienced than Mr. Peterobi. And then we said, okay, let's go test it out. And we tested it out, and he got 1 million and something votes. We got 6 million based on INEC calculation. Because it's very important to put that INEC calculation, because the actual figure says a different stories. But that's by the way. So now we are back on the discussion table. So clearly the man has woken up from his dreams. I said, oh wow, this is not just a trader. This is a movement that we need to key into. And they reached out to us. If you remember the day Mr. Peterobi went to Kano. It was on a Sunday. My phone was buzzing. People were like, even some friends from across the Niger, they will call and I will say Amana, they will say Kwankwasia. There was so much energy coming out from the north. So nobody will now come and tell us that, you know, so what they are trying to do now, you know, I was listening to somebody on TV the other day, and he was trying to say that he does not, that this is a man who have said things against Obi, that he does not now know if Mr. Kwankwaso is well, right? Maybe that, you know, due to age, he's now losing his senses and all that. So they are looking for every negative thing to use, you know, to make people start doubting this marriage. But it is the best political formation that has happened to us since 1950. The best across the both end. You can equate.
You're describing it as a handshake across the Niger.
It is not just a handshake, but a tsunami across the Niger. Because what is going to happen in the next election? They said, looking at what happened, they said we didn't make inroads in the north, right? And we got so much amount of votes. So if all those votes we got was from the south, then imagine what will now happen in this election. Because even the north are complaining. You've seen so many different northern groups have come out to criticize the present government in so many ways, in so many forms, and they are even threatening, right? So it is going to be a tsunami. What we are asking, we're not even asking anymore, because now we are mobilizing our people to protect our vote, and that is the last resort. We are going to be on the ballot. We are going to come out to vote. We're not just voting to go home and declare election. Now, Professor Patu told me they are building a structure that will publish results from the polling unit, right? But no, because the law says that the results are declared at the polling unit. Winner is announced by INEC. So a published result, declared result at the polling unit can be published by anybody. So what we've lacked in this system is once a polling unit declares their result, we publish it on WhatsApp. You see it circulating on WhatsApp. But there is no central system. There are central systems within political parties, but there are no public central system where we can view these results real time. So aside from the IREF, which we know INEC can turn off now, we are building, so many other persons are building independent platforms where these results that are declared at the polling unit, because that's where election happens. It's at the polling unit. Every other structure of the election is coalition, collection of results. So at the polling unit, results are declared. At the world level, collation starts. They collect results at the world level, and they move to the local government level, collect another one, move to the state, collect for elections that stop at the state level. It ends at the state, and then the next, and then winner is announced. So when those platforms are not going to come out to announce winners, but they are the same way we are sharing this result in our WhatsApp. We're saying no, we can't keep sharing results on our WhatsApp platform.
You know, while you are doing the same thing, the other group maybe doing similar thing well.
That's what we are asking. We are saying that people should stop writing results. That we should not see a result sheet that is tinted. That we want a results sheet that is signed, stamped, and the polling unit. We want it to be the same result sheet that when we come to Abuja, we will see that is the same thing. But now, statistically, people have shown, what's his name? The former minister for transport, from the former marshal of road safety, yes, there is his foundation that also monitor election. They have brought out reports from the off-cycle elections, and they have shown clearly where this altercation happens. They even named names. Until today, those people are still going about without no consequences. In Edo, they named names. In Kogi, they said that results were tampered. More than 80,000 or 15,000 or so results were added at the local government level. And you can see it across how this results were added. And we know who did that. So what we are telling Nigerians now is that if you are working for INEC as an ad hoc, we know who you are. We are going to hold you responsible.
That could have be seen as a threat.
No, it is not a threat. We know you. You are not. We are saying we have a published name. It's published on their website. I've forgotten the name of that foundation. It's published there. People who read the election and nothing has happened to them. But we are saying that by law, we are going to get you. We know who you are. So we are saying, do not rig election, because if you rig our election, there's going to be consequences. That's all we are saying. It's not a threat to anybody.
All right. On that note, we'll go on a short break. When we return, we'll continue speaking with Mr. Julechukwu Edechina, the spokesperson of Enugu State Obedient Movement. Stay with us. The Insight with Uche Osai.
Having the political will to confront whatever is the challenges.
Igbo wrestles with
the tortoise that had a lot of ingenuity, a lot of ideas, and the tireless. It will take the bold mind of government in power to say, let there be electoral reform, no matter whose ox is broad.
I was there. We did everything. All of us came and supported him with our last block.
In-depth analysis, expert views, real voices, uncover the stories shaping Nigeria today. Deep dive, honest, unfiltered, only on The Insight with Uche Osai on Aneke TV. Join us. Many thanks for staying with us, and we'll be looking at peterobi. The race to 2027 begins, and with us, helping us to give deeper insight to these issues is Julechukwu Edechina, the spokesperson of Enugu State Obedient Movement. It's been a pleasure so far.
Thank you.
Now, let's get back to this issue. You know, I am still looking at the marriage of the Obedient and the Kwankwasia movement, you know, nicknamed the OK movement.
Nigeria will be okay.
Nigeria will be okay, all right. When we look at the numbers, according to you, the INEC issued numbers. The Obi had about 6 million votes. Kwankwaso just had about 1 million votes. In fact, he brings only Kano to the table. So how do you think that this is going to help you secure other northern states when you've lost the lives of Atiku Abubakar and the rest of them in ADC?
Okay. Did you know that in our history now, we have more than 130 million Nigerians living in a multi-dimensional poverty? Do you know what that translates to? Translates to that since this present government came into power, more Nigerians have moved into poverty than ever in our history. The cost of living has skyrocketed. Food is no longer cheap. Basin of Gary is, you hear the amount, it's outrageous. Now you move to education. They even set up a loan to, you know, give loan to students, right? And this is when you've doubled education. They took out the subsidy for education. Our hospitals are in disarray. Was it 2 months ago or so, there was a lady in Enugu that went viral that did a video in Wani General Hospital. Everybody came after him, came after her. Last time I heard, a week or two ago, she was being asked to pay 10 million damages to the proprietor of the school that she went to. Nigerians are being oppressed. If you speak up, they will come after you. Do you know how many people have been jailed for speaking up? There is this story about Justice Clark also that spoke about the welfare of the military. He's in DSS office. So there is so many. There was the other night I was going home. I was stopped by the anti-kidnapping squad, and when I asked them their office and they told me anti-kidnapping, I started laughing. They said, "Why am I laughing?" I said, "Why are you harassing people? Do you know what you should be doing? Do you know the numbers out there that are being kidnapped every day?" So it is not about us. It is not about those who voted for last year. No. It is not about who voted in 2023. No. It's about millions of Nigerians who have never had it this worse. I don't know if we understand what is at stake. How many people that are a teacher was, his head was chopped off the other day. And the worst thing is that the president or the government of APC do not care. They do not have empathy. They don't show any. The president went to a state where terrorist attack happened, and he stopped at the airport and asked the people to come from their home. The woman who lost her son had to come from wherever she's living to the airport, and the president was telling them that there is no light in this airport, that he's leaving in the next 15 minutes. So you've seen what has happened since 2020, and you think it's just about the marriage between the Kwankwasi and the obedient movement. It is bigger than that. It's far bigger than that.
You know, when you give me the numbers, you know what I'm seeing here, what is going on in my head. You talk about 130 million Nigerians who are hungry, and I'm looking at 130 million who are vulnerable to vote buying. Well, your principal doesn't spend that kind of money. I understand.
So I understand. I also look at what is happening, what is playing now. People sold their votes in the last election. So we are asking them, the votes the money that you used to, okay. The irony is that maybe you got 50,000 from the votes that they don't even pay up to 50,000. That's the sad reality. But let's say you got 50,000 in February, and by the time President Tinubu took over power, fuel the same day, fuel went to over 800 naira the same day, right? So it rendered everything, even if you had 1 million naira, 2 million naira, rendered everything useless. So we are asking people. That's why we've been consistently doing a sensitization since the last election. We are showing our people the numbers, that forget what the government is saying, right? Forget what the government what they are churning out. It's just like the joke of revenue. They keep telling us there is increase in revenue. It's not just about the federal government, even the state government. I'll give an example with the Enugu state government. In the first quarter of this year, they said that the Enugu Air got a revenue of 11 billion. They didn't say how much it took them to the running costs for Enugu Air in that first quarter. But it's always good to go back to the data. The data have it that for you to run an airline business, you are spending more than 80 to 90% of your revenue on running costs. So the Enugu state government didn't make up to 500 million from that first quarter, but they will give you the revenue cost, they will not give you the running cost. If they are making so much money, if the government, the federal government, the state government are making, why are we borrowing so much? You know, the Enugu state government among the eastern states are borrowing so much. So why are we borrowing so much when we are reporting increase in revenue? And if we're reporting increase in revenue, why is my pocket empty?
But you know that most of the voters do not know about this data that you're citing. How are you reaching them?
They know because they are hungry. The 100 naira, you can't buy anything meaningful with 100 naira anymore. They know.
Mr. Ajuchukwu, how much is the obedient movement and peterobi relying on the votes from Kwankwaso and the North to win 2027 election?
It's not about relying on the vote from the... No, by the statistics, you already know the votes they could amount in last election, right? So we're not relying on that vote. We are relying on the people of Nigeria who have been oppressed for far too long. That's the message out there. We are telling Nigerians that you have never had it this worse. We thought Buhari was it. Well, everybody could swear that this is it. After Buhari is gone, we are good. And then Tinubu happened to us.
You know what I'm thinking? If you couldn't defeat Tinubu that was just a presidential candidate in 2023, today you are speaking to an incumbent who controls the resources, the might of the Federal Republic of Nigeria in this instance.
I tell people, when, you know, I go on these shows and they said Tinubu controls this, controls that. It's the same Tinubu, it's the same government, right? It's the same APC government. Tinubu did not win an election in any military formation across the country in 2023. He did not win any military formation. When I mean military formation, I mean like 82 division here and all that military formations. He did not win any. So you don't win, you don't rig an election when you're not popular. Tinubu is not a popular candidate.
Was not a popular candidate.
He is not was. He is not. Then it was a single act that destroyed the election credibility of last year. The switch, the INEC switch off. That was what cost us the last election. It is not about Tinubu lost Lagos, and it's not even the numbers that have been put out in Lagos that he lost by. He lost Lagos woefully. That the next election, the Lagos state government has to come out to beg people. Even here in Enugu, the slogan then was "Do not use because of anger" or something. They were on every billboard.
You know, when I ask these questions, I look at the reality on ground. One is that you do not have the structures the APC has in terms of governance and the governors. You look at the number they have today. About 30 states are in APC, to say the least. So how are you going to make inroads? The dynamics, the odds seems to stand against you.
We did not have the structure in the last election. Come on, it was said everywhere that we are just 4 people in a room. We didn't have the structure. We did not have any House of Assembly. We don't have senator. Now we even have House of Assembly members. We have senators. We might even have governors joining our ranks before the election. But do you know what we have?
What is that?
We have millions. We have 130 million poor Nigerians standing by us.
With their PVCs?
With their PVC, we have over 90 million. So what we are trying to do is to get more Nigerians to come out and vote. Is to tell more Nigerians that you cannot rig election where you're not popular. You can't rig election. If you look at the election dynamics where elections are being contested, it is where the person running for election is popular. Let's take, for instance, Enugu. I use Enugu as an example. Let's take, for instance, Enugu State. In the last election, the contestation came from where? Owo, Nkanu East, where the governor is from. That's where, and then Nsukka, where the PDP was saying Labour rigged in Nsukka. Labour is saying PDP rigged in Owo and Nkanu East, right? So you do not rig election when you're not popular. And having worked for INEC since 2007, I worked in INEC office. I know how the system works. So you cannot rig it. And thank God for people like Osita Chidioka and the rest who are now touchlighting the functionalities of INEC. So we are telling INEC, our election, people think our election has not evolved. Our election has evolved. I know what election was in 2007 when I was presiding officer for INEC. I know what election was then, right? I know what happened in Rivers in the last election and why it could have happened, right? And in this coming election, we are saying, if you rig the election, there will be consequences because we know you. We're not now saying that the governor asks you to rig election. No, we do not know who the governor is because on that day, the governor will be in his own polling unit, casting his vote, right? So we know you, and there is going to be consequences if you alter election results.
Consequences should be as determined by the law.
Of course.
Integration may not be allowed to be seen as part of
No, we're saying there is going to be consequences. This is by law. If you're a criminal, if you steal, there's going to be consequences. That's what we're telling people. Do not steal. Do not steal our vote. Do not tamper with our election results. Take it as it is. Even if we lose, we want a system that is clean, credible. Even if it is not in our favor, take it like that and upload to wherever you want to upload it. That's all we are asking. So do not intimidate us, right? Do not, and thank God for the what's this for the self-preservation law, so I cannot sit down and see you carrying machete to come and kill me, and I will not put up a defense, right? There is a self-defense law, and we are protected by that. So do not come to our polling unit with guns and ammunition or anything. When you are coming to the polling unit, come there to cast your vote, because the people will resist you.
All right, Mr. Ajuchko, as we move down, let me ask you this question. I know that you speak about the East being the obese territory, and you're looking at Kwankwaso making an inroad to the North. Where would the votes come from in the West?
In the West, that's Lagos. We won Lagos.
In the previous election?
We are going to win Lagos. Put election in Lagos, they will win.
Why are you so confident?
Even
what vibes that was in your camp is no longer with the obedience.
We've gotten another credible person. You see, like I said, the amount of Nigerians who want a better country are plenty. There are even people. If I tell you the amount of people who moved in from abroad to come and secure one ticket or the other because they believe in the message that peterobi is selling, and if you look at it, why Lagos? Why are we so sure we are going to win Lagos? Because we know that the demography in Lagos are more educated people than ever, because they understand these numbers we are rolling out. And it is hard for me to explain. No, it's not even hard now for me to be hard to call data for my grandmother in the village, right? But I can simply tell her, Mama, that yahine go for 100 naira. It is now sold at 1,000. No government cost, so yeah, it is easy. But the Lagos population, majority of them understand these numbers. They know why the cost of transportation in Lagos have skyrocketed. They know why. Lagos is one state out of the southwestern states. But that's the major. They have 22 million people. But that alone will not give you the numbers. No, if we win Lagos, it cascades. If we win Lagos, we've won Lagos. We're going to win Lagos again. We won Lagos with more votes than any other place, right? In the West, we won Lagos with over 70% vote. We're going to win it again. Sorry, I'm running faster. We are getting out of time. Why would the North? Why do you think the North will trust Obi with a single term of 4 years going forward, when an incumbent that would constitutionally serve 4 years and go home is there asking for similar votes? Well, the incumbents have brought more harm to the North than ever. Look at the banditry in the North, the terrorism in the North. They are capturing 100 people this day, killing 200 the other day. There is no empathy. The government doesn't show up. But you and I know that this didn't start with this administration. But it has gone away. It is not a norm. During Jonathan administration, one death in the North will spiral, right? Now, 200 deaths in the North, nobody gets moved. Our military are being slaughtered, and there is no the flag is not put at half marks. So many things are happening in the North. So the North, I'm not complaining. I'm not even as angry as the people from the North. They are complaining. Go to Facebook. You see people in the North coming out with a big frustration because they are living this reality. It's not on paper. Now that you've talked about it, you mentioned Facebook. The argument still persists that the obedient movement and the obese numbers are on the social media, and social media doesn't translate to votes. The data, does it say so? 4 people sitting in a room, 6 million votes. That's a very far margin. So we can't keep repeating the same stereotype. Social media translates to everyday life, right? What we are doing here, there are people who are watching us are on the new media. They are not on the traditional media, right? If the conscious, do you know how many million Nigerians are on social media? I think Facebook is about 100 million people. That's a whole lot. So if Obi is a good product on social media alone, and everybody on social media comes out to vote for Obi, the election will be won by 12 noon. Ajudichukwu, why are you not contesting in this election? I'm contesting. Through Obi.
You are not on the ballot. I'm speaking to you.
Obi is on the ballot.
That's
That's the point. Obi is on the ballot. And this is what we have promised to do in the next 4 years. We've promised to reset the system in the next 4 years so that somebody like I can be able to contest and know that if I come out to run for election, it's going to be credible and it is going to produce the right candidate.
No, but the question is, if Peterobi doesn't have his generals like you in the ballot contesting in that election, he may wound up the same way that we saw with Julius Abre and the likes of the elected members under the Labour platform leaving him behind.
No. Like I said we moved into the ADC. We resigned. I think I resigned on the 3rd, and the next 2 days I joined NDC. So we are in NDC right now. In my ward in Sude, I'm part of the stakeholders of the NDC in my ward in Sude. So if you are going to produce a councillor in my ward, I know we are going to bring out a credible person. If you are going to produce House of Assembly members in the Udi North, Udi South constituency, I know we are going to bring out credible people. We are now part of the system. So, and we are trying to look at the character of Obi and use it in selecting who and who is going to be running for some of these positions. So it does not matter. Some of us have decided that we are running through Obi because we know if we get the head right, if we get the head right, in 4 years, we're going to change the politics of this country. And it is better than we change the politics of this country, how we are governed as a people, how we relate with our government, how public servants know that they are servants. Underline, you're not placed, you're not a god, you're a servant. That how many times have any of the public officials come here to answer questions to the people? But you know that if we are in government, that if you call us, that we're going to come here to talk to the people. That is what an Obi presidency represents. That is what the obedient movement is all about. We want an accountable government that we can call on.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you walk. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Good afternoon and welcome to news across the country on Aneke TV. I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Headlines. Johesu threatens nationwide strike over unimplemented federal government agreements. Nigerian Air Force deploys surveillance aircraft to aid rescue of 46 abducted teachers and pupils in Oyo State. NCEC commences screening of candidates ahead of Enugu local government elections. Details of the news. Emergency management authorities have issued urgent flood warnings to residents of Anambra and Oyo states as the 2026 rainy season intensifies. The Nigerian Meteorological Agency has predicted heavy downpours capable of triggering flash floods across affected areas. The Oyo State government has raised alarm over all 33 local government areas, warning residents of possible severe flooding and disruption of economic and social activities. In Anambra State, the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps has placed riverine communities on red alert. Oyo State Commissioner for Environment and Natural Resources, Mr. Ademola Aderinto, says the expected rainfall may lead to severe surface runoff, flooding of roads and possible displacement of residents in vulnerable communities.
Authorities have also warned against blocking drainage channels with waste. Emergency response agencies, including NEMA and state disaster management bodies, have activated coordinated response measures, while residents are urged to comply with safety directives. Authorities also caution against driving or walking through flood waters, especially at night. The Nigeria's health sector is facing the threat of a nationwide shutdown as the joint health sector unions, JOHESU, demand urgent implementation of salary agreements with the federal government. The union says its patience has been overstretched following unresolved negotiations. Speaking at the International Labour Conference in Geneva, JOHESU National Chairman Mr. Kabiru Minijebre said non-medical health workers are increasingly agitated over the failure to implement the Consolidated Health Salary Structure Adjustment. The union recalled a 2016 agreement which provides that any salary review for medical doctors should also reflect across other health professionals. JOHESU alleges that while doctors have received multiple salary adjustments, other health workers have been neglected. The union warned that if urgent action is not taken, it may embark on industrial action, stressing that fairness, equity, and motivation are critical to sustaining healthcare delivery in Nigeria. The federal government has raised concern over a worsening food safety crisis, revealing that contaminated food causes over 53,000 deaths annually in Nigeria and affects nearly 50 million people. The warning was issued during the World Food Safety Day event in Abuja. Minister of State for Health and Social Welfare, Dr. Isiaq Salako, described food safety as a major public health and development challenge. He noted that children under 5 account for the majority of foodborne disease cases. Health officials say diseases such as Salmonella and E. coli remain major causes of illness, while concerns are growing over chemical contamination, including lead in food products and water resources. Experts warn that the situation is worsening in informal markets. Government agencies, including NAFDAC, say new regulations are being introduced, including sodium reduction policies, trans fat elimination, and stricter food labeling standards. Authorities say urgent reforms are needed to protect public health. More than 360 abducted persons have been reunited with their families in Borno State after escaping from a terrorist hideout in Ngoshe. The victims, mostly women and children, arrived in Puka after weeks of captivity. Survivors reported harsh conditions, including starvation, dehydration, and forced separation of male teenagers who were allegedly taken for recruitment into armed groups. Several children reportedly died due to illness during captivity. Controversy has emerged over how the victims regained freedom, with some survivors alleging unusual movements of unsuspected ransom payment. However, the Borno State government has dismissed claims of ransom payment. Information Commissioner Mr. Usman Tar insists the rescue was achieved through coordinated military operations supported by intelligence agencies. Meanwhile, dozens of other abducted children remain missing in nearby communities. The Nigerian Air Force has deployed a surveillance aircraft to support rescue operations for 46 abducted teachers and pupils in Oyo State. The deployment follows increased military efforts to track armed groups responsible for the attacks. Governor Seyi Makinde confirmed that the aircraft is providing real-time intelligence to ground troops involved in the search and rescue mission. The operation targets suspected routes used by the kidnappers. The abduction occurred on May 15th in Urire local government area when armed men attacked 3 schools simultaneously, abducting 39 pupils and 7 teachers. The incident has triggered nationwide concern over school safety. Military authorities say area surveillance will continue until all victims are rescued. Residents in affected areas have been urged to remain calm and cooperate with security agencies. The Nigerian Army has confirmed the death of a soldier and 4 hostages during a failed kidnapping attempt involving Chinese expatriates in Ogun State. The incident occurred in Mowe area during a rescue operation. Security forces were reportedly ambushed after responding to a distress call at a dredging site in Mabon village. A gun battle ensued between troops and armed attackers. One suspect was neutralized during the encounter while others fled with hostages, later killing 4 of them during escape attempt. A local hunter assisting security forces was also killed. Authorities say such operations are ongoing across the area as efforts intensify to arrest the fleeing suspects and recover remaining victims. Police in Odo State have uncovered a 50 million naira staged kidnapping involving an alleged victim and her accomplice. The case began after a resident reported the abduction of his wife in Benin City. Investigations by the anti-kidnapping unit revealed that the alleged victim allegedly orchestrated the crime, working with accomplices to demand ransom from her family while hiding in a hotel in Delta State. Police say digital tracking and intelligence operations led to the arrest of suspects, including individuals involved in producing fake captivity videos. A weapon used in the staged video was also recovered. The Edo State Police Command condemned the act, describing it as a serious criminal offense that diverts security resources and causes public panic. All suspects remain in custody. Residents of Umente Kindred in Ishiago, Ebonyi State are calling for justice following a violent attack during a community meeting linked to an ongoing land and burial dispute. The victims alleged that tensions began after disagreements over burial arrangements for the late Mr. Fabian Okonkwo, who was later killed in April 2026 under unclear circumstances. Community leaders say petitions had been sent to state authorities before the killing, but no arrests have been made. The dispute also involved disagreements between community leaders and traditional authorities. The Ebonyi State Police Command and DSS have been urged to investigate the incident and ensure the arrest and prosecution of all those responsible for the violence and alleged assassination. You're watching Aneke TV news across the country. You can follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. Now, a quick reminder of major developments in the news. Johesu threatens nationwide strike over unfulfilled agreements. Air Force deploys surveillance aircraft for rescue of 46 abducted students in Oyo. Coming up shortly, NCX screens candidates for local government elections in Enugu. We'll be right back shortly. Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Welcome back. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, says it is intensifying preparations for the Ekiti State governorship election scheduled for June 20th, 2026. The Commission says logistics and materials deployment are already at advanced stages across the state's 16 local government areas. INEC confirmed that more than 2,400 bimodal voter accreditation system (BVAS) devices will be deployed across 2,445 polling units to ensure smooth accreditation and real-time election data transmission. The Commission also says backup machines have been provided to address possible technical challenges. The electoral body disclosed that 9,780 ad hoc staff will be engaged for the exercise. Each polling unit will be managed by a 4-member team comprising a presiding officer and assistants, while supervisory officers will operate at ward collation centers. Civil society groups have called for transparency and timely release of guidelines ahead of the poll. INEC says the Ekiti election will serve as a major test of its preparedness under the amended Electoral Act 2026, with over 1 million registered voters expected to participate. The Labour Party has filed a lawsuit against the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, at the Federal High Court in Abuja over its exclusion from the Enugu North Senatorial District by-election scheduled for June 20th, 2026. In a statement, the party's National Publicity Secretary, Mr. Cain Asogwa, alleged that the party was denied access to the INEC nomination portal despite complying with all statutory requirements. He said this prevented the submission of its candidate before the deadline of June 2nd. The by-election was called following the death of Senator Kezia in 2025. The Labour Party says its candidate, Mr. Simon A.G. Kezia, emerged through a valid primary election conducted across the 6 local government areas of the district. The party is calling for judicial intervention and an investigation into the alleged administrative failure. INEC has yet to officially respond, while the Labour Party insists the exclusion undermines a democratic participation and electoral fairness. The Enugu State Independent Electoral Commission, NCEC, has commenced screening of candidates from 11 political parties ahead of the forthcoming local government elections in the state. The election is scheduled for September 26, 2026. NCEC Commissioner Dr. Solomon Ude said the screening exercise is part of preparations to ensure compliance with the electoral timetable in line with the amended Electoral Act 2026. He noted that the process will run for 5 days. According to the Commission, councillorship candidates from Enugu North, West and East senatorial districts have already undergone screening between June 7th and June 9th. Chairmanship candidates are scheduled for June 10th with a mop-up exercise fixed for June 11th. Political parties involved include the APC, PDP, ABGA, NMPP, SDP, YPP, NDC and others. NCEC says it remains committed to conducting credible, free and fair elections across all 17 local government areas. The Presidential Enabling Business Environment Council is urging the Borno State government to accelerate reforms aimed at improving the ease of doing business. The council says reforms are necessary to reduce bottlenecks affecting small and medium-scale enterprises. The council's Director General, Princess Zara Audu, made the call during a sub-national engagement in Maiduguri. She said the initiative is designed to identify administrative challenges and support policy improvements at the state level. The council recommended harmonization of taxes and levies across state and local government areas, as well as adoption of regulatory impact assessments before implementing new policies. It said progress will be tracked through a national performance ranking system. Borno State officials say severe reforms are already underway under Governor Babagana Umaru Zulum, including alignment with the State Action on Business Enabling Reforms Program. The state pledged continued collaboration with federal agencies to improve its investment climate. Lagos State Governor Mr. Babajide Sanwo-Olu says his administration is targeting a $300 billion economy as part of efforts to position Lagos as Africa's leading investment destination. He spoke at the Invest Lagos Summit attended by national and international stakeholders. The governor said ongoing reforms in infrastructure, technology and trade are designed to strengthen Lagos as a key hub under the African Continental Free Trade Area. He noted that public-private partnerships remain central to the state's development strategy. The Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister of the Economy, Mr. Taiwo Yedele, said recent macroeconomic reforms have improved investor confidence, with Nigeria's external reserves rising above $30 billion and economic growth recorded at 3.89% in early 2026. International stakeholders, including the Commonwealth Secretary General, Ms. Shele Bochwe, commended Lagos for its economic progress. The state government also announced plans for a Lagos International Financial Center to attract global capital. The federal government has approved the posthumous honor of former Super Eagles captain and coach Stephen Keshi in recognition of his contribution to Nigerian football and sports diplomacy. The announcement was made during a memorial lecture in Lagos. Keshi will be inducted into the Nigerian Institute of International Affairs Sports Diplomacy Wall of Fame. Former national team captain Mr. Segun Odegbami confirmed the approval, describing Keshi as a key figure in African football history. Keshi, popularly known as the Big Boss, led Nigeria to win the African Cup of Nations both as a player in 1994 and as a coach in 2013. He also guided the Super Eagles to the round of 16 at the 2014 FIFA World Cup in Brazil. The induction ceremony is scheduled for July 28 in Victoria Island, Lagos. Officials say the honor will preserve Keshi's legacy as one of Nigeria's most influential football figures. Now in entertainment, Nollywood actress Peggy Ovire has publicly accused her estranged husband, Frederick Leonard, of delaying divorce proceedings and engaging in misconduct, escalating tensions in their ongoing marital dispute. In a social media statement, Ovire urged Leonard to appear at their upcoming customary court hearing scheduled for June 23, 2026. She said she is prepared to present evidence to support her claims during the proceedings. The actress also alleged infidelity, claiming her estranged husband is involved in a relationship with a married woman. The allegations have been publicly responded to by Leonard at the time of filing this report. The couple, who married in a traditional ceremony in Asaba Delta State in 2022, have been experiencing public marital disagreements over the past year. Entertainment analysts say the dispute may likely proceed to a full legal separation process. And now to end news across the country. Here are the main points again. The Joint Health Sector Unions, JOHESU, has issued a warning of a possible nationwide strike over the federal government's failure to implement previously signed salary and welfare agreements affecting health workers across the country. The Nigerian Air Force has deployed a specialized surveillance aircraft to support ongoing rescue operations in Orire local government area of Oyo State, where 46 teachers and pupils were abducted. The operation is aimed at providing real-time intelligence to security forces involved in the search and rescue mission. The Enugu State Independent Electoral Commission, NCEC, has commenced the screening of candidates from various political parties ahead of forthcoming local government elections in the state, in line with its approved electoral timetable and regulatory guidelines. That's news across the country at noon. For breaking news and eyewitness reports, call 070-3043-710 or follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. On behalf of the producer, Chirimasowa, and the entire news team, I'm Good Hope Chukuma. Thanking you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your day.
The eagles stand as a majestic symbol of strength, clarity, and vision. Its ability to soar above storms signifies resilience, while its shaped sight represents focus. This is why many nations, including Nigeria, use the eagle as an emblem of nation pride. Eagles do not fear challenges, they embrace them. They fly higher when the winds become strong, rising above obstacles rather than avoiding them. This teaches us that problems are not barriers, but stepping stones for those who dare. To live like an eagle is to stay focused, courageous, and disciplined. It is to see opportunities where others see only difficulties. The sky is not your limit, it is your launch pad.
town hall meetings remain a central instrument of participatory governance, strengthening accountability and rebuilding trust between leaders and citizens. In democratic theory, particularly deliberative democracy, habemas, and participatory democracy, Pateman, governance legitimacy is sustained not only through elections, but through continuous public dialogue. Globally, town halls have improved policy legitimacy and reduced governance distance. In the United States, they are used to directly test legislative accountability. In Brazil, participatory budgeting in Porto Alegre reshaped public spending priorities through citizen input, while Rwanda's structured community dialogue systems strengthen performance monitoring at local levels. In Nigeria, the practice has gained visible but uneven traction, with notable examples at both state and federal levels. In Lagos State, under former Governor Babatunde Raji Fashola, structured public engagements around infrastructure projects such as transport reform and urban renewal helped improve policy acceptance, particularly during major reforms like BRT expansion and environmental sanitation enforcement. Similarly, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu of Lagos State has institutionalized town hall style engagements through community stakeholder meetings and sector-specific dialogues, especially around transportation, security, and urban development projects. These platforms have helped manage public expectations around large-scale infrastructure disruptions while improving feedback loops on service delivery. In Enugu State, under Governor petermbah, town hall engagement has been embedded into a broader governance communication strategy tied to ongoing structural reforms. Public interaction sessions linked to transport modernization, smart school implementation, and healthcare expansion have helped reinforce citizen awareness of policy direction and state priorities. However, analysts argue that these engagements must move beyond presentation formats into structured accountability forums where citizens can directly interrogate performance indicators and budget outcomes. From a theoretical standpoint, town halls align strongly with social contract theory, Locke and Rosal, which holds that government authority is valid only when continuously justified before the governed. They also reflect accountability theory in public administration, which emphasizes transparency, responsiveness, and feedback-driven governance. For Nigeria, the need is urgent. Rising public distrust, economic hardship, and insecurity demand deepen civic engagement beyond election cycles. Town halls provide a practical mechanism to reduce misinformation, address grievances early, and improve policy ownership. Experts stress that Nigerian leaders must institutionalize town halls as a governance requirement, not political events, ensuring they are regular, structured, documented, and tied to measurable policy outcomes. Ultimately, sustained town hall governance is no longer optional. It is a democratic necessity for rebuilding trust, improving service delivery, and strengthening the fragile bond between the Nigerian state and its citizens.
From the tiniest cells to the farthest galaxies, life holds secrets we are only beginning to uncover. Why are we here? What connects us all? What unseen forces shape our destiny? Join Professor Jude Udenta as he explores the wonders, the questions, and the revelations that define existence. Mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke TV every Monday.
Good day, viewers, and welcome to Aneke TV, where we bring you real voices from the streets. Today, we are focusing on the current situation in Nigeria, looking at how it affects everyday life, from economy and cost of living to security, transportation, and basic needs. We went out to hear directly from Nigerians about their experiences and opinions about the present state of the country. Let's hear what they have to say.
the situation currently in Nigeria is very demeaning and appalling, in the sense that as youths of this country, we sometimes wish that we are not born in this country. And me, as a person, a young graduate, graduating from school, now trying to start up life and facing the situation so hard, thinking of how to, cope along with the high cost of living, things in the stuffs in the market, high cost of transportation, a little distance from your place to another, you'll be paying a huge amount of money because of hike in fuel price and all of that. So it's actually draining us as youth, especially when we are unemployed, having nothing to do, and we are the little you're able to get from one menial job or the other, you are spending it as if like you are plugging the money from tree every day. So, but we thank God that at least we are surviving it. People who have been before us survived it, and we believe that Nigeria will soon become a better place to live. But at the same time, we as youths, we won't relent. We keep pushing and try to make things out of the little things we are doing to make things better in the country. So it's when you have something doing, you can actually, think of better things to, offer to the society. Because the situation in the country can actually frustrate you to do things which at the end of the day, the government will say, okay, the youth are not doing the right thing. You understand? But as much as we still have people thinking positively for the country, which I believe I myself am included. My goal for this country is that if I'm able to get my hands on things that I can, use and empower myself and empower others, I believe this country would be a better place for we, the youth, and every other person to, bank on at the end of the day.
The current state in Nigeria now is very difficult economically, and anyone with one wonders where they are, because anyone who has any the plight of the fellow human beings who is very vivid and visible. It's no more something someone can say is hidden. Now, coming to me personally, because of my own revolutionary orientation of things, I see this thing as a positive, because I feel like for a long time Nigeria has been bedeviled by complacency and apathy. So I feel like as things begin to tighten up in the country, is beginning to increase the consciousness of the people to get to the threshold it needs to get to for us to be able to take matters into our hands as the people and move to the next level. I feel like the future of Nigeria is very, very bright. I feel that because I know that normally as in Igbo parlance, they say chukujeku, which basically means dialectically, there are contradictions. Everything that you see is progressive and is moving us towards where we need to be going. Even the hardship that you have are for a reason. So I feel like in Nigeria right now, no matter how hard things are, is a step forward, because dialectics is not always a straight path. Sometimes it goes up, it goes down. So I feel like even though things are hard, is moving us forward to the threshold we need to get to before we can change our condition.
The current situation in Nigeria now is very, very bad. It's very, very bad. Like for instance now, for transport, like from here to Ababa, before is 200, but now it's 500. Do you see the difference? So for instance, like I'm into printing, the cost of the material that we are buying before is not what we are getting it now. So the whole thing is changed, everything changed, and everything is very, very bad. And when it comes to electricity, before light used to, but now there is no light. The way I'm seeing this country now, I don't think there is hope. Do you understand? I don't think there is hope. The whole thing now is kind of, the thing is like, kind of, we are just getting it as if it's our culture. So it's mastering us. So that's it.
Everything is hard. Like, that's the main point. In every aspect, monetary, lights, like everything. from my house to my workplace, the transport fare, feeding, Jesus Christ, my salary doesn't last up to 2 weeks.
Honestly, it's a terrible situation. I don't even know where to start because the thing affected the entire economy. I don't know. For instance, now, for the past 3 to 4 days, we've not gotten light. And you know, light is the major thing that helps in, a business, So as anything stands still, fuel also is the high increase. So the thing is affected, and once something like this started happening, it's affecting the entire economy. It's only God that can tell, because from the way I'm seeing it, I think it's like the thing is getting worse on a daily basis. It's getting worse. I'm not seeing or less by the intervention of God Almighty. For now, I don't think there's any hope for us now.
From the responses gathered, it is clear that Nigerians are facing a range of challenges in their daily lives, especially in areas of economy, transportation, and access to basic necessities. Despite these difficulties, many still express hope for improvement and a better future for the country. I am Sharon Uchi, Aneke TV.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV, move with the world.
Good afternoon, Nigeria, and good afternoon, Enugu. How are you guys doing? How is your day? How is your day going? Today is a beautiful day, and today is Tuesday. And you know what we do here on the entertainment show? We give you the best premium content, grooves, gist. We tell you what is going on in the entertainment industry. I go by the name Gift Obodo, properly called Shushu Lawyer, aka all kinds of spicy pepper. I come to spice up your day, and with me here live and direct, it's my own baby girl called Ugoma Masinachi. Ugoma, how are you doing?
I'm good. I'm okay. How are you doing today?
Today is very splendid.
Amazing. You're doing good, right?
Wait, first of all, is the gown jean combination with your rugged jean? What's happening? You have been ruggeding everywhere all this past few days, and you made a very nice hairstyle, very cute.
Thank you.
Looking like this newly, married in daughter-in-law.
What are you trying to say?
I'm trying to say that Odogu is doing well. Like, I'm trying to give accolades to Odogu himself. Odogu, you are actually doing great, because I can see your light all over. It's shining and it's smelling everywhere. It's choked up. The smell. So
thank you very much. Are you too? You've been amazing. You're silent. Silent Bilonia. This guy here. Anywhere you see this girl, please do well to bill her.
Bill her too.
Wherever you see this lady,
bill her too.
Bill her.
Bill her.
Repeat. Bill her. Like.
Okay, when you say bill me on what basis, and where did I get the money from? Why you bill me? Tell them
silent billionaire.
No, tell them to patronize me.
Okay, you guys should first of all, before you pay her, patronize her business. She does everything. Anything baking, she does it.
So today, I told them to anticipate my movie review for today, and it's. You know the movie I'm talking about, Bless is that. The movie is, it has 4 episodes in the second season. After watching the first one, the quest and the stench for the next one came in, and when it dropped, I watched the 4 episode. It's a whole lot for that movie.
When I watched that movie, the first episode, the first season I watched, I was literally like, I was telling myself this was not meant to end here. There should be a continuation. And boom, here it is, right here. We are gonna watch it. Though even if I've not watched the movie, I've not really paid attention to it, but I've also been seeing it on TikTok, a review of the movie, you know, a clip of it. So I've not really seen it. Okay. Right, but I would love to watch it. I want you guys to go and watch this movie. It's a lot.
Now we talk the likes of Worry Pikin, Nancy Sime, Blessing. These are people, Obesin Obasi. These are people Ketension. These are people Etisola. These are people that made the movie, a whole lot of it. You know, Sarah being said to marry Kola Adimola. You know, all of a sudden there's a death occurrence, them slaughtering Kola, you know, putting him to a shallow grave. All of a sudden there's an ambush. Who killed who? 2 people were killed, Ransinua, and 1 other security man was killed at the process. Then Nancy Fime and the blood sister, not really.
Yeah, they went into hiding because they were actual suspects.
Yeah, they actually killed someone.
Yeah,
but it was in the process of self-defense. Yeah. So let's bring it down here. These 2 people, do you understand? Trying as this young lady is trying to protect themselves. Have you gone extra mile for a friend before?
Oh God, nobody don't go extra mile for me. So. In as much as I've tried my best in the past few years, I've tried my best for some people who went ahead, betrayed me, you know. So I'm not gonna do that again. All man on his own right now. I wouldn't put myself in such situation anymore because the first time I did, it wasn't appreciated. In as much as we don't do things to make people to appreciate it, or you're not doing it for them to appreciate. Well, you do it from the bottom of your heart because you willingly did it. So you did it for the wrong person. You did the right thing, but just that it was done to the wrong person. Okay? So I've not been there anymore. I don't think I would be there.
So let's talk about the Blood Sisters too. It excels in performance and filters in storytelling of the 2nd season of it. Was released on Netflix on 6th of June 2026, where a story was told and suspense intrigue, standout performance, particularly for Ketension, though several plots, twists, feels false and unresolved 4 years after the whole incident of the killing of Kola Adimola. The Blood Sister 2 is in return to settle the unfinished business. For viewers who may have not forgotten the event of the 1st season, the Blood Sister began with what we call fairy tale wedding. Sarah was set to marry Kola Adimola, the wealthy heir to a powerful pharmaceutical empire. However, years of abuse culminated into a confrontation on the morning of their wedding, ending with Kola accidentally being killed by Kimi's second, a tight friend called Sister, during a struggle involving Sarah's childhood best friend, Kimi. The fallout sent both women on run for the law. So, but at this point, there's something we always talk about. Now, let's bring the fact that some people, in their way, or glittering, I feel like Kemi, who is Nancy Sime in real life, did a lot of things. Do you have that one friend in your life that always pushes you to do the wrong things, or push you to go extra mile with life, that
pushes me to do the wrong thing?
Yeah, or make you go extra in life.
Nobody could push me to do the wrong thing. Like right now, you can be with me right now, be giving me advice, telling me something. What I would do is I would pick out the good one. Okay, I leave the rest. I know what to do. We all know what to do. We know the right thing and the wrong thing to do. So it's always advising you wrongly. In that wrong advice, there's always the right thing to pick. So I don't think anyone can actually push me into doing something wrong.
So let's do this, because
I decide to.
Have you heard about this latest thing going on between Frederick Leonard and his wife? Piggy Elvie?
I have not heard.
So I will show you a clip. Just watch this, clip from where it was shown that he has been flirting with this
another IT.
another auntie that is married with 4 kids in her husband's house. So a lot of pictures has gone online. Nigerians have dig out old posts showing Frederick Lona's alleged side chick celebrating his marriage and birthday. There are so many pictures where she commented and she was seen stepping out with Frederick Leonard. And at this point, now Piggy Ovary has come to react in a very sensitive way by telling us that she made mention of so many things. She said the first thing she said is that you said you wanted to divorce, yet you did not show up when you were served. Please don't avoid customary court for the 2nd time of June 23rd because I'm coming with receipt. Let's make this divorce done and dusted so that both of you can finally be together. She didn't stop there. She said she called out traditional Igbo man with another Igbo man's wife with 4 children. He ran to a blogger that was lying, but when you were served and saw details of petition, you knew I had seen out one-off of this, and she was blowing hot on the internet. What do you think about this?
All right, I think it's just funny, like to think that I've not really heard about these people. Okay, but yes, but I think last year I heard something about them divorcing.
Marriage will never start. They don't divorce. Why is celebrity marriage like this?
Just
cruise
for the moment, but I've not heard of them anymore. So I wasn't sure if they were divorced, separated. I don't know. That's not what matters right now in this country.
So, but now, but now you see, this thing was not made a whole big deal because now it's the wife coming out to accuse the husband who is married and also sleeping with a married woman allegedly. But now you see, once it's a single lady, a married woman, now sleeping with another person, the news would have gone viral. So what do you think? Don't you think it's a trajectory where people are trying to inflict gender-based equality or discrimination at this point, that this particular gender is not supposed to do this particular gender can do this and get away with it? How do you think?
Honestly, I don't tire for all this bantering, this gender war, because it's getting out of hand. Everybody has the right to everything. What's good for the whatever is good for whatever, okay? So don't feel because men are seen as the prize or more favored than women, you feel you have every right to do whatever you want. Women are also humans. If you that's one thing with men, they can't take what they dish out. They like it when it's to them, but if you do it to them, they can't take it. So
but he said, I celebrate when people get divorced because it means that 1 or 2 people weren't doing well in the marriage.
That's it. Me too.
You celebrate when people get divorced?
It's not better than someone dies in there. Is it not better? Divorce is way better than hearing that the other person got killed in the process. If you know that this marriage is not favoring you, this relationship is not favoring you, it's resulting to violence, okay? Let both people go their separate ways. They should go their separate ways. It's a joyful thing. It's something we should also celebrate. In as much as it's not something to be proud of, but we should also celebrate that one person come out alive and healthy, not being buried, okay? So it's a good thing. Maybe this person, as you said, is right. Maybe one person wasn't breathing well. Okay, there was no peace. It's just the fact.
So someone said Tifa said on X, she said, the night I received breakup message, I didn't reply back. I wanted to wait till the following day. Maybe she would change her mind. I'm waking up, I couldn't find my phone again. Has it been stolen?
Well, the train will be massive.
I'm telling you that you cannot even.
You would without regret. That's oh God.
But have you been served? Have you been served, or are you the one serving?
If I have been served breakfast.
Are you the one serving?
I've got
on record.
I've got her to the past, but that wouldn't define me. Also, but I've learned my lesson.
No, it's a question. Yeah, beating around. You are not being focused at this point.
Yeah.
Have you been served, or are you the one serving?
I've been served, but this time around, I've built my heart brick by brick. I've built myself. You know, my heart right now got
several life.
screen guard. Yes, lives. I've already positioned myself. Once you're doing mago, you're already acting up. Your attitude, your communications has dropped. I'll go back a little. I'll start going back. I'll start picking myself little by. I start moving on. I'll find someone to get attached. All like this, like, once I see that this is not working anymore, I see your attitude has changed, the communication is dropping, you're drifting, okay? I'll start withdrawing. Maybe I'll start by getting engaged to something else doing. Maybe get another person, start talking to someone else. Perhaps the communication is connection. Then I get connected to that person I'm talking to. Then you in question, you stay there alone. Now you there. You there alone. No, I'm not there again. I'm no longer interested. So I've already withdrawn. So whatever you're going to do wouldn't hurt me when it comes to plainly like, oh, you come clean. Oh, you're no longer. You don't even need to tell me. I already know you're no longer there. So
you left the group chat.
I've left the group chat. Go.
So Danjasi said, I am too lazy for the gym. I did diet for 3 months and majorly ate meat. Danjasi shares as he lose weight.
Yeah. Okay.
When last did you hit the gym?
We want to add more.
You want to add like this?
Add more. Like I want to add weight.
I know the recipe. The good.
Yeah, I'm working towards adding more flesh. Okay, so hitting the gym, in as much as hitting the gym is not just for weight's sake. Okay, to losing weight, right? It's also for you to build yourself for health. Issue.
But you actually want to add weight.
Yeah.
I have diet plan for you.
I'm still adding. So
no, let me tell you now. Ask me the diet plan. That you don't need to eat food. But
please let me know. Tell me what is it?
You don't need to eat food.
What is it?
Calm down now.
I'm saying I want to know what it is.
You don't need to eat food for you to add weight.
Okay.
You just need to eat one particular thing every day.
What is this particular?
It's a 3-letter word.
Please. Let it out.
It's a 3-letter word.
Please tell me that you're the one.
No, but it's a 3-letter word. You already know what I'm talking about.
I know what it is. You're trying to tempt me, but I've got you. I know what you're trying to do. I know what you're doing. So as I was saying, Don Jazzy made the right choice. Okay, it's something that works for him. You know, he knows that he can't lift weight. He can't possibly be there, sweating and all that. So he went to something that would help him. He have reduced, if you notice. Yeah, something that works for him. Everybody has what works for them. They have what really favor them. Okay? So him going with dieting is something that works for him in terms of the setting of reducing weight. So it's a good one. It's a good one. Some people go to the gym, they'll lose weight. Some people can do a lot of things, to lose excess weight. Okay? So
have you heard the word Elena? The name Elena.
Elena.
So most girls in Lagos now, if you ask them their name, they'll tell you this Elena. Do you know the?
Oh, now understand. You know one thing with people, mostly girls. I don't know why people try to form me. My name is Ugoma. You know what I've gotten from my name? People always like.
The name is not polished.
Yes, it's not polished the way they want to hear it. They want to hear, what's that? All this
beauty.
They want to hear
sweetie.
Lillian,
Bibi,
Elena, Jessie. They want to hear all those stupid names. But I go by my name. I don't mind. People always tell me.
Let me call it the way I used to call it. Ugoma Sinachi.
Yeah. Thank you. My mom calls me Ugochukwu. Everybody. That's how she calls all of us. So I don't mind. So if I tell people my name is Ugoma, they'll be like, your name is Ugoma. It sounds ancient. Or do my name used to be in movie, all those old movie, they start directing me to old movies where an actor, a character beard Ugoma. So I love my name, okay? I don't mind. So this what guy is trying to say, that everybody in Lekki is forming.
Yeah, everybody is forming.
Nobody wants to bear their original name. Your mom is right there praying on your head, saying, my daughter Onyinye Chukwu, my daughter Ifoma Chukwu, or all this local name. No, calling you by your name, praying for you. Meanwhile, you already changed your name to another thing. How the prayer want enter?
I'm telling you.
When you're not answering Lillian, let me wait till your papa give you. Whatever name you're giving, alright, carry it with pride. Okay? It defines you.
It defines.
Yeah, it's unique in its own way. Yeah.
Unique. I'm guilty as charged.
Oh, you're guilty.
As charged.
How are you guilty?
I'm guilty as charged.
Tell me
but let's just leave it there. But I will tell you. So that you not disgrace me.
I have a question for you.
Yeah, so
when you woke up this morning, how did you feel?
When I woke up this morning?
Yeah.
You should ask me where I woke up from.
Right? Where did you... It doesn't matter where you woke up from. I want to know whether you woke up...
Did you see me anywhere?
Whether you woke up in Maldives, whether you woke up in a hotel, in your house, in your man's house, it doesn't matter. As long as you woke up. There is this feeling you got when you woke up. Did you wake up with anger? Did you wake up with the wrong side of the bed? What was the feeling all about?
Okay, I actually woke up with a lot of thoughts in my head, and the thought is if I'm making the right decision, or should I just walk away?
Okay, all right.
Do you understand?
Yeah, it's something you need to overthink again.
I have to think it all over again. I woke up with a guest that, are you sure you are doing the right thing, or are you just wasting your time?
Oh, is this person just wasting your time?
I'm trying to put more effort, and or are you just going to move on? That the right time, the right people. Yeah, we sure.
Yeah, definitely, of course. There's season for everything. So guys, there's season for everything. There's season for everyone. You, my lady over there, I know there's something you've been anticipating to happen in your life. I just want to let you know that your season will come. Okay? Time with
calm down.
I still have time.
Wait. You're not talking like a woman newly married. You know?
I am not newly married.
Tell me something is going on.
Marriage is not my priority for now.
It is.
If I see husband, I'll marry, but marriage is not something you should bother you. Shouldn't bother you.
So just tell me one thing for the people of Enugu. Just tell them one thing. Just dish out something for them.
Okay. All right, my ladies, especially my girls. I want you girls to be yourself. Be that girl. Okay? Be yourself. Don't pretend. Just be you. The right people will show up. The right people would be there. There is season for everybody. Like I said earlier, I don't know why I'm saying that, but I just want to let you know that. I also appreciate you guys for being part of this show, for always having me here. It's a privilege. Okay, I'm also happy. I'm always excited to be here to give you guys the gist. All right. Thank you for having me here.
So it's your one and only. After it's me. After me is you. So thank you for being on the show with us. We'll do this same time, same station tomorrow on Aneke TV, all at Aneke TV. We love you. Bye.
Every second, the world changes. Markets rise. Leaders speak. Stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news. You need clarity. You need speed. You need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
Humility. Humility is not thinking less of yourself. It is thinking of yourself less. It is the quiet dignity of those who serve when no one claps and rise when no one cheers. In a world shouting for attention, humility whispers truth. It chooses peace over pride and silence over show. It knows that value isn't in volume and honor isn't always visible. The humble carry unseen power. They lift others without needing a pedestal. And in doing so, they rise higher than ego ever could.
In every generation, there exists a defining force. A force shaped by curiosity, driven by ambition, fueled by possibility. Where ideas evolve into innovation, skills transform into enterprise, and vision becomes impact. Because empowerment is more than progress. It is transformation. The voices shaping tomorrow. The idea redefining possibilities. The generation building the future.
On that note, I have the special honor of inviting on stage our host today, the Governor of the Center of Excellence and the State of Aquatic Splendor, the Governor of Lagos State, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu. Keep the applause legacy. Give it some cheer as I now hand over to Mr. Governor. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. So that we have space for our investors and all of our friends to have time to see what we're building in the city and in the state. Mr. Vice President, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, we're truly, truly honored to have you here grace this occasion. It means a whole lot to us. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. My brother governors, the governor of Plateau, the governor of Nasarawa, the governor of Abia, thank you very much. The deputy governor of Enugu and the deputy governor of Akwa Ibom, thank you very much. To my darling wife, thank you very much for your support. To the coordinating minister of the economy and the minister of finance, thank you very much. Thank you, Minister for Aviation. To my new friend and brother, the chairman of the Commonwealth Enterprise Investment, Lord Mallard, thank you very much. To our great sister, our pride of Africa, to Commonwealth, our Honorable Shelley Bothway, thank you very much, madam. And to my brother, who is his 7th visit before the end of the year, Mele, you will do 15 because we still have a lot to do. Thank you very much for the great work you are doing at the African Continental Free Trade Area. And to all of our guests, to all of my friends that have come from various countries, we're indeed very happy. To our political fathers that are here, Baba Lucy, I see you, I see all of our party supporters, but it's really about our visitors, people that are coming to Lagos for the first time, that have taken this risk. We want to say we're truly, truly happy that you've made out the time. To the youth and to the future of Lagos, of Nigeria, thank you for the impact of today's event. And so I want to welcome you again to Lagos, to our Invest 3.0, which is our flagship international investment forum. It's conveyed this one in partnership with the Commonwealth Enterprise and Investment Council. We've come a long way, and with an humble beginning in 2024, at this inaugural edition, Invest Lagos, investment opportunity. We've seen last year's around scaling action, bold solutions towards making Lagos a truly 21st century economy. Now at the 3rd edition, Lagos, the business gateway to Africa. By both situating Lagos on a continental and global landscape and affirming our belief in its uniqueness, of where it stands as a primary gateway to continents that has been described as the world's fastest growing frontier and home to the 21st century workforce. We're announcing to the world that if you want to reach Africa and benefit from its boundless market and economic potential, then Lagos certainly offers the most viable and appealing route. If you want to unlock the potential of the African Continental Free Trade Area, the world's largest free trade area by number of participating countries and home to over 1.4 billion people and a combined GDP of over 3 trillion, then Lagos presents that opening door corridor. If we are the most attractive jewel in that free trade area and is the largest and most popular subnational economy, with over 25 million people getting a GDP that is inching closer to 300 billion. We've seen parity internationally generated revenue. We've seen our growth year in year of about 20%. Our GDP is growing at about 5%, which we believe are certainly above the World Bank threshold. see a city that have the honor of governing, that I have the honor of governing for the past 7 years, which is supported by a very brilliant and energetic team. Every day across our over 2,567 days that we've been around, we believe that we have walked, we've been driven by vision, by ambition. We've set out to leave things better than we met them. We've been guided and we've been inspired by our teams and our team agenda. We have ensured that no part of the city landscape has been left untouched. In fact, our year's budget is a budget of shared prosperity. We have completed and we've added several high-impact infrastructure in waterways, transportation, in road infrastructure. We have handed over 2 rail projects, the Blue Line, the Red Line. We're ushering with the federal government the third rail, which is the Green Line. We're truly excited with what Lagos is becoming. And like Madam Botley said, just close your eyes and imagine by 2050, when you see a Lagos that is the human-centric capital of the world, where a Microsoft can come and take over 500,000 young dynamic engineers, where NVIDIA and all of the tech ecosystem cannot think without dreaming of where their human resource will come out from, apart from Lagos. That's the vision we have seen. Not just infrastructure, but human capital, capacity of the young, dynamic, smart minds that we're building. We've seen a Lekki deep sea port in which Lagos holds an equity stake, now operational, and is also going to a phase 2, because within 5 years, it has actually reached the capacity of its phase 1 already. Our investment in agriculture, including our Lagos Central Food Systems, is the largest food logistics park in the whole of South Africa. It's because we see food system as another national security, and we're taking it very boldly. We see a private sector that is thriving in Lagos, fueled by a pro-business policy and a regulatory environment. The Dangote Petrochemical Refinery, the largest single-train refinery, and Mr. Aliko Dangote is already even scaling it. He's already pushing the numbers and is adding additional investment into that refinery. And so Lagos is now home to no fewer than 6 submarine cables. We're truly excited with what we're seeing in the technology space. Just 2 weeks ago, we commissioned one of the large hyperscale data center here in Lagos. We have nurtured technology unicorns like the Florida Waves, the Money Point, the ndlea into Switch. We're redrawing the architecture of Africa's commerce and its capacity. But our story is not just one that we want to flaunt. We are very proud on the progress we are making on our Lagos International Financial Center, LIFC, which will be the clearest articulation in recent history of Lagos' ambition to be a global financial gateway. The LIFC will be a purpose-built financial district to complete with regulatory architecture, infrastructure quality, and institutional credibility to serve as a nexus of capital inflow between Africa and the world. I must commend and thank the support of the federal government and the federal institutions that are working with us to come to the reality of the LIFC. The world is paying serious attention to Lagos. In 2025, we became the first African city to host the E1 World Championship, which was an all-electric motorboat racing series. We also secured the hosting rights, like Afroexim said, the Creative African Nexus, the CANEX 2026 event will be coming up in November 3rd to 5th. We'll also be hosting the Inter-Africa Trade Fair in November next year, 2027, which is Africa's premier annual trade and investment gathering. To our development finance partners, we've seen investment coming from the British International Investment. We've seen investment from African Finance Corporation, from the Afroexim Bank, and all other multilateral institutions. You are all represented in this room. I say with all of the seriousness that we value the role that patent capital and structured co-financing continue to play. We're seeing a de-risking of transactions, and we're creating a condition for commercial capital to continue to flow. It's not just a chance that just recently again, one of our foremost rating agency said that Lagos is the most forward-looking subnational government. Of course, after being the first by the ease of doing business, we'll continue to ensure that we create the space for us to be globally competitive and to ensure that we can continue to remain relevant. Let me especially acknowledge the Commonwealth, which today is represented by the Secretary General, Madam Bochwe, and the Commonwealth Investment Council, Lord Mallard. What we're seeing is a connection, that you've brought over 200 international investors as real partners towards this conference. Samantha, thank you very much for the role you have played to bring us to where we are. Lagos want to claim full responsibility within the Commonwealth ecosystem. Thank you very much, Samantha. Nobody had actually mentioned that. People didn't know that all the great work that you've put. I think it's important at this point for me to thank the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, the President of our country, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who was the architect 2 decades ago. And I'm humbled that I was privileged to have served my first public assignment with him about 24 years ago now. Please, with a round of sounding applause, please let's give my father, my leader, Mr. President, a big round of applause for the solid foundation upon which the new Lagos is being assembled. And today, the architect of a new Lagos that is architect of a new Nigeria that is rapidly assuming its place within the community of nations. President Bola Tinubu's commitment to Nigeria's subnational government has been invaluable. A lot of my colleagues that are going to come up right here now will attest to that. And I want to acknowledge the chairman of the Progressive Governors Forum and governor of Imo State. Please give a big round welcome to Governor Hope Uzodimma, who will also be joining us on the stage very soon. And to all my brother governors, for coming to grace what we believe we're all making a bigger nation for our country. And all the reforms that Mr. President is leading, and we've seen and we know that all of the encouragements coming from the federal government, we're all committed to ensuring that we do better results and outcomes. Lagos stands ready to collaborate and to partner with other state governments, the federal government, our development partners, the civil society, and the media. While there is plenty of room for healthy competition, we're also keen to stress the dividend of bold cooperation. An important note as I close is that this summit is structured around outcomes. The deal rooms of this third edition have been well curated to function as engines of the summit. We believe that we'll be running in parallel with our plenary sessions, and the pavilions will be open over the next 2 days. This, we believe, will bring together an invitation-only basis. It will create a development for our financial institutions. It will give our export credit agencies a chance to listen to the subnationals that are here. We believe that it will also present opportunity for project sponsors. It will create transaction advisors. All of you are here, capital market experts, investment bankers, and all of our lawyers and legal institutions. They are all here. We believe that there are a lot of opportunity in infrastructure, in aviation, in marine logistics, in industrial zone, in gas, in energy, in renewables, healthcare, digital infrastructure, and large-scale urban development. So there is something for everybody, and so we must all stay back and be part of it. On the third day, we'll also have the opportunity of driving you around Lagos and to see and feel the cultural importance and what the city is truly becoming. I believe the singular goal is to spotlight and to mobilize financing for the most consequential investment decisions across public and private sector that Nigeria truly deserves. Very importantly, this summit will carefully track every deal room commitment through to financial close with a clear commitment and an unwavering eye on execution. I think it's the Madam Secretary General that says that there's nothing other than to take these commitments to execution. We will judge success not by the powerful speeches we made here or by the impressive turnouts or even the headlines commitments, which we have no doubt will be remarkable, but by the concrete investment that will create jobs, that will transform life, and that will take the opportunity to each of our communities in Lagos and in other subnationals and beyond. As I close, let me once again thank Mr. Vice President for gracing us with his presence. Let me thank members of the local organizing, my Honorable Commissioner, my Deputy Chief of Staff, Mr. I. Boje, I. Imokwere, for all the great works you have all put to this. And I want to thank every delegate from far and near for honoring us with your presence. I invite you, while here, to commit to enjoying the color and the hospitality of Lagos. What you saw earlier today, that's just a little dot. You know, don't be scared at all. That is our mother, Lagos, telling us that they've given us all the permission to go ahead. And where that creativity comes from, there's so many, you know, that we can take to probably just entice you. But we're truly happy with the hospitality that we're presenting in Lagos and what Lagos presents to Africa. I thank you all for your kind attention. God bless Lagos State Government. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. God bless the Commonwealth and all of our partners. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Babajide Sanwo-Olu, the Governor of Lagos State, and we want to thank the Governor and his administration for their tireless efforts to show that the policies are serious and that investors must know that your investments will scale. Your projects are ready here for investment in Nigeria's economic powerhouse, Lagos State. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, for really underlining why we're here. Now, if I could ask you to take your seats, please. I noticed entering, my sharp eye noticed His Excellency Hope Uzodinma, the Governor of Imo State, is here with us. Now, we go into the Governor's Investment Showcase. Sometimes they say the whole of Nigeria is in Lagos. So you're going to get a little treat now, because we're going to call up a number of governors who present investment propositions in a rapid-fire, disciplined, evidence-based format. But before we do that, I'm going to call, to get us started, to fire the gun, the Honorable Minister of Finance and the Coordinating Minister of the Economy has graced us with his presence today. So please give a robust round of applause to His Excellency Taiwo Oyedele.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Lagos. Your Excellency, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, my Governor, the Governor of Lagos State, and our host, Mr. Babajide Olushola Sanwo-Olu, Your Excellencies, Governors of Nasarawa, Abia, Imo, Plateau States, Deputy Governors and other governors here represented, the Honorable Minister for Aviation and Aerospace Development, my brother, and other ministers here present and represented, visiting heads of government, Secretary General of the Commonwealth, the Chair of the Commonwealth Enterprise and Investment Council, Secretary General of the African Continental Free Trade Area, members of the diplomatic community, investors and business leaders, captains of industry, representatives of development finance institutions, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is my distinct pleasure to join you today for the Governor's Investment Showcase at Invest Lagos 3.0. Let me begin by commending Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, the government of Lagos State, and partners, especially the Commonwealth Enterprise and Investment Council. Platforms like Invest Lagos are vital because they move us beyond high-level rhetorics to practical hard work of connecting capital with execution. We are particularly honored by the presence of His Excellency, Mr. Vice President. Your attendance underscores the premium the federal government places on private sector developments and the critical role of subnational entities in driving national transformation. There's a shift to subnational growth, and that's why we're focusing on this. For decades, the conversation around investing in Nigeria focused almost exclusively on the federal government. But in the recent past, and particularly today, that narrative is fundamentally changing. The future of Nigeria's growth story is being written in Lagos, Kano, Enugu, Uyo, Abeokuta, Ilorin, Kaduna, Lafia, Owerri, and Umuahia. We are embracing a simple reality that while national reforms create the enabling environment, it is our subnational government that converts potential into projects, investments, jobs, and tangible economic outcomes. Lagos continues to set the pace. Just 3 weeks ago, like Mr. Governor said, I joined Governor Sanwo-Olu to commission the Kasi Hyperscale Data Center, an investment supported by the Nigeria Sovereign Investment Authority. That project is a testament to what happens when vision, policy consistency, and private capital converge. Africa is home to 9 tech unicorns, startups that are valued at $1 billion or more, 5 of which are from Nigeria, all headquartered in Lagos. So if you are in doubt whether Lagos is the most consequential city in Africa, like Mojibade said, you got the answer right there. But this is not just a Lagos story. Across our federation, governors are actively competing for investments, harmonizing tax laws, digitizing public services, and building robust public-private partnership frameworks. Investors do not invest in abstract countries. They invest in specific projects, cities, industrial clusters, and logistics corridors. Incidentally, all those are in states. But let me tell you about the macroeconomic stability that is enabling the reform progress. We meet at a time when global capital is highly selective. Investors are searching for 3 core pillars. They want predictability, they want competitiveness, and of course, profitability. Nigeria has made a deliberate choice to build all 3. Over the past 3 years, the federal government, under the bold leadership of our President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, has undertaken some of the most significant, difficult but necessary economic reforms in our modern history to dismantle structural distortions. On the monetary side, we unified the exchange rate, transitioned to a transparent, market-determined foreign exchange market, and diligently rebuilt our external reserve, moving from a net of under $4 billion just 2-3 years ago in 2023 to over $30 billion net and nearly $50 billion gross today. Yes, we should clap for that. The structural resilience of our economy is manifesting. Despite global economic and geopolitical headwinds, Nigeria recorded a GDP growth rate of 3.89% in the first quarter of 2026. In 2025, in US dollar terms, our economy grew by 11.2% and is on track for another double-digit growth in USD terms this year, ranking Nigeria in the top 10 contributors to global GDP growth rate for 2026. I have just returned from Invest Africa Summit in London. The global capital markets are taking notice. Just last month, S&P Global Ratings upgraded Nigeria's sovereign credit rating to B with a stable outlook, the first upgrade in over a decade, following positive outlook adjustment by Fitch and Moody's. This independent validation signals to global markets that Nigeria is steadily regaining macroeconomic stability. And we have the fiscal revolution, smarter tax, stronger states. At the core of our strategy is a comprehensive fiscal reform. For decades, a fragmented tax framework imposed heavy compliance burdens on businesses. Today, we are building a simpler, fairer, and highly competitive system. We have consolidated dozens of overlapping taxes and levies into a streamlined framework. We have enhanced our VAT administration to grant, wait for it, full input credit for investment. We have introduced incentive for priority sectors and established taxpayers' protection through the Office of the Tax Ombudsman. Let me emphasize that our goal is not to tax more, it is to tax smarter, raising our tax to GDP ratio from just about 10% a couple of years ago to at least 18% over the next 3 years by stimulating economic activities and expanding the informal sector to formalize rather than suppressing economic activities. Crucially, our new tax reform laws are specifically designed to empower subnational acceleration. The new framework assigns a greater share of VAT revenue directly to states, exclusively allocates stamp duties, including electronic money transfer levy, to state governments, and provides full tax exemption for state government bonds to drive local infrastructure development. We highly commend the states that have already enacted the state tax harmonization law to eliminate multiple taxation and protect vulnerable taxpayers. Moving forward, massive opportunities remain in land reform, simplifying titling and unlocking the deep capital trapped in real estate and property taxation. But we need to move beyond conversation to real deals and transactions. Reforms, however, only clear the paths. It is investment, enterprise, and jobs that create true prosperity. Too often, brilliant opportunities are known, but insufficiently prepared. Investors are highly interested, but cannot navigate the entry points. Projects exist, but they are not bankable or investment ready. To bridge this gap, the Federal Ministry of Finance is establishing a Nigeria deal room to transition from conversation to actual transaction, and we'll be learning from what Lagos State is doing. The platform will serve as a coordinated pipeline to identify strategic projects, eliminate regulatory bottlenecks, reduce the investment risk premium, and directly connect credible capital with investment-ready opportunities. Let me make a direct call to investors. So the sovereign wealth funds, development finance institutions, private equity firms, pension funds, and corporate leaders in this room today, Nigeria remains one of the most compelling long-term investment destinations globally. We possess a young, hyper-digital, and deeply enterprising population. We represent a dominant anchor market for continents integrating under the African Continental Free Trade Area. When you invest in a Nigerian state, you are investing in the future of African commerce. The federal government is fundamentally committed to crowding in private capital, not crowding it out. We're here to ensure that your long-term capital is protected, your enterprise is rewarded, and your growth is sustainable. In conclusion, the future of Nigeria will be built by states, project by project, and partnership by partnership. As we begin this session, we will hear from the governors, not merely a presentation of aspirations, but investment propositions. We will hear opportunities in infrastructure, manufacturing, agriculture, logistics, energy, technology, tourism, housing, mining, and industrial development. We will hear from leaders who understand that attracting capital requires more than ambition. It requires preparation. I encourage you to view today's presentation not merely as speeches, but as invitations. Invitations to engage, invitations to explore, invitations to partner, and most importantly, invitations to invest. At the center, we will showcase and amplify best practice standards across subnational governments, from measures designed to promote ease of doing business, regulatory reforms, human development, infrastructural investments, and to sound public financial management, including innovation and technological development. The federal government stands fully ready to act as your partner in unlocking this next economic frontier, as we remain committed to providing the macroeconomic stability, regulatory certainty, and policy consistency necessary to support long-term investment. Thank you, and I wish you all a highly productive, successful, and profitable summit. God bless you all so you can invest. God bless our states so they can be ready for investment. And may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria so we may continue to provide the enabling condition for investment to thrive. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, and God bless you, our Honorable Minister of Finance and Coordinating Minister. At some stage, where there'll be more than 20 investment-ready projects in a secure, invitation-only environment involving not just Lagos State, but several other states as well from across Nigeria and the private sector. Now, the conversations on this stage matter, but the real test is whether they move into the deal room and forward into execution. So I think the measure of success of this summit is not what really we say on stage, but what gets implemented in that room and in bilateral meetings afterwards. So, on to the next part of the program, which is to hear about those deals. We're so honored to have some of the most powerful, dynamic governors in Nigeria right here in this room today. You're going to hear a rapid fire précis of exactly what their states have to offer. And I am not going to moderate it. I'd love to moderate it, but instead they got someone better. They went all the way to Atlanta to CNN for your moderator for this session. Please welcome Zainasha.
Thank you so much, Mark, for that introduction. I just want to start, before I get to this panel, I want to say a huge thank you to the Governor of Lagos, Governor Sanwo-Olu. Thank you so much for having me. I love being back home. And the second group that I really want to thank is the local organizing committee, because you would not believe how much effort, how much hard work has gone into this event, from coming up with a concept to sending out invitations to really making sure the program was suitable for what they wanted to achieve. And I understand the governor was personally involved in this. And many members of the local organizing committee told me that they have not slept in 4 days. That is the amount of effort that has gone into this. So this is going to be a little bit different, this panel, because obviously this entire morning you've heard all the different reasons why we should invest in Lagos. Now we're going to hear from some of the other governors across the country. There's going to be 4 minutes. Each governor is going to be speaking for about 4 minutes, talking to you about why you should invest in their state. Please welcome the governors on stage, and then we'll get started.
I want you to come forward a bit.
Okay. All right, please welcome the Governor of Lagos, Governor Sanwo-Olu. Please welcome the Governor of Abia State, His Excellency, Mr. Alex Otu. Please welcome the Governor of Imo State, His Excellency, Senator Hope Uzodinma. Please welcome the Governor of Nasarawa State, His Excellency Sule. And finally, please welcome the Governor of Plateau State, His Excellency Ba Mutfwang. All right, so as I mentioned, each of you is going to have 4 minutes to talk to this room about why they should invest in your state. Mr. Governor of Lagos, as host, we're going to start with you. Talk to the room about one important investment opportunity in Lagos, the scale of it, and what you've done to de-risk.
Well, thank you very much. Okay, well, it's on. Thank you very much. And first, let me thank my brother governors who are on this panel. I think we working together is our country working together. And so there are no losers, there are no winners. We're all as subnational just encouraging our citizens, and we're hoping that we can use this platform to galvanize investment into our country. And once again, also to thank Mr. Vice President for gracing us with so much time today. We indeed are not taking it for granted. So we're here. This is Lagos, and I think every other thing up until now has been around us. Zain, it's nice to have you. But what are the things? Part of the challenge of a big city like this is for us to be able to have a plan where people can feel. We can bring out all the best policies, we can bring out all the budgets, but two things is, do we have the capacity to execute everything? Do we have the resources to fit into all what our plans and aspirations are? So when we came in, we put up a policy called Team's Agenda, which sits for traffic management. You see a lot in Lagos, you know, transportation, public transportation, health and environment, education and technology, making Lagos a 21st century economy, entertainment and tourism, and security and good governance. And we added a plus into it, which now secures social inclusion, gender equality, women, you know, youth and everything. So in all of that economic policy, there are strong drivers. You know, we want an efficient, effective, you know, public sector, you know, reform. We want to have infrastructure development at the highest level. We want to have a human-centric, you know, city. So in all of these nice things, how do you fund this? Where do you get the funding for it? Part of the things we've done in 7 years is that we've been very aggressive on what we call our internodal public transportation system. How do we unlock the potential moving citizens of Lagos from one point to the other and reduce their travel time, their journey time? We've been able to activate that by putting in our infrastructure in rail, in waterways, and public transportation. But we've not added it to finish. We have a plan for 6 rail projects. We've only been able to do 2. So there's opportunity for investors here to activate the remaining 3 rail infrastructure in Lagos. There's a green line which the federal government is supporting us. So we still have the purple line, we have the yellow line, and we have the orange line. Each of these rail corridors are on their own a deal maker. They are on their own, things that people can run with. We have opportunity in waterways infrastructure as well. We're currently enjoying some credit facility, but we still have a lot of opportunity because 1/3 of Lagos is water. So we believe that if we solve transportation issues in Lagos, what we're doing is we're unlocking the economic potential. So travel time will be completely reduced. People can get to one point or the other easily, quicker, and faster. And so it has incremental, effects on our citizens. It keeps money in their pocket, but they're able to do and transact better. And the private sector can indeed track their investment because the numbers are there. The population is there. And so the numbers will show that you make the needed return on investment. So that's there. So on public transportation, there's opportunity in rail, there's opportunity in waterways. Let's move quickly, right? In technology, right? I know it's a driver for the private sector. Today, we're building what we call not just data center, we're building fiber connectivity around the city. We're doing about 3,000 kilometers of fiber. So what we're expecting from that is for the private sector to bring in more data center, because the future is AI, the future is technology. Yes, we said that the unicorns are here, but we need to have more infrastructure in place. So there's still a lot of opportunity to scale in terms of data center, in terms of hyperscale data center. We've opened one, but there's still huge opportunity in technology, in data, infrastructure, and the rest of it. The next one will be in the area of agriculture. You say that we're a tiny state. What are we doing in agriculture? Because one of the strongest security that is also affecting the world is food security, right? So for us to feed 23, 24 million people, we need to be able to secure where that feeding is going to come from. So we're building what we call a central logistics park on our own, but we need additional investment to take that audacious movement, to take it to completion. So there's a lot of opportunity, and I hear AfroExim is here on special agro-processing zone, which will activate and unlock potential in agriculture. With 25 million people, you know that this is a ready market. We consume the largest number of red meat in the country. So we need a lot of processing plants. We need a lot of, agro-processing opportunity that is there. The regular things, we will always take that. Education, health, there's opportunity. But we will always continue to carry, on that. So to give my other colleagues opportunity. So there is huge opportunity in public transportation, in rail. There's huge opportunity in technology, in renewables. So when I say technology, you can also take it to energy. Energy transition, energy, for all is real. Today, we consume about 40-45% of the national grid. And it's still not enough. We believe that the energy demand of Lagos, they're currently meeting only about 50%. So there's still a huge gap, right? We believe from our calculation, another 3,000, 4,000 megahertz of energy, if you come into Lagos, we will use it. So there is opportunity for energy in terms of renewables, in terms of solar, in terms of and we have gas also working on. So There's opportunity in gas, in energy, there's opportunity in transportation, there's opportunity in technology, there's opportunity in agriculture. So let me stay there for now. Thank you.
Okay. And, you know, just in terms of, obviously, as you point out, the priority is technology, agriculture, public transportation, and just in terms of the knock-on effects on the economy, you think about public transportation, it affects so many different aspects of the economy, from productivity to people's livelihood. I mean, is that the priority, or is there one particular partnership that Lagos wants to strike in that area?
So that will be the priority. We want to be able to solve our people's problem. And if you have 1,000 naira, if you ask them from 1,000 naira, what percentage is on public transportation? It's a huge percentage, about 45 to 50%, and that's huge. So we want to bring down that cost. So they want to be able to increase and improve their economic efficiency, and they also want to reduce their travel time on the road. So that will create a better economy for them. They can stay, at home, or they can stay in other things and do other things, and save money from public transportation. One of the strongest things we have is our numbers. So how do we activate that number? How do we unlock it into a viable business potential? So that is a major driver. And once that happens, the effect of it is that our people will move quicker, economics will be developed quicker, taxes will be paid, and by extension, the benefit will come to government further down the line.
There is an important trickle-down effect. Thank you so much, Governor. Okay, let's turn to Abia State. Mr. Alex Otti, the floor is yours. 4 minutes to talk to the audience about one investable opportunity for people here today.
Just one?
You could do many, as long as you keep it to 4 minutes. How about that?
Your Excellency, the Vice President, my colleagues, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me start by thanking my friend and my brother, the Governor of Lagos State, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, for inviting us. It may look simple, but the truth is that it takes a lot of selflessness to invite other states, thank you, to take advantage of a platform that you have paid for, you've created to market themselves. And one thing I'll assure you is that I will not demarket you as I market myself. Lagos is a mega city. Actually, if you ask me, I would say it's overpopulated, and that's why it becomes necessary that other cities begin to grow so that they can take what Lagos cannot take. And that's where we come in. We are not going to compete with Lagos. We can't be mega city in the next 10 years or 15 years, but there are things we can take off Lagos. For instance, in Abia State, one thing we have is population linked to markets. And the population is an entrepreneurial population, an enterprising population, resilient people who can create anything at all. It may not be finished in a sophisticated manner, but at least they will create it. Just show them. Take to area market, they will produce it. It may be a barmaid, yes, but they will fake it until they make it. So, thank you. So when we started about 3 years ago, exactly 3 years ago, we had to hit the reset button and set a 25-year development plan. And we are following that plan. The most important for us was transforming the markets, and there are a lot of them. We've started with a core area market is also undergoing transformation, and there are a lot of other markets. And our people can stay in the market for 24 hours if they have power. Therefore, we faced power. Luckily, Geometric had been there struggling for 20 years. And let me use this opportunity to thank the Vice President for untying all the problems that Geometric had and coming personally in February 2024 to commission Geometric Power after 20 years. Today, Aba, as an island that includes 8 more local governments, literally off the national grid, and Aba has been ring-fenced as an island, and they have 24-hour power as we speak. We moved from there to Umuahia, and we sat down with Enugu Disco, and today we have signed the agreement to move the remaining part of Abia State, also out of EEDC. We set up the Abia State Electricity Regulatory Agency, and what we want to do is to have control of power in our own hands. We believe that geometric at maximum capacity of 188 megawatts would have excess capacity, and we can just wheel it to Umuahia and other parts of the state. And by God's grace, in a few years, we should also guarantee 24-hour power supply in Umuahia and other local governments. Now, why does this matter? It matters because a lot of manufacturers, industries, about 60 to 70% of their cost is in power, is in energy. So when you see, I got a call from somebody yesterday that wanted to relocate a steel plant that had been built in another state. In fact, he told me that he spoke to my brother, Governor Judes Olu. I'm sure he knows who I'm talking about. And he's built it, but he has no power. And he's looking for where you can guarantee 24-hour supply of power. And I say, please come. I've already allocated 5 hectares of land to him close to geometric. So the plant is going to move. Now, what other areas are important? Roads. In the last 3 years, we have built over 400 kilometers, 400 roads, different roads. We've just put them together. Actually, it's 414. Measuring about 864 kilometers. We have another 82. Thank you. We have another 82 measuring about 211 kilometers that are ongoing. We just want to provide the enabling environment for our people to do business. And of course, in the area of transportation, we launched 20 electric buses that started on 23rd of December 2025. And they are running in the whole state now. We have another 20 electric buses coming from China. In fact, they have just been loaded a few days ago, and they'll be here by next month. What are we trying to do? We're trying to make it easy for people to move throughout the nooks and crannies of the state on good roads with reliable electricity. So where do we need investment? Healthcare. Today we have been rated as the most health prepared state in the country, and that's SBM 2025 report. That's looking at how much money we have allocated per capita on healthcare. In the last 3 years, we have allocated 15% of our budget to healthcare. Now, we have about 277 primary healthcare centers that we have refurbished, and about 135 of them have been functionalized. We keep functionalizing them as we get all the materials and then the human beings. We've hired about 800 healthcare professionals. Some of them came from outside Nigeria to work in Abia State. So we have about 7 general hospitals that we are rebuilding. And of course, we have the tertiary hospitals, the Abia State University Teaching Hospital in Aba, the Specialist Hospital in Amachara, Umuahia, and then the one at Umunato. Where do we need help? We need help with our vision to build a medical city in Abia State. We have acquired 200 hectares of land for it. We've prepared it. We've built the road. But we need about $1.3 billion to put that in place. If it is true that every year we spend about $2 to $2.5 billion on medical tourism, it could be more than that, then we are not greedy. We're just saying, if it is $2 billion, maybe $200 million should come to Abia State. So if you need to go to, instead of flying to Dubai, flying to India, Turkey, and all that, you just come to Abia State. So that's what we are working on. And it will be helpful if we get people who are interested in investing in, and it will make money. Sometimes people think healthcare is it's free lunch. It's not. It makes money over time. So it has to be patient capital. Of course, another area we need investment is in the Abia Industrial and Innovation Park. It was interesting to listen to our friends talk about industrial parks. So I'd like to engage with my sister, who, by the way, worked with me when I was in Citibank. I think that's what the lady that the gentleman represented. Yes. Yes. So I'd like to engage with her so that we can work on the industrial park. The industrial park is in Owaza, where we have oil and gas. Of course, there are a lot of other things that we can talk about, but I think my 4 minutes is gone now. Yes. Thank you very much.
You can see me looking at you, smiling.
Frontline Africa is Aneke TV's flagship current affairs program, where critical national and continental issues take center stage.
On Frontline Africa, we examine politics, the economy, security, business, health, and a wide range of other key sectors shaping society.
The program is insightful, engaging, and interactive, providing a platform for informed analysis and meaningful public discourse.
Here, issues are discussed raw, balanced, and expertly with depth, clarity, and a commitment to fact and accountability.
Join us every Saturday at 5 in the evening, only on Aneke TV.
Many thanks and welcome to Frontline Africa, broadcasting live on Aneke TV. Today we'll take you, as always, behind the headlines, cutting through the noise to bring you the sharpest analysis, perspective, and critical insights into the stories shaping our continent. Yes, from politics to the economy, our panel of seasoned analysts are ready here to unpack the biggest issues of the day. This is Frontline Africa, and I'm Uche Osai. And joining us, as always, is Ozo Iboneku Ogazimora, Esquire, former Commissioner of Information Strategy, Culture and Tourism, and equally a legal luminary and a seasoned political analyst. Ozo.
Thank you very much.
Yes. And also with us is a seasoned communication development communication expert and a public affairs analyst, Emeka Odom. Mr. Emeka, it's a pleasure to have you one more time.
Thank you so much.
Yes.
I'm always delighted to be here.
I would always want to ask you one question, but I know that there is hope, so I don't go that way again. Gentlemen, let's get started. Let's start with the Tinubu at 3, evaluating the administration's performance. 3 years into the President Tinubu's administration, the big question is no longer whether reforms have been bold, but whether they have delivered relief, stability, and trust to Nigerians. So the question remains, we just celebrated 3 years in office. There are different opinions, different schools of thought. From the government perspective, they would argue that the government has consolidated the economy, has helped students with NEL fund, has stabilized the foreign exchange market, pushed away arbitrage in this instance. So the question remains, has the administration succeeded in fixing the economy? Has it simply normalized sacrifice without sufficient relief? Mr. Emeka, let's start from you.
Yes, thank you so much. It's a very big question. How has the government fared in the last 3 years? Let me start by saying that to be fair to the government, we have seen some flashes of, some critical reforms here and there. Yes, many of those reforms, the candidates, not just President Tinubu, all the candidates that contested along with him, many of them, gave a hint that they were going to embark on such reforms, particularly the removal of fuel subsidy. And we've also seen the introduction of one or two programs by the government, for instance, the students' loans scheme, and a few other things. But I must tell you that the challenges of this country is so enormous that before an administration can make a very visible impact to the extent that it will begin to turn things around, it will take a very giant leap. Now, within the last 3 years, how has it been? Yes, let me take them one after the other. This government came right from the very first day at the inauguration ground. Mr. President announced, the total, removal of fuel subsidy, even though we were told by the Buhari administration that the subsidy was gone, and with the time frame of was it June or July or so, but eventually Mr. President decided to fast track it right from May 29, 2023. And I can tell you that since that day, it has never been uhuru with the Nigerian economy, and as long as the people will feel it. Now, it is a two-sided thing. Those are the supply side of governance. Maybe smiling to say, oh, it's a big relief. There's more money now. The government now has some space to do a lot of things, and so they can be. It's possible as they are celebrating, which we have seen, a couple of times by either the governors or people at the national level, and so on their own side, it could be okay. It's okay. Now, people at the supply side of governance. Now, people at the demand side, that is the people. You and I, the common man on the street, the average worker, the market woman, the vulcanizer on the street, the hairdresser, the barber, even the unemployed youth, the pensioners, the aged parents. The question is, how have they fed? Your guess is as good as mine. It is a common knowledge today that certainly there's more suffering in the land. I mean, you don't need any special instrument to see it. You don't need to be an economist to see it. The statistics may be okay. The figures from the various statistical bodies may be okay, but how has it impacted the man on the street? Now, there are common crucibles through which you can measure. These are straightforward index through which you can measure how the economy is performing in the lives of ordinary people in every country. You talk about the cost of transportation. You talk about the prices of food in the market. You talk about the cost of healthcare and many of these things. Energy cost. So where will you start from? I can tell you that if you meet 10 common people on the streets, those who don't have any connection, who don't eat any extra code, who don't collect any extra code or collect any allowance anywhere, if you meet 10 of them on the street and ask them, they will simply tell you that the last 3 years have been very horrible. It has been a harrowing experience. The price of things have skyrocketed to, only God knows the percentage that with which it has gone up. Is it transport? Is it food prices? Always somersaulting. It never comes down. It's constantly rising, tumbling towards the sky. Is it house rent? Is it energy cost? So where do we start from?
All right, Mr. Meka, let's hold on a bit. Let's get Honorable's perspective on this. Then we'll begin to take it one after the other, perhaps sector by sector, the much we can today. Honorable, we are speaking to the 3 years in office of this administration, and we are asking, has the administration succeeded in fixing the economy, or has it simply normalized sacrifice without sufficient relief?
Okay. First of all, for you to answer that question, you have to look at what the law says. The law says, that is the Constitution of the Federal Republic, that the primary function of government is security of lives and property and economic well-being of the people. That's two planks now. When you look at that first plank, security of lives and property, you look at the score of the government and you see that the people's well-being is not protected there. Indeed, the Nigerian is more threatened now, likely to die in the hands of kidnappers, has 60% chances of dying in the hands of kidnappers than he had 4 years ago. Somebody, just yesterday, I saw a clip where the bandits invaded an estate in Abuja, secluded the estate, entered there, and were knocking door by door, eventually shooting some doors open, and were able to seize the persons they wanted, the number they wanted, and left. The question on it is, would this have happened 4 years ago? Would it have happened 8 years ago? So on that particular score, is the Nigerian safer now? My answer may be quickly no, but we look at indices first.
All right, but Honorable, sorry to cut in, but comparatively, on comparative analysis, you would say that 8 years ago, 4 years ago, that it wouldn't have happened.
It wouldn't have happened.
You're invariably saying that the Nigerian is safer 4 years ago than
yes, the Nigerian is 100% safer. Was 100% safer 4, 5, 10 years ago than he is at the moment. Now, you come to the economic well-being, or rather the social well-being of the people. Can the treatment of malaria now if you compare the treatment of malaria today with the treatment of malaria 8 years ago, you'll be able to determine which was easier. Accessibility of the drug, availability of the drug, reliability of the drug, before you now settle with cost. If somebody who had 10,000 naira in his family can conveniently treat malaria in his family, maybe himself, his wife, and his children, can that treat malaria today in the family if it breaks out? What about going to hospitals? What were people paying for them to enter into a hospital 10 years ago, 5 years ago? You compare it with what they do today. So you see now that the score of social health, we also look at education. They are talking about scholarship and all that, net fund. It doesn't end there. It is not a matter of telling people you are giving them scholarship or student loans. Fine. You give people loans. How safe are they in the school? How safe are even the lecturers? What of the other study materials? Are they there? While you were giving them those loans, the universities are increasing fees. The cost of feeding in the university is now a lot harder, higher than it used to be then. So you find out that the government has failed in its constitutional duty of securing the people's lives and property and the people's economic well-being. Yes, government is not stagnant. We can say yes, there are new roads, there are new designs, there are proposals for building of seaports, and there are upgrading of some airports. Yes, this, but you have to look at the popular strata of the society, not the elite level. If you look at the society from the elite level, the elite have already built buffers that give them 10 years, 20 years, they may not start feeling the impact. When you say you are taking away the oil subsidy, the fuel subsidy, which they did, which we were initially told was no longer there, but they did it. What they actually did was to increase the pump price. Now you increased it. What is the effect of that on the people? Look at one other aspect that irritates me. You look at this Aneke to Enugu to Umahia expressway. During Buhari's regime, they were doing proper asphalted roads. Today it is cement and concrete. What they are doing there. When they tell you they have finished this side, and you are using the road, you see the bumps, you hear the bumps. You know that it is not well with your tires. You know that it is not good. So we are supposed to be taking at every day, at each point, we are supposed to be taking a step higher, even if it's a very short step. But in this, we are taking this step backward. Look at the tertiary head arrangement in the society. How many Nigerians can treat tertiary head challenges? When I say tertiary head, I mean those ones that are of higher grade, kidney failure, cancer, and the rest of them. How many Nigerians can even afford the diagnosis? Where are the diagnostic centers? The ones available, is it affordable? That one that is available, is it accessible to everybody? When you do not have that, when you build giant hospitals, beautiful places, that screens people out of the services, you cannot say you've made provisions for the people. Because some of us, many people in Nigeria, have had the opportunity of living abroad or visiting abroad, and at the end of the day, you find out that indeed there is every reason for every Nigerian to struggle to be a thief. Because if you don't...
Every Nigerian to struggle to be
a thief. If you don't struggle to be a thief and make money, if you get sick, you will not be treated. If armed robbers come to your house, the police will not come. In many parts of Nigeria or of a state, you have fire outbreak, the fire service is not available. So what is there that you can call public service that is there to serve everybody, to take care of everybody, which is accessible? I'm not saying that big men are not carrying police around, that big men cannot afford fancy hospitals and fancy hotels. I'm talking about the others. So you have a situation where what is in Nigeria is just leveraging the rich and powerful while leaving out majority of the people.
All right, Honorable, sorry, let me cut in a bit. Mr. Becker, he seems to be in agreement with what he's saying, but my question now is, we have a government that has told us, and obviously we've seen, has increased the external reserves, which has risen to about $50 billion US as we speak. And then when you talk about the Nigerian exchange, the capitalization has grown way above 160 trillion naira. Why is it not being translated to the life of the common man on the street, which is what Honorable is anchoring on?
Yeah, you recall that initially I said something, and I said that the statistics may be okay. I mean, those who look at it, who follow the statistics, they may be very interesting. They may meet up with the targets that they've set. I remember also that sometimes these statistics themselves, you and I don't have opportunity to probably validate them, scrutinize them, validate them. We are simply left with either you accept them and cite them in official and reference them in official situations and circumstances. Yeah. Any other thing you are presenting, you are probably seen as an enemy of the state, so to say. So you must understand it is at that level. But if it's an independent thing, at least everybody will have to subject it to some certain validity test to know whether these statistics are actually what they are. For instance, some I'm not an economist, but in some cases figures can be rebased, and when they are rebased, it looks as if the economy has taken a giant leap, but in the actual sense, it's just the figures that have changed and things are still where they are, more like a motion without movement. So but like I said, the most important thing is, how does the man on the street fare? What is the price? What is the physical price of food items in the market? I think that is what defines the entire thing. And these are, and that's why I said that, look, there are two things. Those who see, the people on the supply side of governance will always hold on to statistics, because it's easier for them for those who want to doctor statistics, it's easier for them to doctor that aspect and now quote, oh, this is what it is, this is what it is, this is what the inflation figure says, this is what the unemployment or the employment figure says, and things like that. But the one you cannot doctor, the one you are helpless about, which is real, is the price of food items in the market, the price of transporting people and goods from point A to point B. That you can't doctor. That is a reflection of the real economy, how things are. And for me, that is how you measure the performance of any government. It's not whether the exchange rate, whether the foreign reserve. I don't see the foreign reserve. I'm sure you don't see it. We only based on what we are told it is. Yeah. Isn't that correct? If tomorrow they tell you that Nigerian foreign reserve is now 3 trillion, on what basis are you going to argue it? But the one that nobody can, convince you about, because it's as clear as a crystal star, is how much is the price of a bag of rice in the market. Nobody can come and doctor that amount, because by the time you take a walk from that to the next shop or to the next market, you know the price. Everybody knows about it. So that is why we are saying that, look, that is the only way through which you can measure how well a government has performed. Today, people make reference to when President Goodluck Jonathan was in power. Why are they making so? Because the bag of rice was barely less than 10,000 naira then, compared to what it is today. And you don't need to argue it. What is a liter? What is the price of a liter of pump price? But what is the pump price of fuel at the filling station? Yes, it has gone up. We are told that it has been deregulated. It has gone up. And for me, first and foremost, I don't support a total, withdrawal of fuel subsidy, because I've made that point very clear at several instances. No country in the world, I want anybody to come and challenge me and tell me any country in the world that leaves a major component of their energy security in the hands of market forces. I've not seen any country that does that. In fact, if you look at what is going on now with the crisis in the Gulf region, that has taken the price of fuel up for about 3, 4, 5 months now. Many countries are bridging the gap, coming in to say, look, yes, this is what the pump price is, but our citizens cannot buy fuel at so amount. Now, what government is not telling you is what was the budgeted price of crude oil, a barrel of crude oil for 2026. But we are now know that a substantial part of this 2026, the price of crude oil has sold far above what it was budgeted. Now nobody is saying anything about, the extra that's on top. All we are talking about is how much more we have to cough out to buy. Everybody says, yes, it's not the government, it's because of crisis in the Gulf. Oh, the price of all over the world it has gone up. But nobody is talking about the
windfall.
The windfall. This is not the first time we are experiencing situations like this in this country. In 1990, during the Gulf War, as a matter of fact, any time there's crisis in the Gulf, the oil will go up. It's almost a sequential thing. A consequential thing. Now, during the 90s, we didn't experience this kind of situation. Instead, what the country was talking about that time was the Gulf oil windfall. And that's not the only time. So you see, the point is, it's not about whether the governors are now collecting higher billions of money in state allocation more than they were collecting before. That's not the issue. The issue is, just like Honorable said here, how has the government been able to meet up with the primary purpose of government?
Right. Nanda, you mentioned the primary purpose of government anchored on what Honorable said, the welfare and security of the people. Let's look at security. We have an administration that has told us that we've seen that they've increased security budgets significantly, and then they equally say that they recorded successes in neutralizing key insurgent leaders in this very instance, and then they ramped up military efforts against kidnapping, banditry, and the likes of it. The question is, in comparative analysis, I did ask Honorable as well, and I'm repeating the question. Are we saying in these last 3 years of this very administration that the Nigerian is not safer, given the budgetary allocation, increment in budgetary allocation to security, more appointments, especially in terms of Homeland Security Advisor? We've never had that. We are seeing efforts in this regard. So the question is, when we compare where we are in these 3 years to the previous administration, are we saying that the Nigerian is way not safer than he should be?
Well, you don't even have to look far. Just look at what is happening today, what is happening everywhere. Just this morning, I watched the clip of Major General Abaka Rabe and his wife paraded by kidnappers when they were begging, asking government and people to assist them so that they could live free. Major General of Nigerian Army, right? Yesterday, we saw clips of about between 5 and 8 soldiers beheaded. Have you ever had that before? 5 years ago, did you have that? Had soldiers captured, beheaded. 3 months ago, we watched when bandits entered the Mate barracks or something and captured soldiers and lined them up and were shooting them into a well. We want those things. You see. So, the security challenges now, what you have now, to be honest with you, 5 years ago, 8 years ago, was heaven for us. What you have now is hell. Just come out in the evening. By 8 o'clock, you don't see anybody on the road again. Was that the case 5 years ago? Was that the case 10 years ago? You, by 9 o'clock 10 years ago, you could start your car, go and visit somebody and come back to your house. Can you do it now? Even in the city. Everybody goes in. So, leave security budget. You see, as it is now, it is going to get worse. And do you know why?
Why?
Nigerian security is in the hands of one man. Governor of Zamfara State gave an interview. He said, we know these bandits. We know their homes. We know their parents. And the interviewer asked him, so what are you doing? Why are you not doing anything? He said, I'm not in charge. Right? Then, one other man said, even though you call governors chief security officers of their states, no governor is a chief security officer.
No governor is a chief security officer.
No governor is a chief security officer. You can't be a chief security officer in name. The police is controlled by the federal government. You can ask the police to do something. The commissioner will ask IGP, the inspector general, and the inspector general will tell him to wait. And he will not do it. Is it the brigade commander or the battalion commander or the division commander you can give order? Who is it you are going to give order? Is it the civil defense? Is it under you? Who is under the governor that we call chief security officers? Nobody. The only way governors can control police and the rest of them is for their own services, to protect them, to give money to policemen so that they work for them.
What does the security budget then stand for?
That is the thing. Let me tell you, most states, although to be fair to many governors, how they apply it, I know that in some states, for instance, they use it to pay traditional rulers. And the traditional rulers are believed to be stabilizers in societies. The traditional rulers are assumed to be controlling situations in their localities and can be used to track certain development, right? And the other things they use the money for, they give to some other leaders, they tell them to carry out some investigations or to give information to government. That is what I know they use it for. But as for using it to pay security, they don't have a security. By the time we have state police, that is when you begin to talk about homeland security. Nigerian security as it is currently designed is for the territorial integrity of Nigeria, not for the local people.
Honorable, we'll talk about territorial integrity of Nigeria when the borders are porous.
Yes, that is what the current security will have.
So
is designed for
a total failure in the design?
Yes, it is. How can you design a police that is going to operate in a locality and that police is answerable to somebody in Abuja? A place you start from Enugu now, to go to that place it will take you 2 hours, 3 hours. Meanwhile, the policeman there is answerable to Commissioner of Police in Enugu, who is answerable to the Inspector General of Police, who sometimes will say, wait, he will go and consult the president. So the fact is that Nigerians are not interested in their security, because if they are, they would have pressured for state police. In some instances, there used to be even locality police. In Nigeria, in the 60s, it was called county police. You had county police, you had divisional police, and they were there. They were answerable to the chairman of the local government or whatever, or the county chairman. If you had regional police, they are answerable to the regional governors. So at the end of the day, you find out that we do not take our security seriously. If we do, it is not too difficult. I listened to a tape of the president of I think one of these Latin American countries. He said, no militant, no bandit is stronger than the state. Any day the state decides to crush it, it will crush it. And Sani Abacha said that any insurgency that exceeds 48 hours means that there is the hand of government in it. So if you have state police, it is easy for us to say we are going to hold this person accountable. But when you have a commissioner of police who answers to Abuja, in other places like the United States, there are things which they call regional offenses and federal offenses. When you talk of high treason, that is threat to the state, you are not talking of federal offenses. It is not when somebody has come to collect my plantain or my chicken, it will be treated as a federal offense. When somebody comes to steal chicken in another person's house, then he comes from Abuja to come and carry the person to Abuja, where he will see nobody to bury him, where he will stay there and he will be forgotten. So when any day we sit down and understand this, and I believe we have understood it, it's just that we do not have the will to pressure the governors. And we know that many of the governors do not want it, except there is strong constitutional reframing for them to be able to fund it. Because security organization or police organization is very, very expensive. Indeed, by the time you have about 5,000 policemen, for instance in Enugu State, being paid for by the Enugu State government, what their recurrent expenditure may exceed that of the entire civil service we have now in Enugu State. Because they have to be well paid, accommodation provided, you have to keep them, you have to arm them, you have to train and retrain them. So you have a situation where we just have to decide that we have had enough.
All right. Honorable, thank you very much. That was quite in-depth analysis of the situation. However, Mr. Meka, just in a nutshell, that we may progress. Mr. President did, on the third year anniversary of this administration, spoke to these bold reforms, but they are necessary pain that Nigerians have to bear for us to perhaps get to the promised land and begin to enjoy the dividends. Let me get your final talk on that.
Well, for me, I don't. That doesn't make I don't see much difference in that, because right from the first day that he was sworn in, and all the opportunity has ever had, either to address the nation on the occasion of Democracy Day or New Year or budget speech, or even when he has spoken or addressed any gathering outside of this country, is the same. For me, it's the same narrative, it's the same story that is told. Why we have to embark on removal of fuel subsidy, why we had to devalue the naira, why we had to do this, why we had to do that. The story has always remained the same, and for me, it's already getting moribund. The point is, this country, that you're seeing, it requires a whole lot of, thinking outside the box. A lot of things have gone wrong, in terms of public governance, and so it's not one that somebody will come and you think if you devalue the naira, and after devaluing the naira, what has happened to nobody bothers to know about. Okay, fine. The minimum wage was increased from 30,000 naira to about 70,000 naira. Now, what percentage is that? That's let's say 100%. At what percentage has the economy gone bad? That is the issue. Today, if you want to eat a bag of rice the type they call Nigerian foreign, a well-produced Nigerian, rice, I don't think a minimum wage can buy you a bag.
No, it cannot.
It can't.
It cannot.
If today you have a car and you want to travel from here to the neighboring state, minimum wage cannot further your car go and come. So you see what are we talking about? So it's not about we need to embark on these reforms, we need to do this, we need to do that. What are the necessary structures put in place to cushion the effect of the economic reform? By the way, even if you had increased the salary, to who? To civil servants. And what is the percentage of civil servants compared to the entire population who are going to face the brunt and bear the brunt of the various harsh economies? Since you yourself, you have already accepted that these reforms are harsh, you're only preaching that look, they are necessary. Okay, fine, they are necessary. Then what sacrifice has those in government made? We still see the large entourage each time Mr. President is traveling on other, the heads of the various subnationals. So for me, perhaps we need a new story to be told, not
we need a new story to be told. On that note, we'll go on a short break, and when we return, we'll continue to look at other issues. Stay with us.
Every second, the world changes, markets rise, leaders speak, stories unfold. To keep up, you don't just need news, you need clarity, you need speed, you need perspective.
That's why Aneke TV brings you the global pulse. Accurate, reliable, right when it matters most. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
You're still watching Frontline Africa, and we are here with seasoned analysts, men who have seen it all, who has been at the corridors of power where these policies are formulated, and today they are speaking about it. Moving on, we look at 2027, gentlemen. We are 2027 presidency and Southeast political realignment. A look at the endorsement of President Tinubu's second term bid by the Southeast governors. The endorsement from Southeast political figures is more than a show of support for President Tinubu. It is a signal that 2027 may be shaped as much by regional calculation as by party loyalty. And gentlemen, as we speak, we witness it. Endorsement is still ongoing. There are rallies everywhere. And in the Southeast, it's becoming unprecedented, having the governors of the Southeast align, collectively to support a particular candidate. The question is, does this Southeast endorsement reflect real political consensus, or is it simply the latest elite move in the struggle for influence ahead of 2027?
Those things you call endorsement, I'll call it political kidnap.
Political kidnap?
Yes, of people's preference. So because you are a governor of a state, you want the world to believe that the state is in the same party with you. And in effect, you now say you are endorsing a candidate on behalf of your state. We know that it is not true. We know that it is not the reality. That thing you are seeing is just political gesture of persons, governors, who are furthering their earlier statement in their plea for protection You know, many of these governors, especially those that moved to APC, did that for their own political life, not a political calculation based on the reality on the ground. For instance, any governor who moved from any party to APC in the southeast knows that in reality, organically, the southeast is not APC. Take away rigging, APC will not get 10% of the votes. And there is no sentiment about it. It's not a threat to anybody. It is something arising from our recent political story. I don't want to call it history. Our recent political story, where a particular region is seeing a particular political collection or collective perpetuating their marginalization. A particular political assembly further putting them down and removing their political presence or reckoning in the country. You look at it from the Buhari era. The Buhari era, to start with, Buhari had a history. And that history is always presented with emotions in the Southeast, arising from his role in the Civil War. Right? Now, he took charge, and in the first few years of his government took some actions, particularly security actions, that further alienated it from the people from the Southeast. So it is clearly a situation where that party, not necessarily the scene of the present president, but clearly that of the former configuration, where the people in the Southeast see that party as not representing anything good for the Southeast. Now, at the introduction of Tinubu, so much has not changed. Much as you say that Tinubu has not done anything particularly against the Southeast. That is anything more than he has done to other parts of the country. So, but the people's distance is consciously designed. It's not accidental. So the people are away from that particular APC. Now, the governors who are all going to APC are responding to power, where the final decision is going to be made, where you will stay and you can do anything and nothing will happen against you, where you will say stay and you have the cover and may not face EFCC, where you will stay and you can readily get the attention of the president for certain things. Unfortunately, that is the same thing almost all over the country, because each of the governors, yes, so many of them are performing, but most of them are working for their own personal security and safety, political safety, so that, you know, you being in APC, rigging of the election, especially from that policy level, INEC, is likely to be easier for you. It's not likely that you can be rigged out being an APC man. There's no likelihood such will happen. Rather, you can be rigged out because you are of the other party. Then secondly, you look at the people, the actual Nigerians, the voters, in the southeast, the trend goes for peterobi, whichever party he goes. Reason, the political communication, the language he speaks, it resonates with the common people. We don't know whether he will be able to put it in practice if he becomes president, but at the moment, it is appealing to the people. And for that reason, the people are more drawn to such, you can call it rhetoric, you can call it policy design, you can call it intentions. They are drawn to it more than anything. More than anything of APC and its background, even PDP and the background.
Right, Mr. Mika, one should assume naturally that the interest of the governor reflects the interest of the people, that wherever the governor goes, the people of that very state should align.
Well, I don't think that assumption is, can be said to be correct, particularly with the people of the southeast. Over time, if you have done a study on, the political culture and behavior of, the different components of Nigeria in terms of the geopolitical zones, you will quickly understand that the southeast, things different. Many people have said that the southeast, they are very Republican in nature, and if you look at the way, if you study their political trajectory, you will know that that assertion is not far away from the truth. Here, we simply don't believe in the bandwagon effect. Yes, it may have happened in a few times in the past, but not because there was one governor somewhere who said, "Hey, my people, this is where we will go," and everybody says, "Where that go, where to we shall go." I don't think that is very correct. It's just that, for instance, if you look at in the very early in the year 2000, if you look at the voting pattern of the Southeast in 1999, 2003, 2007, 2011, and up to 2015, you find out that the people of the Southeast weren't just following, in quotes, the governors who are assumed to be the leaders of the political family in the states.
Yeah.
The people were only responding to, where their heart is. You see, and when we talk about where their heart is, there are things to consider. One is the political communication, first and foremost. Two, you also need to talk about what is the trajectory of the people concerned, the major political characters. How do the people see them? So if in the past the people of Southeast have voted in a manner that reflects conformity with the thinking of their governors who are assumed to be the leaders. Now let's take them for the purpose of this argument, let's take them to be the leaders of the political leaders of the the state. So if the people have voted along with them, it is simply because coincidentally at that point in time they were all thinking alike, not because the people followed a good example was in 2023. In 2023 we saw a different, it was a situation that proved to all of us that look, the people can think different and vote different from how their governors.
Yes.
That is the truth. If you look at Ebonyi State, for instance, APC was in power in Ebonyi State, and during the time at the presidential election, the people simply faced their own direction.
Yes.
In Imo State, it was a different party. APC was in power. When it was time for presidential election, the people chose their own destiny by them, how they wanted to vote. And I don't think that has changed principally you know. So the truth of the matter is that and I think that it's important that our leaders, both at the federal and at the subnational, really understand this. See, because it's not about coming together, make promises, and you know, so all of us here, we are going to vote for you and things like that, and you know, the people. You see, look at it this way. Without rigging, in an election that is judged to be free, fair, and credible, honestly, it will be very difficult for even 70%, in fact 60% of those who are occupying elected positions now to retain their those of them who seek to retain their positions for them to do so.
They may not be able to do that.
All right, gentlemen, quickly, we are running out of time. Still in that political trajectory, let's take a look at the growing attacks on peterobi. You know, the issue is justified or mere politics, where, you know, despite whatever you think about peterobi's politically, intimidation and must never be normalized. And then the challenge now is being able to separate security threats from politics of perception. There seems to be a masterminded media onslaught attack on his person, his ideology and political leaning heading towards 2027 in this regard. Let me get your perspective on this very issue. Is it politics, or are we seeing a different kind of politics, that where media aids are unleashed, unrestrained against his candidacy?
Well, I'm surprised it will worry anybody. The fact is that if Obi is actually prepared to go for that seat, he should be ready to take bullets. Right? The reason they call it the plum job is because it is the ultimate. That's the most important position in Nigeria. So for you to get it, possibly dislodge a person already there, that is war.
That is war?
Yes. You have to fight to do that.
And in war, everything is fair?
Well, I do not, as a lawyer, I do not think everything is fair in war. Because killing of civilians is not fair in war. Destroying of somebody's civilian economic activities is not fair in war. Now, going on would be those who are doing all those things, let them do it. That is what it is supposed to be. He is being scrutinized. They have to throw stones. It is up to him to decide which he will turn to look at, which he will even respond to. It is up to him to understand the weight of certain stones thrown at him. When you want to displace somebody in power, remember, in Africa, power is everything. If you have tested it, you won't like to leave it, because it is power, it is money, it is influence, it is dominant, it is everything. So for somebody to pluck you from it, not that you have served your term, you have to fight. You have to deploy some of the money available to your office to fight. It is up to Obi to build his own gang. There are people there ready to fight for him who also know what to do, what they can do. Because all of us in this society, we have our skeletons in the cupboard.
All right, so this is expected?
Yes.
Mr. Maker, do you agree?
To a certain degree, yes. You see, there's a saying that if you can't take the heat, you have no business coming very close to the kitchen.
To the kitchen, yes.
That is a saying. However, there's also another angle to the fact here is that if you look at today, Obi is just presidential candidate of a political party, the NDC, and as of the last count, there are about 6-7 political parties today who have presidential candidates, and it appears as if the cumulative attention, and they are what appears to be the attack you're referring to, it's directed towards his personality. Yes, for me, it represents two fronts. The first one there is that, there's a saying in this country that he's afraid of the Igbo man, something like that. I'm not a tribal person, quite frankly. I don't pay attention to those things. But even though, as somebody from the southeast in Nigeria, as much as I don't pay attention to things like that, that is not to deny the fact that I have equally come, or I have been at a situation where I'm face to face with some of those injustices that is meted out, and I find myself, at the receiving end simply because I'm from the southeast. I've gone through, I've suffered a lot of disadvantages, simply because I'm from the southeast. Even among my peers who are from the other parts of the country, it's a reality.
Yeah,
it's a reality, and that is why
everybody faces.
Exactly. That is why some people say, there's a southeast marginalization. It's not a
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world. Good afternoon and welcome to News at 3 on Aneke TV. I am Good Hope Chukuma. Here are the headlines. The Nigerian Labour Congress and Trade Union Congress have announced plans to launch fresh national minimum wage negotiations this July. The federal government has confirmed that 4 passengers, including an infant, lost their lives and 24 others were seriously injured when a Warri Itabe train derailed and capsized near Abo. The Ogun State government has revealed that early scientific findings attribute the toxic gas emissions that hospitalized over 200 students in Ejebode to underground geological fault lines. Now the news in details. The Nigerian workforce is eyeing a significant pay restructure as the Nigeria Labour Congress and the Trade Union Congress jointly announced plans to commence formal negotiations for a new national minimum wage this July. Speaking at a joint press conference in Geneva, Switzerland, on the sidelines of International Labour Conference, union leaders noted that current 70,000 naira base pay has been rendered entirely inadequate by current economic realities. While acknowledging that several state governors have openly admitted the current wage structure is insufficient to support basic family needs, union leaders issued a stern warning against unilateral decisions. The organized labor movement has urged state executives not to independently dictate or announce arbitrary figures, emphasizing that any adjustment will go through the legally recognized collective bargaining process. Beyond the baseline salary adjustment, the unions are mounting intense pressure on the government to clear all outstanding gratuity arrears owed to retirees. The Nigerian Labour Congress and the TUC reaffirmed their commitment to engaging aggressively with all public and private stakeholders during an upcoming review process, vowing to secure a comprehensive welfare package that reflects the true cost of living for Nigerian workers. A tragic train accident along the Warri-Dape train service corridor has left 4 people dead and 24 others seriously injured. The Federal Ministry of Transportation and the Nigerian Railway Corporation confirmed the casualties following a devastating derailment near Abo, Delta State. Preliminary investigations revealed that a total of 5 coaches were impacted during the evening commute, with 4 coaches completely capsizing and all jumping the track. The 4 fatalities include 2 adult females, 1 adult male, and an infant. Emergency response teams, including NEMA, the police, and local authorities successfully wrapped up evacuation operations by yesterday evening. At the time of the crash, nearly 500 people were on board, including more than 400 booked passengers, security personnel, and crew members. Notable passengers, including Senator Ede Dafinone, survived the impact. The injured survivors have been evacuated to medical facilities across Abo, where they are currently receiving emergency care, while 1 railway staff member is being treated for a severe limb injury. Delta State Governor Sheriff Obruvwi has expressed his deepest condolences to the affected families and directed state officials to provide maximum support to the survivors. Meanwhile, railway officials have successfully retrieved the complete passenger's manifest to assist with proper identification and documentation. The federal government has launched a full-scale investigation to determine the exact cause of the derailment and vowed to provide necessary support to all victims and families affected by the disaster. Hundreds of women and children are adjusting to freedom today after being released from months of captivity by suspected Boko Haram terrorists. The 360 survivors were part of a larger group of more than 400 residents violently abducted from the Ngoshe community in March. Officials have confirmed that the freed victims are safely gathered in Poka, while a separate group of survivors from the Askira Obal local government has already been successfully reunited with their home community. To support their immediate recovery, Borno State Governor Babagana Zulum visited the survivors and announced an 8 million naira relief fund alongside emergency food supplies. Each survivor is being allocated 21,000 naira and a sleeping mat to ease their transition. Because the initial delivery of rice and corn may not cover every family perfectly, local community leaders are encouraging survivors to share resources and use a barter system among themselves until more supplies arrive. Long-term relief is also on the horizon for the resilient community. Governor Zulum confirmed that reconstruction work to rehabilitate the Ngoshe community is nearly complete. The state government is actively collaborating with the Nigerian military to finalize security measures, ensuring that the survivors can soon make a safe, permanent, and dignified return to their ancestral homes and farms. The deputy spokesperson of the House of Representatives, Philip Abwese, has issued a strong commendation to the Nigerian Armed Forces following the successful rescue of 360 abductees in Borno State. Troops attached to Operation Hardin K freed the large group of hostages from the Mandara Mountains, a known terrorist stronghold. The rescue operation follows a previous Boko Haram assault on a military outpost in the Ngoshe area, which had resulted in property destruction and mass abductions. In a statement, Abwese praised the frontline personnel for showing exceptional courage, focus, and professionalism despite facing significant financial and operational constraints. The lawmaker, who represents the Ado Opoku Owadibo constituency, emphasized that liberating hundreds of vulnerable citizens from such difficult terrain stands out as one of the most significant and successful counterinsurgency operations in recent times. Awese attributed the decisive victory on the battlefield to sharpened intelligence gathering, close interagency collaboration, and the strategic leadership of the Chief of Defense Staff, General Olufemi Oluyede. He also recognized the continuous political backing provided by President Bola Tinubu. Concluding his statement, the federal lawmaker urged citizens nationwide to actively support national security efforts through consistent information sharing, noting that the breakthrough should restore hope to vulnerable communities across the country. The Kebbi State Police Command has arrested 7 suspected bandits linked to a string of violent crimes, including the recent killing of 3 Federal Road Safety Corps personnel in the Bagudo local government area. Police spokesperson Bashar Osman confirmed that the arrests were executed during intelligence-led raids aimed at dismantling criminal networks operating around the Soda Forest axis and its neighboring border communities. During the first phase of the operation, mobile police operatives intercepted 3 suspects riding a motorcycle along the Ilololo Road. Investigators revealed that the men were actively transporting food supplies and logistics from the Soda Forest area directly to armed groups hiding out in remote border settlements. A subsequent clearance operation along the Bakin-Rua-Kauje axis successfully net 4 additional suspects believed to be connected to the same network. All 7 suspects remain in custody as investigators work to determine their exact level of involvement in the deadly ambush on the road safety officers. Kebbi State Commissioner of Police Omar Hadija commended the frontline operatives for their swift actions and praised local residents for providing the critical intelligence that made the operation possible. The command notes that the suspects will be formally charged in court as soon as the ongoing investigation is finalized. The Ebonyi State Police Command has officially debunked a viral social media video claiming that bandits and armed herdsmen have invaded the Nguzu Eda community. Following the widespread circulation of the footage, State Police Commissioner Hope Urunwa Okafor ordered an immediate high-level verification operation. Heavy tactical teams alongside the local divisional police officer were deployed to aggressively comb the community's surrounding forest and bushes, finding absolutely zero evidence of criminal setups or locking incidents. In a statement released on Tuesday from the state capital of Abakaliki, police spokesperson Joshua Okando labeled the viral video as completely false, misleading, and deliberately designed by mischief makers to incite panic and disrupt local peace. The command is urging residents and the general public to completely disregard the unfounded claims. Commissioner Okafor has reassured the public that robust security measures remain active statewide to protect lives and property, while advising citizens to stay vigilant and immediately report any genuine suspicious activities to the nearest station. An Enugu State High Court has discharged and acquitted 2 men, John Ngene and Harry Chuks Ebonnaji, who were facing criminal charges for allegedly presenting themselves unlawfully as traditional rulers in the Amechi community. The prosecution had argued that the defendants breached the state's traditional rulers law by using and acknowledging the title of Igwe-elect during a local leadership dispute. However, following a no-case submission filed by the defense counsel, the court ruled that the state's evidence failed to disclose any actual offense known to law. Presiding Judge Justice Kenneth Ikechukwu explained that the specific statute involved by the state only criminalizes falsely claiming to be a recognized chief, a status that legally requires formal certification and recognition by the governor of Enugu State. The court held that the title of Igwe-elect simply signifies a candidate who has won a local community election but has not yet undergone the official gubernatorial screening. Because neither defendant claimed to possess that official executive recognition, the judge ruled that the prosecution's case erroneously elevated a community candidate status to a full traditional stool. Reacting to the favorable ruling, John Ngene described the judgment as a triumph of truth and a validation of the democratic mandate handed to him by his people during the community's internal elections, emphasizing that his selection, following all laid down procedural guidelines, Ngene extended an olive branch to his legal opponents. He called on all factions within the Amechi Okunano community to put the long-standing leadership dispute behind and unite to focus on regional peace, stability, and infrastructural development. The news at 3 comes to you live from Aneke TV. For more updates and breaking news stories, follow us on Facebook and YouTube at Aneke TV. And now, here is a recap of the major stories making the headlines. The Nigerian Labour Congress and Trade Union Congress have announced plans to launch fresh national minimum wage negotiations this July. The federal government has confirmed that 4 passengers, including an infant, lost their lives and 24 others were seriously injured when a Warri Etape train derailed and capsized near Abo. Coming up shortly, the Ogun State government has revealed that early scientific findings attribute the toxic gas emissions that hospitalized over 200 students in Ijebu-Ode to underground geological fault lines. We'll be right back shortly. Law is the architecture of civilization, the silent force that orders society and defines justice. Yet, within its complexity, many remain uncertain of their rights, their obligations, and the protections the law affords. From the inviolability of human rights to the intricate doctrines governing property and civil relations. This is a platform where law is demystified, where principle meets practice and knowledge becomes empowerment. Because justice is not abstract, it is personal. You and the law on Aneke TV. Welcome back. The Oyo State Police Command has uncovered a shocking twist in the recent abduction of family members belonging to the former Minister of Power, Adebayo Adelabu. Law enforcement officials revealed that a personal assistant attached to a member of the Adelabu family allegedly worked hand in hand with the criminal gang that kidnapped the politician's sister and her 2 young children in Ibadan. Police spokesperson Command State Prosecutor Olayinka Ayalade disclosed that preliminary findings point directly to a major insider breach. Investigators believe the operation was actively facilitated by the aide who allegedly provided critical tracking support and logistics to the kidnappers on the ground. Security forces are currently widening their net to track down every individual connected to the criminal network. The State Command has assured anxious residents that tactical teams are intensifying their search and rescue operations to secure the safe return of the 3 victims. While the unnamed suspect remains in custody to assist investigators, security operatives vow to completely dismantle the syndicate behind the rising wave of targeting prominent families in Oyo State. The Bauchi State Police Command has successfully recovered a stolen vehicle and arrested 3 suspects linked to its theft and illegal resale. Operatives attached to the A Division Township launched an intelligence-led investigation immediately after a resident reported the theft of his black Honda. Thanks to coordinated tracking efforts, the vehicle, which was originally stolen back in March, was intercepted and recovered on Monday along Gombe Road. The swift operation also resulted in the arrest of 3 key suspects, identified as Sani Saidu, Shuaibu Fagarau, and Somalia Abdullahi. Investigators revealed that 2 of the detained men are suspected of being sequential buyers of the stolen property. This successful recovery marks the 3rd stolen vehicle tracked down by the division within just 1 month, underscoring a heightened push against property crime in the state. Bauchi State Police Commissioner Sani Omolori Aliyu commended the investigative team for their professionalism and prompt response while assuring the public that the suspects will face prosecution in court as soon as investigations wrap up. The commissioner also urged local vehicle owners to take proactive security measures, advising the installation of modern tracking devices to protect their property. The Ogun State government has revealed that scientific investigations into the recurring gas emissions in Ijebu-Ode have reached a critical stage, with early findings pointing to potential tectonic activity beneath the Earth's crust. Speaking on the Current Affairs radio program, the Commissioner for Environment, Ola Oresanya, disclosed that experts have mapped a linear fault zone that connects all the affected areas. This suggests that trapped gases may be escaping to the surface through a shared underground pathway created by subsurface cracks. The toxic gas crisis has caused widespread panic over the last 2 months, hospitalized more than 200 students and teachers across 3 separate outbreaks. The recurring incidents, which began in April at Our Lady of Apostles Secondary School and later spread to Anglican Girls Grammar School, have left victims suffering from severe dizziness, nausea, and fainting spells, while the Ministry of Health confirmed that all affected individuals have been treated and discharged. Local safety groups have continued to demand a definitive answer. Environmental scientists are currently evaluating whether the emissions are purely natural crustal movements or if they are being triggered by human activities, such as regional quarry blasting. Authorities know that heavy vibrations from blasting could be widening underground channels, allowing methane and other trapped gases to escape into local schools. While investigations continue alongside technical experts to locate the exact root cause, the government is reviewing safety protocols to prevent further public health threats. Lagos commuters are getting a major boost to their daily transit options as the Lagos Metropolitan Area Transport Authority rolls out an expanded schedule for the Blue Line rail service. Starting June 15, 2026, the Transit Authority will increase its daily operations from 90 to 94 train trips, providing more frequent service across the city's key rail corridors. In a bid to help thousands of residents beat the notorious early morning peak hour road traffic, the weekday and Saturday train services will now kick off at 6 a.m., moving up 30 minutes from the previous start time. The state government is also offering more predictable weekend travel with a boost to Sunday operations, bumping total trips up to 24, with trains running at consistent 30-minute intervals. While the daily closing time remains fixed at 9:30 p.m., transport officials are expected the additional weekday trips to significantly ease platform overcrowding and slash waiting times. Since launching commercial operations less than 3 years ago, the highly popular Blue Line has already transported more than 6 million passengers and cementing its vital role in providing urban mobility across Lagos. Governor Alex Oti of Abia State has announced a major step forward for the proposed Abia Seaport in Azumini, confirming that a comprehensive feasibility study has officially commenced. The infrastructure project located in the Okwa East local government area is being developed in partnership with the China Hebo Engineering Company. This critical initial phase will thoroughly evaluate the technical, economic, environmental, and social viability of the port, including dredging requirements and future road and rail transport linkages. The proposed seaport aims to position Abia State as a major gateway economy by providing direct maritime access to Aba's massive industrial cluster and the wider southeast region. Once operational, the port corridor will utilize the Imo-Azumini Blue River to link local manufacturers directly to global trade routes. State officials emphasized that the development will significantly reduce cargo freight costs for regional businesses while providing a viable alternative to congest overcrowded ports in Lagos. Governor Oti noted that the Azumini port has the potential to become Nigeria's third major functional maritime corridor alongside the One and Ibom deep sea ports. The project is a core piece of the administration's broader economic agenda to drive massive job creation, boost export competitiveness, and generate long-term state revenue. Following the conclusion of the Chinese firm's evaluation, the state will move forward with structured private sector financing models and securing necessary federal regulatory approvals. Now in sports, Abuja football clubs have been given a final window to secure their spots in the upcoming 2025-2026 football calendar. The Federal Capital Territory Football Association has extended the club registration deadline for the Division 1 to June 19. FCTFA Secretary Haruna Ilerika explained that the initial closing date of May 30th was shifted due to local teams' adequate time to complete their mandate payments and paperwork. The entry fees for the upcoming season are fixed at 150,000 naira for Division 1 teams and 120,000 naira for Division 2 setups. football executive have warned that this extension is strictly final and no further graces will be granted. Any Division 1 club that fails to submit its bank evidence of payment by the June 19th cutoff will be automatically stripped of its spot and replaced by a waiting team ahead of the official league kickoff on June 29th. Defending champions, Sporting Dream Club, who lifted the previous Division 1 title after a thrilling 2-0 final victory over Golden Boys FC at the Area 3 football pitch, are among the top teams preparing for the action. The Football Association is urging all league management boards to comply promptly with the payment directives into the designated association accounts to ensure a seamless and organized launch for the new regional soccer season. Now, an entertainment entrepreneur and reality television star, Sophia Momodu, has officially revealed her real age as she celebrates her birthday today. Gracing the latest cover of Marie Claire Nigeria, the mother of one proudly shares that she's turning 39. Reflecting on her personal growth, Momodu admitted that during her 20s, she was a self-described hothead who insisted on having things her own way, but noted that the passing years have brought her a deep sense of wisdom, stability, and enduring self-confidence. Beyond reflecting on her personal growth, the lifestyle entrepreneur opened up about how raising her daughter completely transformed her perspective on life. Momodu explained that motherhood ultimately taught her the vital importance of choosing herself and practicing radical self-love. She noted that seeing her own reflection through her daughter's eyes motivated her to embrace her identity and body confidence more fiercely, regardless of any public scrutiny and changes in her weight. The birthday revelation comes on the heels of several highly publicized social media exchanges between Momodu and online critics. The reality star has recently fired back at trolls who question her lifestyle choices, business endeavors, and high-end fashion posts. Declaring that she left the online drama behind in 2025, Momodu emphasized her current focus remains entirely on her blossoming business ventures, charitable contributions, and her prominent new role on The Real Housewives of Lagos. And now to end the news, here are the main points again. The Nigerian Labour Congress and the Trade Union Congress have announced plans to launch fresh national minimum wage negotiations this July, declaring the current 70,000 naira base pay completely inadequate. Union leaders have strongly warned state governors against announcing arbitrary figures unilaterally, insisting that any updates must go through the proper collective bargaining process. Meanwhile, the federal government has confirmed that 4 passengers, including an infant, lost their lives and 24 others were seriously injured when a Warri Tape train derailed and capsized near Abo. Emergency response teams successfully completed evacuation efforts for the nearly 500 people on board, while officials launched a full-scale investigation into the cause of the disaster. We told you the Ogun State government has revealed that early scientific findings attribute the toxic gas emissions that hospitalized over 200 students in Ijebu to underground geological fault lines. Environmental experts are currently investigating whether those subsurface crustal movements are entirely natural or exacerbated by regional quarry blasting activities. And that concludes the news. Thank you for watching. I am Good Hope Chukuma. Good afternoon.
The soul is part of us that survives every storm. You can't see it, but you can feel it in silence, in longing, in every heartbeat that keeps going. It asks for more than food and fame. It hungers for meaning, for stillness, for the divine. The soul is where music is born, where peace begins, where truth hides. To care for your soul is the greatest act of self-love. For in the end, what we were fades, but what we are at our core remains.
As political activities continue ahead of the 2027 general elections, concerns are again mounting over the increasing use of inflammatory language, ethnic profiling, religious intolerance, and misinformation during political campaigns. Political scientists and democracy advocates warn that hate speech remains one of the greatest threats to peaceful elections and national unity in Nigeria. Studies show that divisive political messaging has repeatedly contributed to tension, voter intimidation, and violence during election cycles. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has repeatedly cautioned political parties and supporters against the use of abusive, provocative, and discriminatory campaign language. Ahead of the 2023 elections, INEC warned politicians to avoid what it described as bullying, cyber abuse, and hate speeches, capable of undermining peaceful campaigns and democratic stability. The United Nations also raised concerns over Nigeria's political climate before the 2023 elections. The UN resident and humanitarian coordinator in Nigeria, Matthias Schimel, warned that election violence starts with divisive statements and hate speech, urging politicians and supporters to focus on issue-based campaigns instead of inflammatory rhetoric. Political observers say Nigeria has witnessed several dangerous examples over the years. Following the 2011 presidential election, post-election violence erupted in parts of northern Nigeria after months of heated political rhetoric, resulting in deaths, destruction of property, and mass displacement. Researchers studying the elections of 2011, 2015, and 2019 concluded that hate speech had become a major driver of election violence in Nigeria's democratic process. During the 2015 and 2023 election cycles, several campaign messages on television, radio, and social media openly portrayed opponents as enemies of particular ethnic, regional, or religious groups. The National Broadcasting Commission, NBC, repeatedly sanctioned media organizations for airing inflammatory political content capable of inciting hatred and public disorder. In February 2023, the NBC fined a television station over what it described as hate speech and inflammatory comments linked to election coverage. Experts say the rise of digital media has significantly expanded the spread of political hate speech in Nigeria. According to a recent academic study published by the University of Just Journal of Political Science, Facebook, WhatsApp, X, formerly Twitter, and other platforms were widely used during the 2023 presidential election campaigns to spread divisive narratives, misinformation, and hostile political propaganda. Another research project titled Echo Hate found increasing levels of abusive and hate-filled political conversations online, particularly during elections in Lagos and other politically sensitive states. Political communication experts say hate speech often succeeds because it manipulates fear, identity, and historical grievances. Instead of discussing policies on the economy, education, insecurity, healthcare, and infrastructure, some politicians and supporters resort to ethnic stereotypes, religious sentiments, and personal attacks to influence voters. Analysts warn that such rhetoric weakens democratic institutions, deepens social divisions, and distracts citizens from issue-based political engagement. The National Peace Committee, civil society organizations, religious leaders, and traditional rulers have repeatedly appealed to political actors to embrace peaceful campaigns and responsible communication. INEC says Section 92 of the Electoral Act
prohibit abusive language and campaign messages capable of provoking ethnic, tribal, or religious hatred. Media professionals are also being urged to strengthen fact-checking and avoid amplifying inflammatory political. Must focus on ideas, competence, accountability, and national development, rather than division and intolerance. They warn that when hate speech replaces constructive debate, democracy itself becomes endangered.
In a world that never stands still, where stories break in seconds and moments shape history, one station keeps you connected to your nation, to the continent, to the world.
From breaking news to powerful stories, from business and politics to culture, lifestyle and entertainment, we inform, we inspire, we keep you ahead.
This is more than television. This is your window to everywhere that matters.
Aneke TV. Move with the world. Time. The silent witness to human courage. The keeper of memory. The archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Patrick Lumumba stands as one of the most defining and debated figures in modern African political thought. His legacy, rooted in the Democratic Republic of the Congo extends far beyond his brief time in office. It speaks to a deeper philosophical struggle, how to translate moral conviction into political reality in a world shaped by power, fragmentation, and external influence. At independence in 1960, Lumumba confronted the official narrative of empire presented by King Baldwin of Belgium. In place of ceremonial praise, he offered historical truth centered on suffering, resistance, and dignity. His intervention was not only political, it was epistemological. He challenged who has the authority to define history itself. This commitment to truth defined his political philosophy. Lumumba believed that freedom without dignity was incomplete, and that independence without control over national destiny was an illusion. His vision was anchored in three core values: unity, sovereignty, and human dignity. In his conception, a nation was not merely a territorial state, but a moral project requiring collective consciousness. Yet, his leadership unfolded in a context shaped by the Cold War, where newly independent states became arenas of competing global interests. Internal divisions and external pressures quickly destabilized his government. Figures such as Mobutu Sese Seko would later reshape the political order that emerged from his instability. Lumumba's removal from power and subsequent killing in 1961 transformed him from a political leader into a symbolic figure of post-colonial consciousness. His legacy is not defined by longevity in office, but by intensity of vision. Lumumba belongs to a tradition of moral realism in politics, the belief that truth must be spoken even when it is politically costly. His life reflects a recurring tension in governance, the gap between ethical clarity and institutional capacity. He articulated a vision of African self-determination that was intellectually coherent but structurally vulnerable. From his legacy, several enduring principles emerged. First is the principle of moral integrity in leadership, that authority loses legitimacy when it abandons truth for convenience. Second is the necessity of institutional strength. Ideals requires systems capable of sustaining them beyond individual leaders. Third is the centrality of unity, not as rhetoric, but as a practical foundation for stability and development. Fourth is strategic sovereignty. Independence must be reinforced economically and institutionally, not only politically. Lumumba also exposes a deeper philosophical insight that leadership is not only the pursuit of power, but the management of vulnerability. His downfall illustrates how fragile vision becomes when it outspaces structure. Yet, his legacy resists reduction to tragedy. It continues to function as a moral reference point in African and global political discourse. It represents a form of leadership that prioritizes conscience over convenience, even at great personal cost. In contemporary terms, Lumumba's relevance lies in the questions he leaves unreserved. How can states preserve integrity within a competitive global system? How can leaders maintain principle without losing stability? And how can nations transform independence into genuine self-determination? More than 6 decades later, Patrice Lumumba remains not only a historical figure, but a philosophical challenge to modern governance, a reminder that the measure of leadership is not only survival and power, but fidelity to the values that justify power itself. Echoes of the past.
Time, the silent witness to human courage, the keeper of memory, the archivist of greatness.
Across the vast landscapes of Africa, from the savannas to the bustling cities, voices once rose, ideas once bound, and visions once dared to challenge the limits of their age.
They were not merely individuals. They were epochs in human form.
In literature, minds such as Chinua Achebe, Wole Soyinka, and Ngugi wa Thiong'o reclaimed the African narrative.
Through ink and imagination, they dismantled distorted histories and restored the dignity of African identity. Their words were not just stories.
They were mirrors, reflecting a people long misunderstood, and windows opening the world to the depths of African civilization.
In the realm of science and knowledge, pioneers like Philip Emeagwali proved that African intellect could reshape the frontiers of computing and technology. Their work was a quiet revolution, reminding the world that innovation knows no geography.
And in leadership, towering figures emerged when history demanded courage. Men like Nnamdi Azikiwe, Kwame Nkrumah, Nelson Mandela, and Julius Nyerere redefined freedom, not as a privilege bestowed, but as a right reclaimed.
They spoke for millions. They endured prisons, exile, and resistance. Yet, their vision transcended the politics of their time.
They dreamed of a continent awakened. Today, their echoes travel through generations.
In every African classroom, in every curious mind, in every dream that refuses limitation. For history is not merely what has passed, it is the foundation upon which tomorrow stands.
The past still speaks. Its lessons remain. Its voices endure.
This is not just remembrance, it is inheritance. Echoes of the past, where history breathes and legacy lives on.
Sexual and gender-based violence, SGBV, is one of the most pervasive and pressing human rights issues globally, affecting 1 in 3 women in their lifetime, often by intimate partners. Non-partner sexual violence affects at least 6% of women globally and among adolescent girls aged 15 to 19, with about 15 million having faced forced sex in regions like sub-Saharan Africa and parts of Asia, including Nigeria. The problem is particularly acute, reflecting deep-seated cultural norms, weak legal systems, and the lack of political will to combat it. In Nigeria, sexual and gender-based violence remains a challenge despite efforts being made by different stakeholders to curb the scourge. This is buttressed by the National Demographic and Health Survey (NDHS) 2018, which revealed that 30% of women aged 15 to 14 have experienced physical violence since age of 15. 7% of women in that same age group reported experiencing sexual violence at some point in their lives, while 1 in 4 women, that's 25%, have experienced spousal violence, emotional, physical, or sexual, by their husbands or partner. What is more disturbing is the prey on children and adolescent victims. According to UNICEF, 25% of girls and 10% of boys in Nigeria have been sexually abused before turning 18. This implies that 1 in 5 Nigerian girls experience sexual violence before 18 years. From metropolitan cities like Abuja and Lagos to rural areas and states across Nigeria, women, girls, men and boys continue to face physical, emotional and sexual abuse, often from those closest to them. In some cases, this abuse is perpetuated by influential members of the society. Even more disturbing is that the majority of cases go unreported, buried under layers of fear, ignorance, family ties, shame and societal silence. Sexual and gender-based violence is not a new phenomenon. Its roots are deeply embedded in history, culture, power dynamics and deep-seated inequalities in power and social structures, particularly those that perpetuate the dominance of men over women. It's a complex issue with roots in cultural norms, society beliefs and historical practices that normalize violence and discrimination against women. One of the oldest and most significant roots of SGBV is patriarchy, a societal system where men hold primary power. Societies have historically placed men in dominant roles, with women expected to be submissive, obedient and silent. This imbalance has often justified violence against women as a means of control or punishment. Harmful traditional practices such as child marriage, female genital mutilation (FGM), widowhood rights and honor killings are deeply rooted in societal customs. In many cultures, these practices are normalized and rarely questioned, even when they involve violence. Historically, laws and institutions supported or ignored violence against women and marginalized groups. For example, marital rape was not considered a crime in many countries until recent decades. Slavery, colonization, and armed conflicts also contributed to institutionalizing sexual violence, especially against women and girls. SGBV is often used as a weapon of war or conflict, where sexual violence is inflicted to humiliate, dominate, or destroy communities during wars and internal conflicts. Women and girls are often disproportionately targeted by sexual violence. Women have also fallen victims to rape during armed robbery operations. Additionally, economic dependence on men has made many women vulnerable to abuse, as they fear losing support or livelihood if they speak up. In workplaces, schools, and communities, people in authority often exploit their power through coercion and harassment for the purpose of emphasis. Some of the factors contributing to prevalence of SGBV include unequal power relations, inordinate sexual fantasies and orientation, harmful traditional and cultural practices or beliefs, gender stereotypes, lack of enforcement of laws, poverty, armed conflict, denormalization of violence in communities, stigma and victim blaming, family ties, the Nigerian factor, suppression of cases, low awareness about rights, weak institutional frameworks, unwillingness of victims' family to pursue justice, among others. In many cultures, patriarchal norms reinforce male dominance and female subservience, discouraging victims from speaking out or seeking justice. SGBV refers to harmful acts or abuse committed against a person because of his or her sex or gender. It is forcing another person to do something against his or her will through violence, coercion, threats, deception, cultural expectations, or economic means. It includes a wide range of abuses such as domestic or intimate partner violence, forced marriage and child marriage, female genital mutilation (FGM), sexual harassment and exploitation, emotional and psychological abuse. Sexual violence is any act attempted or threatened that is sexual in nature and carried out without the consent of the victim. Sexual violence includes rape and sexual assault, sexual abuse and harassment, exploitation and forced prostitution. It can happen within marriages, especially when there is a lack of consent for sexual activity by one of the spouses. Any sexual activity with a child, any person who has not yet completed 18 years of age, constitutes sexual violence. The impact of SGBV is far-reaching. These acts not only violate fundamental human rights, but also lead to long-term physical, mental, and emotional trauma. It has devastating effects on the development of a child involved, as well as on his or her physical and mental health. SGBV has health, economic, and social impacts on the victims. Victims may suffer from health disorders. Victims may be unable to work or attend school, affecting their economic independence. Survivors often face ostracization, stigma, and isolation from their communities. To combat SGBV effectively, there is need for a multi-sectoral approach that would involve as key actors public awareness. There is need for public awareness on the ills associated with SGBV. Victims, survivors, their families, and other members of the public need information on how to seek help and justice. They need a new orientation on how to handle SGBV cases. They need to be educated on the need of speaking up and seeking justice. Even when community leaders want to cover up, they need to know that there are support services available for them. Community education and media campaigns can help change harmful gender norms and encourage reporting. Strengthen legal. 1. Public awareness. 2. Strengthen legal frameworks. There is a need for strong legislation on SGBV, as well as strict implementation of laws. Existing laws like Child Rights Act 2003, Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, VAP Act 2025, and Trafficking in Persons Prohibition Enforcement and Administration Act 2015 should be enforced to the letter. States yet to domesticate the VAP Act should do so and possibly establish special GBV courts or gender response unit or team. The Violence Against Persons Prohibition Act, passed in 2015, has been a significant milestone, but its implementation remains weak and uneven across Nigeria's 36 states. 3. Empower victims. Create safe spaces, hotlines, and shelter for survivors and support them with legal and psychological assistance. Only 30% of victims seek help due to fear, stigma, and lack of trust in law enforcement. 4. Promote gender equality. Address the root causes of gender inequality through education and economic empowerment. 5. Funding. Prosecution of SGBV cases requires funds. The victims and their families are usually financially incapacitated to prosecute the case. In all cases, the prosecution is done by a government agency or ministry within the limited resources available to them. There is need for adequate funding to agencies or units and the Ministry of Justice to help them prosecute the cases. Logistic supports to volunteers and service providers on SGBV issues. 6. Increased number of state councils. Having reasonable number of state councils willing to specialize in SGBV cases will definitely add an impetus in the fight against the scourge. 7. Naming and shaming. Just like Lagos and Anambra states have queued into the policy of naming and shaming the offenders, other states need to align. The Sexual Offender Register, managed by the National Agency for the Prohibition of Trafficking in Persons, NAPTIP, is only accessible online currently. The register serves as a tool to document and track cases of sexual violence and abuse, including those reported, arraigned, or convicted under the Violence Against Persons Prohibition (VAP) Act. The register includes information on convicted offenders, as well as those who have been arraigned or reported, with varying levels of access depending on the user and the nature of the information. 8. Train law enforcement. Equip police, judiciary, and healthcare workers to handle SGBV cases with sensitivity and urgency. Aside the already listed measures, establishment of specialized SGBV prosecution units, a national SGBV agency, launched grassroots engagement structures, making it easy for victims to report and seek protection and justice in the case of SGBV. Strengthening of data collection and reporting systems, the designation of special courts for SGBV cases, operationalization of the VAP Law 2017, and robust multi-agency coordination can go a long way in fighting the systemic social malady. The origin of SGBV lies in systemic inequality, reinforced over centuries by culture, power structures, conflict, and law. To eliminate SGBV, societies must address these root causes by promoting equality, education, legal reforms, and accountability. SGBV is so pervasive that the United Nations Children Fund, UNICEF, and the United Nations Population Fund, UNFPA, have committed to the global movement to end violence against women and children, which began at the inaugural Women's Global Leadership Institute in 1991. Despite growing awareness and advocacy, millions of women, girls, men and boys continue to face various forms of violence simply because of their gender or sexual orientation. This is why efforts must be doubled to tame this scourge, which is more than a societal issue, but also a public health emergency, a human rights violation, and a barrier to sustainable development. We must join hands together in fighting this menace. If you cannot prosecute or fund a prosecution, you can volunteer information on SGBV. If you cannot volunteer information, you can create awareness or create a safe space for a victim. If you cannot create awareness, you can contribute to diluting the patriarchy, societal structures, and cultural hegemonic practices that normalize violence and discrimination against women. It is also important for state governments to support community initiatives, as well as non-governmental organizations' efforts aimed at preventing sexual and gender-based violence crimes in the country.
Morning headlines before you step out. Midday updates while you work. Evening analysis when the day winds down. Wherever life takes you, Aneke TV keeps you informed, connected, and ahead. Aneke TV. Move with the world.
In the heart of southwestern Nigeria lies Osun State, a land where history, spirituality, and modern life converge. From ancient groves to growing cities, Osun tells a story deeply rooted in Yoruba civilization. Osun State, created in 1991, is home to Osogbo, its capital city, a fast-developing urban center surrounded by rolling hills, farmlands, and rivers that have sustained communities for generations. At the edge of Osogbo lies the Osun-Osogbo Sacred Grove, a UNESCO World Heritage Site and one of the last remaining sacred forests in Yoruba culture. Dedicated to Osun, the goddess of fertility, the grove is both a spiritual sanctuary and a living museum of tradition. For centuries, Osun has remained a stronghold of Yoruba identity, where festivals, art, and spirituality are woven into everyday life. The annual Osun-Osogbo Festival draws thousands of pilgrims from across the world, celebrating faith, renewal, and cultural continuity. Beyond its sacred heritage, Osogbo is a growing city where tradition meets modern commerce. Markets bustle with traders selling textiles, food, and crafts, reflecting the entrepreneurial spirits of its people. Osun State is also a center of education, home to institutions such as Obafemi Awolowo University in nearby Ile-Ife and Osun State University, shaping the next generation of leaders. Young people here represent a bridge between tradition and innovation. In Ile-Ife, mythology and history intertwine, believed to be the spiritual birthplace of the Yoruba people. It remains one of Africa's most culturally significant ancient cities. Bronze works and archaeological discoveries here continue to attract global attention. Agriculture remains the backbone of Osun's economy. Cocoa, yam, cassava, and maize farming sustain rural communities across the state. In recent years, small-scale industries and digital entrepreneurship have begun reshaping its economic landscape. Like many Nigerian states, Osun continues to balance development with tradition, investing in infrastructure, education, and healthcare to improve the lives of its people. From sacred groves
that define existence, mysteries of life, where every answer sparks a new discovery. Watch now on Aneke